Chapter 2300. But Qin Feiyang and Hui frowned. Up until the moment of his death, he had not seen Su Mo reveal his divine weapon. What did this mean? The demon ancestor's heaven-defying artifact was not in his hands. This also meant that the person who lied was actually the black-clothed youth. Hui Yi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he sent a sound transmission. Dare to lie to us. Do you want to kill him? Don't worry. Qin Feiyang secretly said something, walked to Su Mo's body, and took off the universe ring on his hand, and released his spirit sense into Su Mo's body. Soon, with a clang, a black iron rod appeared. The iron rod was about 1 meter long and half an arm thick. A lifelike divine dragon was engraved on it, emitting a monstrous divine might. When the red-haired old man saw the iron rod, his eyes lit up. What is it? The Yun family patriarch secretly said. The red-haired old man sent a sound transmission. This is the coiling dragon rod, a legendary-level artifact. Legendary-level artifact. When the Yun family patriarch heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Although the Yun family was powerful, they did not have a legendary-level artifact. This was because legendary-grade divine artifacts were extremely rare even in the 4 major regions of the ancient realm. Other than Heavenly Cloud Mountain and 9 Heavens Palace, or a superforce like the Treasure Pavilion, it was almost impossible to find. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent the coiling dragon rod and the universe ring to the castle. He turned to look at the Zhang family patriarch. The Zhang family patriarch was panicking to the extreme. Ouyang Wenyi's death has nothing to do with you. Why are you so nervous? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Zhang family patriarch said in fear, but Qin Feiyang asked, do you want to talk about the death of Zhang Xiaoyang's parents? The Zhang family patriarch nodded. Qin Feiyang laughed. Zhang Xiaoyang and I just met by chance. What does the death of his parents have to do with me? Hearing this, the Zhang family patriarch finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brotherly, no, Brother Qin, with my cultivation, it's impossible for me to take revenge in my lifetime. Can you help me? Zhang Xiaoyang said hurriedly. You have to rely on yourself for revenge. What's the point of asking others for help? We'll talk about it later. The Zhang family has already given me the soul stone. I have no reason to cause trouble for them. Of course, that includes the Yun family. I'll leave the rest to you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared with Hui Yi without a trace. The barrier immediately dissipated. Let's go. The black-clothed youth's face changed. He quickly grabbed Zhang Xiaoyang and rushed outside. You want to leave? The head of the Zhang clan smiled ferociously. His aura rolled out, and the two of them were immediately imprisoned in the void. What should we do? Panic filled Zhang Xiaoyang's face. Qin Feiyang, that bastard! The black-clothed youth cursed. Meanwhile, the Yun family's patriarch and the red-haired old man released their inner sight and scanned the hall. How is it? Yun family had asked. Old patriarch Yun said, we didn't find them, nor did we find any spatial divine items. It seems like they really have left. The Yun family's patriarch was overjoyed. He immediately looked at the Zhang family's patriarch and shouted, Zhang, you dare to harm our Yun family. Today, you will die without a doubt. Boom. Finished. He took a step forward, carrying a monstrous aura, and charged towards the Zhang family's patriarch. The Zhang family's patriarch was about to kill Zhang Xiaoyang and Zhang Xiaoyang. When he saw this situation, he immediately shouted, listen to my explanation, go to the underworld and slowly explain to the king of hell. The Yun family's patriarch's eyes were filled with a cold smile. Damn it. The Zhang family's patriarch cursed and shouted, Feng, go and ask your grandfather to come out. All right. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded and rushed out of the door like lightning. Even if he comes out, he won't be able to stop the destruction of your Zhang family. The Yun family's patriarch grinned and slapped at Zhang Xiaofeng. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Zhang Xiaofeng died on the spot. Feng, the Zhang family's patriarch cried out in grief. You go and accompany him too. The Yun family's patriarch once again charged towards the Zhang family's patriarch. Boom! The grief-stricken Zhang family's patriarch also threw a punch at the Yun family's patriarch. The majesty that imprisoned Zhang Xiaoyang and Hui Yi also disappeared. The black-clothed youth's gaze immediately carried Zhang Xiaoyang and flew into the air without looking back. Boom! The two patriarchs collided. The great council hall shattered with a loud bang. This is bad. At the same time that the hall shattered, a cry of alarm sounded out from the back of the hall. This voice? There was a spatial divine object hidden in the dust and smoke. This spatial divine object was the ancient castle. That's right. Qin Feiyang did not really leave. After bringing Hui Yi into the ancient castle, he immediately took out the divine moon jade pendant and concealed the traces of the ancient castle. So, even the Yun family's patriarch and the red-haired old man, who were both at the Nine Heavens realm, were unable to capture the ancient castle. And the reason why Qin Feiyang did this was naturally to follow Zhang Xiaoyang and Hui. Hearing that cry of alarm, Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other, and a trace of bewilderment immediately crawled up their faces. Why was this woman also in the Zhang family? Hui Yi urged, "Quickly take a look, is it her?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the scene changed. In the scene, a young woman dressed in fiery clothes appeared. The woman was sent flying by a collapsed wall. She spat out blood and her face was pale. It really is her. Hui Yi raised his eyebrows. Why would she be here? Qin Feiyang also frowned. The woman in the picture was the woman who accompanied him to drink at the celestial immortal wine. What happened? Let's go and take a look. The battle between the two patriarchs also alarmed the entire Zhang family. Even the people outside could sense the fluctuations in the Zhang family. At that moment, the Zhang family was in chaos. The people outside also rushed towards the Zhang family one after another. In the dust and smoke, the Yun family's patriarch, the red-haired old man, appeared with Su Mo's corpse in his arms. The Yun family's patriarch glanced at the Zhang family's patriarch, then looked at the red-haired old man and asked, "Big brother, how should we deal with the Zhang family?" "Exterminate the family." The red-haired old man said word by word. His tone was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. The Yun family's patriarch nodded. "It's just a Zhang family. You're enough. I'll go back to Heavenly Cloud Mountain first and report this matter to the Deputy Peak Master. These two bastards, I will definitely not let them go." The red-haired old man said gloomily. "Not only can't we let them go, we'll cut them into pieces." The Yun family's patriarch's eyes were also filled with resentment. A total of 100 billion soul stones. This time, their Yun family could be said to have lost everything. The red-haired old man opened an altar and quickly left with Su Mo's corpse. Just after the red-haired old man left, the Yun family's patriarch suddenly noticed the woman and shouted, "Who are you?" "I." The woman curled up on the ground, shivering and looking extremely pitiful. The Yun family's patriarch smiled coldly, thinking that she was from the Zhang family. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of divine power emerged and blasted towards the woman. Subsequently, the Yun family's patriarch flew towards a hall in the distance without looking back, his eyes flashing with killing intent. That hall was the Zhang family's patriarch's place of seclusion. As for the woman, he didn't take it to heart at all. A wisp of divine power was enough to end her life. But he didn't know that just as the wisp of divine power was about to kill the woman, a young man appeared. The young man just waved his hand lightly, and the divine power directly disintegrated. Immediately after, the young man grabbed the woman and disappeared without a trace. Not only did the Yun family's patriarch not notice the scene, even the Zhang family's patriarch and the Yun family's patriarch didn't notice it. The current Zhang family had completely fallen into chaos. In the blink of an eye, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi stood in the hall, looking at the battered and exhausted woman in front of them. They couldn't help but frown. That's right. The person who went out to save the woman was Hui Yi. "You," the woman's face was full of fear. "Hui Yi, interrogate her properly." Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the image in the void, looking for Zhang Xiaoyang and Hui. So, he found the two of them. The two of them were fleeing out of the Zhang family. Qin Feiyang immediately drove the castle to chase after them. Hui Yi looked at the woman and frowned. "Speak, why are you in the Zhang family?" The woman stammered. "Speak quickly," Hui shouted. The woman quivered and exclaimed, "I am originally a member of the Zhang family." "A member of the Zhang family?" Hui Yi was slightly taken aback and sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid? If you are really a member of the Zhang family, with the Zhang family's wealth and financial resources, why would you need to go to the Celestial Immortal Pavilion to drink?" "I don't want to either. But I am the same as Zhang Xiaoyang. I am just a branch disciple of the Zhang family. I'm not valued at all." The woman felt wronged. Hui Yi frowned and said, "Well, even if you are a member of the Zhang family, then why are you in the Great Council Hall?" "I came to find the patriarch for something, but I didn't expect to meet you, so I peeked outside for a while." "Don't worry. Everything I saw today, even if you beat me to death, don't kill me," the woman said in horror. Hui Yi sized up the woman. Other than fear, there was nothing else on her face. He turned and walked to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered, "What do you think?" "I don't know. But I still feel that this woman is a little abnormal." Qin Feiyang whispered. In the Heaven Immortal Tower, this woman was especially concerned about him. Originally, he thought that this woman was doing it for money. But he didn't expect to meet her in the Zhang family again. If this wasn't a coincidence, then there must be a mystery behind it. So he couldn't be careless. But now, he wasn't in the mood to care about this woman. What he was most concerned about was whether the demon ancestor was dead or not. The woman stood behind the two, looked at their backs, and curiously sized up the ancient castle. She seemed to be no longer afraid. "Did you see that? Even if Qin Feiyang doesn't help you take revenge, the Yun family won't let the Zhang family off. The destruction of the Zhang family is destined." The black-clothed young man had already left the Zhang family and stopped in the sky above the street outside. He glanced at the chaotic Zhang family and said to Zhang Xiaoyang, "They deserve it, they deserve it." There was no sympathy in Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes. The black-clothed young man smiled and said, "Then let's go back and report." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. The black-clothed young man immediately opened an altar. The two of them walked up one after another. Chapter 2301. In front of the heavenly cloud mountain, there was a boundless sea. This was the largest forbidden area in the eastern tomb, the Tianluo Sea. However, the people of the Divine Land had another name for the Tianluo Sea, the Eastern Sea. In other words, the Tianluo Sea and the Tianluo Sea were actually connected, but they were relatively far away. At this moment, near the Tianluo Sea, there was a mountain peak that was about 10,000 feet tall. On the mountain, the vegetation was lush. A young man in black stood on a blue stone on the mountain peak, looking at the sea in front of him. His dark eyes were incomparably deep. This person was tall and straight with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His cold facial features were as if they had been carved by a knife. His entire body emitted a demonic aura. His cultivation was only at the minor divine lord realm. In the ancient world, a minor divine lord realm cultivation was considered a very weak person. However, this person's gaze and temperament gave people a sense of oppression that made people involuntarily feel fear. The mountain peak was dead silent. Swish. But suddenly, two figures descended. It was Zhang Xiaoyang and the black-robed young man. "Lord." The black-robed young man bowed. Zhang Xiaoyang's face was also full of respect. The young man retracted his gaze and turned to look at the two of them. "How was it?" The black-robed young man said, "The development of the matter is somewhat unexpected." "What do you mean?" The young man was curious. "Didn't you ask us to go to the Heaven Immortal Tower to bid for the immortal wine? Then use the immortal wine to get close to Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi? But guess what? When we were bidding for the immortal wine, we met Qin Feiyang." The black-robed young man said. "Such a coincidence?" The young man was surprised. "What a coincidence. At that time, I just casually found a seat, but I didn't expect the person opposite me to be him." Zhang Xiaoyang said. The black-robed young man smiled and said, "But at that time he changed his appearance, so I didn't recognize him immediately. And then? The young man asked. Then Zhang Xiaoyang went to look for him again and happened to be bumped into by the Zhang family's housekeeper. The black-robed young man briefly explained the situation. As the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. The young man shook his head and smiled. He then looked at the black-clothed young man and asked, "What is his attitude towards me now?" "My attitude towards you," the black-clothed young man thought for a moment and said, "I don't know either. But he said that he didn't want to fuss about the past. I think he probably won't." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "If you want to know my attitude towards you, shouldn't you ask me face to face?" Before he finished speaking, two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and Hui. The three of them were startled. They looked at Qin Feiyang and his companion. "What is it?" "Surprised?" "Actually, you should have known that I'm not that easy to fool." Qin Feiyang looked at the young man and said, "That was right." The person in front of him was the fiend ancestor that he had been bitterly searching for. The fiend ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. A wry smile gradually appeared on his face as he said, "Yes, I should have expected it." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently. He then looked at the black-clothed young man and said, "You are Mo Long, right?" The black-clothed young man's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang asked, "I can't figure it out. How did I know?" The black-clothed young man nodded. "You hid it very well. At first, I really didn't recognize you. It's just that I faintly sensed a familiar aura from you. But when Su Mo came and mentioned the mystic dragon, your figure immediately appeared in my mind. At that time I was thinking, could you be Mo Long?" Later, Su Mo said that when the siblings attacked the fiend ancestor in the sky Luosi, they didn't see you at all. They only saw Mo Long beside him. Although you tried to quibble at that time, you couldn't stop my suspicions. Finally, when Hui Yi killed Su Mo, I was even more certain that you were Mo Long, because you kept saying that the fiend ancestor's heaven-defying divine artifact was in Su Mo's hands, but Su Mo didn't show it until he died. What does that mean? It means that the divine artifact isn't with him at all. It also means that the fiend ancestor isn't dead. It also means that you're lying. Why did you lie? I think there's only one possibility. Everything is being manipulated by the fiend ancestor. So I followed you all the way here to see what tricks you're playing. Qin Feiyang sneered. Amazing. Zhang Xiaoyang muttered. Could it be that the fiend ancestor was so afraid of this person? He and the fiend ancestor had known each other for a long time. In the past, whenever Qin Feiyang's name was mentioned, he could always see deep fear in the fiend ancestor's eyes. In his opinion, it was a bit exaggerated. But now, it seemed that the fiend ancestor's fear wasn't unreasonable. Qin Feiyang looked at the fiend ancestor and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do with so many things?" "On one hand, I do want to borrow your hand to get rid of Su Mo and the others. I won't hide it from you. Ever since I was ambushed by Su Mo and his sister in the Sky Dragon Sea, I've been thinking about how to settle the score with them. But I couldn't think of a way. Because my strength is too weak compared to them. And just a few days ago, I suddenly heard news about you. I was very surprised at that time. Aren't you in the Great Qin? Why did you appear in the ancient world? I even thought that it might just be someone with the same name." Later, I asked Mo Long and Zhang Xiaoyang to investigate. I didn't expect it to really be you. So, I thought of this plan. I used Hui Yi's hobby of drinking to get Mo Long and the others to get 2 pots of heavenly immortal wine to curry favor with you. But I never expected that they would meet you in the Heaven Immortal Tower. You know what happened later, so I don't need to say it, right? Of course. Before this, I didn't know what happened later. After all, it was outside of my plan. It was Mo Long who acted on his own. But he handled this matter very well. Not only did he kill Su Mo, but he also avenged Zhang Xiaoyang. The demon ancestor smiled. Mo Long bowed and said, "Thank you for your praise, my lord." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "So, the death of Zhang Xiaoyang's parents is also true?" "These things are all true." The demon ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then why didn't you come to me directly? Why did you go through so much trouble? Because I feel guilty in my heart. The demon ancestor sighed deeply. Qin Feiyang fell silent. Because of me, the people of the great Qin were plunged into misery and suffering. Because of me, your grandfather, your maternal grandfather, and your mother suffered countless hardships. It was also because of me that you were expelled from the imperial capital. It was also because of me that you and your father became mortal enemies. And the mermaid princess, I am a sinful person. I don't have the face to see you. Even now, I don't know how to face you. The demon ancestor turned to look at the sea ahead and muttered. There was deep regret between his brows. Immortal War God. Chapter 2302. After listening to demon ancestor's words, Hui was surprised. I didn't expect your grudge to be so deep. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at him, looked up at demon ancestor's back, and said, Do you think I will believe you if you put on an act like this? My lord isn't pretending. Demon dragon roared. Demon dragon. Demon ancestor scolded. My lord, please let me say it. Demon dragon looked at demon ancestor pleadingly. Demon ancestor sighed. You have to pay the price for doing wrong. What else is there to say? We did do a lot of wrong in the past, but it's different now. Demon dragon said and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you know how my lord has been through all these years? Every day he blamed himself. He never had a day of peace. He kept thinking about how to make it up to you. He didn't pretend. I saw it with my own eyes. I feel bad for him. Also, over the years, my lord has been looking for a way to help Lin Yi restore her memory. Do you know why my lord entered the Tianluo Sea several times? He didn't go there to gain experience at all. He went there to find a treasure called Heavenly Ganoderma. It is said that this Heavenly Ganoderma is very helpful in restoring memory. On the way to find the Heavenly Ganoderma, he was besieged by sea beasts, which exposed the heaven-defying artifact. This attracted Su Mo and his sister's greed. My lord has done enough. Why can't you forgive him? Demon dragon roared. Forgive, Qin Feiyang murmured, walked to demon ancestor's side, looked at the sea ahead and said, Put yourself in my shoes. If it were you, would you forgive me so easily? Demon dragon went silent. If it were him, forget about forgiveness, he would try every means to get rid of the other party. Don't forget about the inner demons. His death was also caused by you. Qin Feiyang said. I'm sorry. Demon ancestor turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said. Forget it. It doesn't make sense to say this now. Remember, the reason why I'm not killing you now is not because I've forgotten about this hatred. It's because of the ancestors' orders. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian? Demon Alpha was shocked. She asked, You found him? He's in Divine Land now. The reason I'm in Dongling is to look for you and Dongzheng. Qin Feiyang nodded. Why are you looking for us? The fiend ancestor was suspicious. I don't know either. Not only did the ancestor ask me to look for you, he also asked me to protect you. Do you know how angry I will be when I hear those words? But there's nothing I can do about it. I can't disobey my ancestor's words. Qin Feiyang sighed. Ancestor Fiend asked, Is he doing well? Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Do you have any news about Dongzheng? When we entered the ancient world, a mysterious force descended. When I woke up, Demon Dragon and I were already in Dongling. I also went to look for Mu Tianyang and Dongzheng, but there was no news at all. Ancestor Fiend shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing are both in the northern region, and they have already followed my ancestor into Divine Land. They're in the northern region? Ancestor Fiend was slightly stunned. I really didn't expect that. It's really an ill-fated relationship. I was in the northern region with them, and we experienced a lot together. Qin Feiyang laughed self-deprecatingly. Ancestor Fiend said, In that case, the grudge between you two, you're thinking too much. Whether it's you or Mu Tianyang, I can't forgive either of you. Qin Feiyang sneered. Ancestor Fiend smiled bitterly and asked, So we're going to look for Dongzheng next? That's right. Since he's not in Dongling or the northern region, he must be in the western desert or the southern wilderness. Do you have anything else to do in Dongling? If not, let's get ready to set off. When we find Dong Jingyang, we'll immediately go to Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said. Ancestor Fiend thought for a moment and shook his head. The Su siblings are dead, so there's nothing else. Demon Dragon frowned and said telepathically, My lord, are we really going to follow him? I know Qin Batian too well. He won't do anything meaningless. Since he asked Qin Feiyang to come to me, he definitely needs my help. This is a good opportunity to atone for my sins. Ancestor Fiend said. Alright. Demon Dragon nodded. Ancestor Fiend turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyang and smiled. It seems that our fate has come to an end. Zhang Xiaoyang's expression froze. He hesitated and asked, Can't you bring me along? You have your own life. There's no need to risk your life with us. Moreover, it's not suitable for you to follow us. Ancestor Fiend shook his head. But Zhang Xiaoyang still wanted to say something. Ancestor Fiend smiled. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Alright. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Today, you're not going anywhere. But at that moment, accompanied by a cold shout, two figures descended in the void above. A terrifying aura instantly came crashing down like a tsunami. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately changed. They looked up and saw an old man and a woman standing in the sky. The old man was Shen Qianshan. As for the woman, she was wearing a colorful dress. Her figure was extremely good, but her expression was unclear. The aura she exuded was not inferior to Shen Qianshan at all. Obviously, she was a half-step invincible realm cultivator like Shen Qianshan. Not good. It's the deputy peak master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Ancestor Fiend thought. Why are they here? Who tipped them off? Demon Dragon said angrily. Qin Feiyang looked at Demon Dragon and shouted, Shouldn't I be asking you this? Demon Dragon was stunned and said with a frown, You suspect that we betrayed you? Qin Feiyang said, If it wasn't you, could it be that we betrayed ourselves? I didn't. Demon Dragon said. About that, I can swear an oath. Ancestor Fiend also said. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other and suddenly looked at Zhang Xiaoyang. Ancestor Fiend and Demon Dragon also looked at Zhang Xiaoyang. Why are you looking at me? You think I'm the one who tipped them off? No. Ever since I found out about Qin Feiyang's identity, I've always been under your eyes. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. Zhang Xiaoyang hurriedly waved his hand. The four frowned. Thinking about it, it made sense. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't have the chance to inform the people of Heaven Cloud Mountain. Then this was strange. If no one tipped them off, how did Shen Qianshan and the woman in colorful clothes know their whereabouts? Shen Qianshan glanced at the woman in colorful clothes and suddenly swooped down, attacking Qin Feiyang and Hui. Qin Feiyang, find a chance to open the space-time gate. Hui shouted without turning his head and faced Shen Qianshan. Boom! The two raised their arms and slapped each other. A destructive aura immediately surged out like a tidal wave. But at the same time, Hui Yi's expression was slightly stunned. He felt that there seemed to be something like a piece of paper in Shen Qianshan's palm. Moreover, he found that Shen Qianshan was giving him a look. What do you mean? Hui Yi's eyes flashed with suspicion. Then he grabbed the thing in Shen Qianshan's palm and pretended to be defeated. His face was slightly pale as he retreated. Chapter 2303. Shen Qianshan also acted as if he was going to take advantage of the situation. His entire body was filled with killing intent. Hui Yi snorted coldly. He pretended to turn around and escape, quickly opening the note. There were only 10 words on it. There are spies around you. Don't transmit your voice. The handwriting was very messy. It was clearly written by Shen Qianshan in a hurry. Spies! Hui Yi clenched his fist, holding the note. His eyes flashed coldly. Who could be the spy? Demon Ancestor? Molong? Or Zhang Xiaoyang? Shen Qianshan shouted, You can't avoid today's battle. Is that so? Hui Yi stopped and turned to look at Shen Qianshan. A cold smile appeared on his face. Shin Qianshan did not say anything and punched at Hui Yi again. The void shattered, and the earth collapsed. He did not hold back at all. Hui was about to attack. Boom. But at this moment, two more terrifying auras descended. HM? Qin Feiyang and the others looked up and saw an old man and an old woman appear in the sky. The old man was about 1.6 meters tall. His body was even stronger than the young man. His hair was red like fire, and his expression was extremely cold. The old woman had white hair, a hunched body, and a face full of wrinkles. However, her aura was extremely terrifying. It's them. Chou Tunwei, Pavilion Master. The demon ancestor was shocked. Even they were here. In other words, next they were going to face 4 half-step undying experts. Hui Yi's face could not help but darken. He did not fight with Shin Qianshan anymore. He teleported and instantly landed beside Qin Feiyang. The situation is not good. Qin Feiyang whispered. It's not bad. It's a disaster. As Hui Yi spoke, he secretly stuffed the note into Qin Feiyang's hand. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. See for yourself. Hui said. Qin Feiyang opened the note and glanced at it. He was shocked. How could there be a spy? Hui Yi said, don't say anything. As expected, Qin Feiyang destroyed the note and his eyes flickered. This piece of paper had to be destroyed. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it would directly implicate Shin Qianshan. However, who was the spy? From the contents of the note, Shin Qianshan did not know who the spy was. Otherwise, Shin Qianshan would not have written these words. Instead, he would have written the name of the spy. Who was it? Demon Ancestor, Demon Dragon, Zhang Xiaoyang? Or are they all? Hui Yi and Fire Lotus were definitely impossible. The Treasure Pavilion Master's gaze swept over Qin Feiyang's group, and his cold voice sounded, do you need us to introduce ourselves? I wouldn't dare. 4 half-step Undying Realm experts have come for me. It is truly my honor. Qin Feiyang said. Since you know that we're here for you, you should know better and come with us obediently. The Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion said. Chou Tunwei said coldly, that's right. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Haven't you suffered enough outside the city? Hui sneered. Do you think you still have the ability to hurt us now? Now, we have 4 half-step Undying Realm experts, and even Heavenly Cloud Mountain has brought a heaven-defying divine artifact. Shin Qianshan said coldly. What? Demon Ancestor and the other two were shocked. They actually brought a heaven-defying divine artifact? Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other, their eyes flashing slightly. Obviously, Shin Qianshan was hinting at them to quickly think of a way to escape. 4 half-step Undying Realm experts and a heaven-defying divine artifact. Even if Hui Yi could raise his cultivation to the initial Undying Realm like last time, there was no way he could survive. Hui Yi took a deep breath and said with a smile, Qin Feiyang, it seems that there will be a tough battle today. Qin Feiyang nodded. The foundation of the two sides was far from that. Because in the body of the Vice Peak Master and the Pavilion Master, there was still the killing intent of the Ancestor Dragon. Could be said that this was a battle with no chance of winning. Let's do it, the multicolor-clothed woman said coldly. Shin Qianshan, Chou Tianwei, and the Treasure Pavilion Master nodded. Boom. The 4 of them released their auras at the same time, rolling toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Demon Ancestor shouted, quickly enter the Tunluo Sea. Hui Yi waved his hand and immediately swept Qin Feiyang and the others into the sea without looking back. Shin Qianshan and the others didn't stop him. Because this was exactly what they wanted. After all, this place was too close to Tianluo City and Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Once the battle started, they would definitely be affected. They didn't want to be the sinners of Dongling. The 4 of them also chased into the Tianluo Sea. Wherever they went, huge waves were set off. We can't escape like this. We have to be faster. Demon Ancestor said in a deep voice. As for Zhang Xiaoyang, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He was just a small figure in the Zhang family. When had he ever seen such a scene? Just the aura released by Shin Qianshan and the others made him feel despair. Qin Feiyong looked back at the four of them and took out a jade box from his universe ring. What is it? Demon Ancestor and Demon Dragon looked at the jade box curiously. You are actually in the mood to care about this? Zhang Xiaoyang looked at the two of them in shock and anger. Demon Ancestor was stunned and sighed. I told you that you are not suitable to follow us. In fact, Zhang Xiaoyang was quite regretful now. He shouldn't have hesitated then. If he didn't hesitate then he would have missed Shen Qianshan and the others. Now, he might be in Tianluo City, drinking wine and enjoying a carefree life. It was a pity, it was too late. Qin Feiyong opened the jade box and 3 elixirs appeared. It was the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. After erasing the 2 killing intents of the Ancestral Dragon, he refined the remaining 3 sets of herbs into elixirs just in case. This is... Demon Ancestor was suspicious. Hui frowned. Don't tell me you want me to take this elixir again? Other than this, there is no other way. Qin Feiyong said. Hui shook his head. Now that he thought about the side effects, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Can you not be like a little girl? Qin Feiyong glared at him angrily. You don't know that feeling. When Hui said this, his expression suddenly froze. He waved his hand and said, Wait, you said that this thing can only be taken 1 a day? Qin Feiyong nodded. Then it's fine. I can't take it today. Hui smiled. Qin Feiyong frowned. Did you forget that when I fought with Shen Qianshan and the others in the morning, I only took 1? Hui said. In the morning? Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. The battle with Shen Qianshan and the others had indeed happened in the morning. However, too many things had happened that day, so he couldn't help but have an illusion that several days had passed. If the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill can't be used, then what else can I do? This made him even more worried. If Hui Yi's cultivation could be raised to the initial imperishable realm, there might be a chance of survival. But now, wait. Qin Feiyong suddenly looked at Demon Ancestor. Didn't Demon Ancestor have a heaven-defying divine artifact? Why are you looking at me? Demon Ancestor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyong frowned and said, Don't look like I'm helpless. Quickly take out your heaven-defying divine artifact. Yes, quickly take out your divine artifact. I heard Brother Qin say that your divine artifact has the power of space-time law. As long as it appears, it will definitely not be a problem to take us away. Hui Yi's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. Demon Ancestor and Demon Dragon looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. What do you mean? Qin Feiyong and Demon Dragon were suspicious. Demon Ancestor thought, if I had the heaven-defying divine artifact, would I still need to borrow your hands to kill Su Mo? The two were stunned. Qin Feiyong said in surprise, Could it be that when you fought with Su Mo and his sister, your heaven-defying divine artifact was destroyed? Demon Ancestor shook his head. If it wasn't destroyed, then why isn't it here? Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows. Demon Ancestor said, It left. Left? Qin Feiyong was shocked. Back then, after it took us away from Su Mo and his sister, it told us that it would leave for a while. Until now, I haven't seen it come back. Demon Ancestor said helplessly. Qin Feiyong and Hui looked at each other. Hui asked, Where did it go? I don't know. It didn't say. It only said that if it doesn't come back in half a year, don't wait for it. Now, a year has passed and there's still no sign of it. That's why I decided to go with you. Demon Ancestor shook his head. Hui could not help but smile bitterly and said, This is really one disaster after another. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath and said, It's impossible to open the slaughter zone because we can't find enough blood right now. The only thing we can do now is to find a chance to open the space-time gate. There are 4 half-step immortal realm experts chasing after us. Tell me, how do we open the space-time gate? Hui said powerlessly. Qin Feiyong turned to look at the 4 and said in a deep voice, Opportunities are fought for. Hui nodded and said, Okay, you think of a way. We'll listen to your arrangements. Qin Feiyong lowered his head, his mind spinning rapidly. He would definitely think of a way. However, Before he could think of a way, another change occurred. Boom! Suddenly, two terrifying killing auras appeared. Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly shivered and hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw two black lights flying out from the heads of the multicolor-robed woman and the treasure pavilion master. It's the killing intent of the ancestral dragon. Hua Yi was shocked. What? The killing intent of the ancestral dragon. Demon Ancestor and the others turned pale. Although they had never fought with the ancestral dragon, they could imagine that it was definitely stronger than these half-step immortal realm experts. Such an existence, even if it was just two killing intents, was not something they could deal with. Chapter 2304. As soon as the two killing intents appeared, they tore through the sky like lightning and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. Their speed was much faster than Hua Yi's. They were not on the same level at all. Have you thought of a way? Hui urged. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Before his voice died away, one of the killing intents swept over their heads and stopped in front of them. That peerlessly terrifying killing intent formed a terrifying blood-colored storm that cut off the path of Qin Feiyang and the others. Let's see where you can run to this time. The other killing intent was behind Qin Feiyang and the others, letting out a terrifying grin. Are you done yet? Hua Yi said angrily. As long as you are alive, this matter will not be over. The two killing intents transformed into human forms, looking at Qin Feiyang and the others with a sneer on their faces. Demon Ancestor's eyes flashed slightly and said with a smile, Lord Ancestral Dragon, this matter has nothing to do with us. Why don't you let us go? Anyone who is related to Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian will be killed without mercy. The two killing intents roared and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others with a monstrous aura. Let's go to the castle first. Hui shouted. He had experienced the strength of the killing intents. Even if he awakened the teleportation divine artifact, he was still not their match. If they continued to fight with them, they would all be wiped out even without Shen Qianshan and the others taking action. Therefore, avoiding the battle was the wisest choice. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and immediately led the others into the castle. You have nowhere to run. The two killing intents roared and surged with killing intent. A giant enchantment instantly appeared and enveloped the void. Originally, when they entered the castle, Qin Feiyang was prepared to use the castle to escape. Because of the divine moon jade pendant, ancestral dragons killing intents and Shen Qianshan and the others were unable to find traces of the castle. However, ancestral dragons killing intents were smart and immediately created an enchantment to trap the castle inside. This time, even with the divine moon jade pendant, he could not escape. The two killing intents stood inside the enchantment and used their divine sense to scan the void. They did not find any traces of the ancient castle and knew that Qin Feiyang must have used the heavenly domain divine stone. However, they didn't really care. They looked at Shen Qianshan and the other three and shouted, Revive the heaven-defying divine artifact for me and blast open his spatial divine artifact. The multicolor-clothed woman replied respectfully. With a wave of his hand, a thin sword appeared with a loud clang. The thin sword was 3 feet long. It was about 2 fingers wide. It was as if it was made of 5-colored divine stone, and it was suffused with dazzling 5-colored divine light. Let's begin. The multicolor-clothed woman looked at Shen Qianshan's group and said. The 3 of them nodded. Whoosh! The 4 of them immediately rose into the air and landed right above the barrier. Clang! The 5-colored divine sword floated in front of them. As their divine power flowed in, it immediately released a destructive aura. Vice Peak Master, you must not fully recover. Otherwise, half of the Eastern Tomb will be destroyed. Shen Qianshan thought to himself. Don't worry. The heaven-punishing divine sword is currently in a state of self-sealing. It will not fully recover. Besides, with our cultivation, we can't fully recover the heaven-defying divine artifact. The multicolor-clothed woman said. That's good. Shen Qianshan heaved a sigh of relief and sent a voice transmission to the pavilion master and Chou Tianwei. Are we really going to attack Qin Feiyang? Chou Tianwei sighed. The killing intent of the ancestral dragon is here. What can we do? Shin Qianshan glanced at the two killing intents and said to himself, "You don't know who the spy hiding beside Qin Feiyang is?" "We don't know. He has to investigate it himself. And we have to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk to him." Cho Tianwei sent a voice transmission. Although the pavilion master didn't say anything, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Because, if this spy was not eliminated as soon as possible, the treasure pavilion would be implicated sooner or later. Clang. The heaven-punishing divine sword trembled in the void, exuding a destructive aura. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the heaven-punishing divine sword in the image and couldn't help but turn pale. "My lord, what should we do?" Mo Long looked at the demon ancestor helplessly. Zhang Xiaoyang had long been scared out of his wits. At this moment, there was nothing but despair and fear in his heart. The demon ancestor sighed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have harmed you again." "Harm me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Could the demon ancestor be the spy? "If I had taken the initiative to look for you 2 days ago, you wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation now," the demon ancestor said. "So it's because of this?" Qin Feiyang mumbled. The demon ancestor shouldn't be a spy. That was because he understood the demon ancestor quite well. Although he did things by hook or by crook, in some aspects he had principles. For example, pride. The demon ancestor wouldn't listen to others and come to his side to be a spy. If the demon ancestor wasn't a spy, Mo Long naturally wasn't either. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't seem to be a spy either because it could be seen from his current performance. Since the demon ancestor, Mo Long, and Zhang Xiaoyang weren't spies, then there were only Fire Lotus, Hui and White-Eyed Wolf left in the ancient castle. Fire Lotus, Hui and White-Eyed Wolf couldn't be spies either. But there were only these few people here. If they weren't spies, then who was the spy? This spy had to be found immediately, because this spy might be able to help them escape this calamity. Wait. I seem to have overlooked someone. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled as he turned to look behind him. Behind him, other than the demon ancestor, Fire Lotus, and a woman. It was the woman who accompanied him to drink in immortal intoxication. At this moment, the woman was also looking at the Sky Destroyer sword in the image. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. She had a very frightened look. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he walked to Fire Lotus's side and brought Fire Lotus to the Black Tortoise world. Where did he go? Zhang Xiaoyang was surprised. I don't know. Hui shook his head. Black Tortoise world. Above the herb field. Qin Dage, what's wrong? Fire Lotus looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang asked, Did that woman send a message to anyone just now? Send a message? Fire Lotus was slightly stunned as she shook her head. I've been watching her, but I didn't see her sending a message to anyone. Are you sure you've been watching her? Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus nodded and said, She hasn't left my line of sight. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang said, Shin Qianshan told me and Hui that there's a spy. What? Fire Lotus was shocked. The Devil Ancestors trio, you, Hui and White-Eyed Wolf, can't be a spy. So, I suspect that woman. Because from the beginning to the end, only she was by our side. Qin Feiyang said. Wait, let me think carefully and see if I missed anything. Fire Lotus lowered her head and recalled. Hurry up. Qin Feiyang urged. He also didn't want to urge Fire Lotus, but there was no other way. Time waits for no one. I can confirm that she has been in the hall and hasn't left my line of sight. Fire Lotus looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, Strange. Then who is this spy? Qin Feiyang frowned. Fire Lotus asked, What did Shin Qianshan say? He gave Hui a note. There are only 10 words on it. There's a spy by your side. Don't send a message. Qin Feiyang said. Wait, don't send a message? What does that mean? Sending a message is a spiritual communication. Even if the spy is by our side, he can't hear it, right? Fire Lotus said. Why did he tell us not to send a message? Qin Feiyang muttered. Fire Lotus frowned, and suddenly her body trembled slightly. She said, Qin Dage, do you still remember the situation when you fought with Long Zun in the Sky Dragon Sea? Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus said, I remember that Long Zun seemed to have said that she could hear other people's messages. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He thought carefully and nodded. She did say that. Could it be that the spy by our side is Long Zun? Impossible. With Long Zun's strength, why would she need to be so sneaky? Besides, she can't leave the Divine Land. But since it's a spy, it must be related to the dragons. Maybe she received Long Zun's inheritance and inherited this ability. Fire Lotus said. I seem to remember Long Zun saying that this ability is one of her innate divine powers. Innate divine powers can't be inherited. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then that's strange. Fire Lotus muttered and frowned. Could it be that other than innate divine powers, there are some divine arts in the world that also have this ability? Let's not talk about this first. Do you think that woman could be a spy? Qin Feiyang said. It's hard to say, because her appearance is too unusual. And I also heard your conversation in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Based on my intuition, I feel that she seems to be trying to curry favor with you. Fire Lotus pondered. Curry favor, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Fire Lotus asked, why don't we test it first? Okay. And we have to use the right method. Otherwise, if she is really a spy, then she will definitely think that someone is secretly informing me. And this time, only Shen Qianshan and the other three came. At that time, it will be easy to suspect them. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. No matter what, we can't implicate Shen Qianshan and the others. Fire Lotus nodded. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Fire Lotus back to the ancient castle. Clang. Outside. The sky-punishing sword had also recovered to an extremely terrifying level. Even though they were separated by the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang and the others could feel a great sense of danger. You still have the mood to run around now? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus appear, Hui immediately shouted in annoyance. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at him, then glanced at the demon ancestor and the other two. He said in a low voice, Shen Qianshan and the others suddenly came. The more I think about it, the more I find it strange. How did they know our location? The demon ancestor said, there's only one explanation. Someone tipped them off. I think so too. So I suspect that there is a spy among us. Qin Feiyang said. This way, this spy would not link it to Shen Qianshan and the others. The demon ancestor nodded. Mo Long looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. You can't be suspecting us again, right? Chapter 2305. Not only am I suspicious of you guys, but I am also suspicious of Hui and Fire Lotus. Because everyone is a possibility. Qin Feiyang said. Damn. You even suspect me and Fire Lotus? Are you still human? Let's talk about it later. Now is the time to find a spy. Even if we find a spy, what can we do? I don't believe that this spy can help us escape this calamity. Hui said angrily. Brother Hui, can you talk less? Qin Dage definitely has his reasons for doing this. Fire Lotus said unhappily. Fine. Anyway, in your eyes, everything he does is reasonable. Everything he says is right. If you want to find one, then hurry up. Otherwise, we will all be finished. Hui said. There seemed to be a bit of jealousy in his tone. All right. Let's quickly solve this matter. Qin Feiyang looked at Demon Ancestor and said, You know about puppet techniques, right? Of course I know. Demon Ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Puppet techniques are the fastest and most effective way. That's right. I'll go first. Demon Ancestor said. All right. Qin Feiyang immediately formed a seal. Puppet techniques. The woman standing next to Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang's hands, and her eyes flashed slightly. Almost in the blink of an eye. A puppet imprint appeared. But at this time, Demon Dragon stood in front of Qin Feiyang and looked at Demon Ancestor. Lord, this puppet technique directly reads memories. You move aside. But without waiting for Demon Dragon to finish, Demon Ancestor said, Lord, Demon Dragon shouted. I'm open and aboveboard. Why would I be afraid of Qin Feiyang reading memories? Move aside immediately. Demon Ancestor shouted. Demon Dragon sighed and retreated to the side. He was not really afraid that Qin Feiyang would read the Demon Alpha's memories. He was worried that Qin Feiyang would take the opportunity to control the Demon Alpha. Because once he was controlled by the puppet technique, he would become Qin Feiyang's puppet, and he could do whatever he wanted. Reading memories. The woman standing beside the fire lotus heard the conversation between the demon ancestor and the demon dragon. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Suddenly, she raised her red lips and looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't waste so much effort. The spy you're looking for is me. Qin Feiyang abruptly turned around. Hui Yi and the others also looked at the woman. In any case, you'll know after reading my memories. So, I might as well just admit it. The woman smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the puppet imprint dissipated. He said, Aren't you nervous at all? Why should I be nervous? Do you still dare to kill me in this situation? There was a hint of ridicule on the woman's face. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Clang. At this moment, a deafening sound came from outside. Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look at the scene in front of them, only to see the heaven-punishing divine sword falling down. The enchantment formed by the two killing intents was instantly shattered. The heaven-punishing divine sword fell, its sharp edge tearing through the sky, and finally slashing down towards the sea below. Boom! Crash! The waves rolled, covering the sky and the sun. Because they couldn't use their spiritual will to capture the ancient castle, the heaven-punishing divine sword couldn't accurately strike the ancient castle. However, even if it was only the sharp edge of the heaven-punishing divine sword, it still created dazzling sparks on the ancient castle. The appearance of the sparks was equivalent to exposing the traces of the ancient castle. Quick, over there! Ancestral Gragon's two killing intents immediately pointed to the ancient castle and shouted. The woman in colorful clothes also saw the sparks. She immediately controlled the heaven-punishing divine sword and slashed towards the ancient castle. That was only for an instant. Qin Feiyang wanted to control the ancient castle to dodge, but it was too late. Clang. This time, the heaven-punishing divine sword slashed the ancient castle. The ancient castle suddenly shook violently. The sound of the heaven-punishing divine sword colliding with the ancient castle tore the eardrums of Qin Feiyang and the others. Arrows of blood spurted out from the wound. However, even if it took a direct hit, the ancient castle didn't seem to have suffered any damage. Even so, Qin Feiyang was extremely worried. Hui Yi shouted, Don't just stand there. Take advantage of this moment to control the ancient castle and leave. Qin Feiyang was worried about the ancient castle's safety. Hearing Hui Yi's words, he suddenly quivered and immediately controlled the ancient castle to escape into the sky. However, after all, he was only a low-level divine lord. The speed of controlling the ancient castle was only the speed of a low-level divine lord. However, the woman in colorful clothes was a true half-step undying realm expert. How fast was her speed? She grabbed the heaven-punishing divine sword and repeatedly teleported. Every time she teleported, she could accurately slash the ancient castle again with the help of the sparks created by the collision between the heaven-punishing divine sword and the ancient castle. In less than 3 breaths, the ancient castle was hit more than 10 times. Inside the ancient castle, it was also like an overturned river and sea. Qin Feiyang and the group staggered and found it difficult to even stand. See, this is the difference in cultivation. Even if you have the heavenly domain divine stone, even if there is no barrier to seal the ancient castle, you can't escape from their hands now. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He said, Don't we still have you? Me. The woman was slightly taken aback and asked, You can't be thinking of using me to threaten them, right? Qin Feiyang said, Don't tell me you don't have the value. Of course I have the value. You can say that. If I fall into your hands, the ancestral dragons will be afraid of you. The woman smiled proudly and said, But you can't do it because you don't have the ability. What? Even the ancestral dragons will be afraid of you? Hui Yi's expression froze as he sent a voice transmission. Is it that exaggerated? How would I know? However, since she dares to be so fearless, her identity is definitely not simple. Qin Feiyang thought. Who cares if she's simple or not? Take her down first. Hui Yi snorted and rushed to the front of the woman. Qin Feiyang didn't have the ability, but could it be that he, a half-step immortal, also didn't have the ability? There was a price to pay for being arrogant. However, the woman looked at Hui Yi without changing her expression. You better be like what you said, you have the value. Hui Yi raised his arm and grabbed the woman's arm. But in the end, before he could touch the woman's clothes, a milky white light suddenly emerged from the woman's body. Immediately after, that milky white light covered the woman's entire body, and it looked like a layer of crystal film. Hui was surprised. But he didn't retract his arm. After all, with his cultivation in front of him, he still had the confidence. However, when Hui Yi's hand touched that layer of milky white light, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His body trembled and then he was sent flying. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. What's going on? Hui Yi steadied his footsteps and looked at the woman in disbelief. Half-step immortal, so what? The woman smiled coldly and arrogantly. Hui Yi suddenly felt a great humiliation. His divine power surged out like a tide and pounced on the woman. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. When the divine power hit the woman, it actually began to melt. In the end, Hui Yi's divine power actually slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. And there wasn't the slightest injury on the woman's body. It was as if that divine power had never appeared before. What the hell is going on? Hui Yi was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbfounded. Hui Yi, a half-step immortal, actually couldn't do anything to the woman? The woman looked at Hui Yi with a trace of contempt in her eyes and said indifferently, as long as I don't want to, you can't even get close to me. Hui Yi's eyes were gloomy. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have noticed something and said in a low voice, Hui Yi, don't you feel that the aura emitting from her body is somewhat familiar? Familiar? Hui Yi was slightly taken aback and carefully looked at her. The next moment, their eyes suddenly trembled and they shouted in unison, What's your relationship with Long Zun? Only now did you realize it? You're too slow. The woman looked at the two with a playful expression. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi's expressions were unprecedentedly heavy. The aura emitted from the milky white light was exactly the same as the aura that Long Zun had emitted. If they remembered correctly, Long Zun's divine power was also milky white. Could it be that the mysterious power protecting the woman was Long Zun's divine power? If that was the case, then this woman must have an extremely close relationship with Long Zun. Because if she was just an ordinary person, Long Zun wouldn't protect her like this. My identity is actually not that important. I just want to know, are you desperate now? The woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others with a harmless smile on her face. Hui Yi clenched his fists. I advise you not to do it again. Because if I'm angry, you'll all die today. But if I'm happy, maybe I'll let ancestral dragon's killing intent let you go. The woman said. Tell me your conditions. Qin Feiyang said. If the woman really wanted him dead, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to get close to him. I like your cleverness. My condition is very simple. No matter where you go in the future, you have to take me with you. And you have to listen to my every word. As long as you can do it, I promise to let you enter divine land alive. The woman said. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at each other and frowned. Is it really that simple? The woman nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, I promise you. Straightforward. The woman chuckled and said, Send me out now. Don't think about taking the opportunity to escape, because you won't be able to. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply and waved his hand. The woman immediately appeared in the void outside. The woman in colorful clothes was slashing her sword at the ancient castle. The woman's appearance was without warning, so the sky-piercing divine sword in her hand slashed at the woman's waist. Stop it. Ancestral Gragon's two murderous intents suddenly had a change in expression when they saw this scene. They hurriedly cried out towards the colorful clothed lady. The woman in colorful clothes was stunned. She quickly withdrew her sword and retreated to the side, looking at the woman in surprise. Who is it? Xin Qianshan, the Chou Tianwei, and Bao Gu were also surprised. You don't have to interfere with the matters here. Go. The woman ignored Xin Qianshan and the others and looked at ancestral dragons killing intents. The two killing intents were stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" The woman shouted, "I said, I want you to disappear immediately." The two killing intents looked at each other and were caught off guard. Chapter 2306. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on the woman's face. Do you need me to say it again? No need, no need. The two killing intents hurriedly waved their hands and then immediately dissipated in the void. What's going on? Xin Qianshan and the other three looked at each other. Who was this woman? Even the ancestral dragon did not dare to disobey? Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbfounded at this scene. It was really too unbelievable. The ancestral dragon was an existence second only to the dragon sovereign. Could be said that it was below one person and above tens of thousands. But now, with just one sentence, it made the two killing intents dissipate. And looking at the two killing intents expressions, they seemed to be filled with fear of the woman. What kind of identity did she need to be able to do this? What was her relationship with him? Hui came back to his senses and suddenly patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, shouting, "If you don't leave now, when will you?" Qin Feiyang quivered. He immediately steered the ancient castle and flew away without looking back. Don't think of escaping? Can't escape? How would you know if you don't try? Outside, the fluctuations gradually disappeared. Xin Qianshan and the other three did not leave. The aura of the heaven-punishing sword also gradually subsided. They were all smart people. From the reaction of the two killing intents, the woman in front of them was definitely one of the dragons. And her status among the dragons was higher than the ancestral dragon. So, before the woman spoke, they did not dare to leave. About a moment later, the remaining fluctuations of the heaven-punishing sword completely dissipated. The mysterious power on the woman's body also converged into her body. Immediately, she looked up at the void and said, "Qin Feiyang, come out." However, there was no response. The woman immediately raised her eyebrows and said, "Qin Feiyang, did you hear that?" Still no response. The woman's face suddenly turned cold, and wisps of milky white light appeared in her eyes, sweeping across the void. Boom! Immediately, a burst of anger suddenly erupted. He actually dared to take the opportunity to escape. The woman looked at Xin Qianshan and the other three and said, "The four of you, immediately go back and seal the teleportation altar. You must find Qin Feiyang for me." The four of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. "You didn't hear me? You want to die. Don't forget that the killing intent of the ancestral dragon still exists in the Eastern Tomb. How dare you disobey my orders? All of you must die." The woman shouted. The eyes of the four trembled, and they immediately turned around and flew away. That's right. Even though the ancestral dragon had lost 4 of its murderous intents, there was still one left inside the Peak Master's body. If this killing intent were to attack, none of them would be able to survive. "How dare you fool me? Wait!" the woman muttered, and then she transformed into a ray of flowing light that vanished into the horizon like a bolt of lightning. In the sky above a sea area, an ancient castle was moving as fast as lightning. How terrifying! She can't be Long Zun himself, right? Hui was bewildered. The last time Long Zun appeared, she covered her face. "I don't know what she looks like. But I don't think it's her." Fire Lotus whispered. "Definitely not. First of all, Long Zun cannot leave the Divine Prefecture. If she is really Long Zun, or a killing intent of Long Zun, then she will definitely not negotiate with me. She will kill me directly." Qin Feiyang said. "That makes sense." Hui nodded and pondered for a while. The pavilion master of the Eastern Tomb Treasure Pavilion must have been to the Divine Prefecture. She knows more about the dragons than we do. Why don't we find a chance to ask her? Qin Feiyang said, judging from her previous reaction, she doesn't seem to know. But she must know that among the dragons, other than Long Zun, there is no one else who is higher in position than the ancestral dragon. Hui said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. Okay, let's find a chance to ask her. But before that, let's make some preparations first. What preparations? Hui was suspicious. Do you want to be so passive like this time? Of course not. Hui said. This feeling was too sullen. That's it. It just so happens that we are in the Tianluo Sea. When we have enough blood to open the slaughter domain, we will go find the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. No matter what, the identity of this woman must be clear. Otherwise, without any clues, they would not know how to deal with her. Who is Long Zun? What's the matter with the dragons? The demon ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui suspiciously. You don't know about the dragons? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. The demon ancestor said. It's a long story. Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle and flew towards the depths of the Tianluo Sea. At the same time, he told the demon ancestor about the dragons without holding back. He also told the demon ancestor why the dragons were chasing him. Because the demon ancestor would know about this sooner or later. Time was like sand between fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Under Hui's lead, Qin Feiyang's group fought in the Tianluo Sea for 3 days and 3 nights. The blood accumulated in the Black Tortoise world was enough for Qin Feiyang to activate the slaughter domain twice. On the morning of the 4th day, they washed up, changed into clean clothes, and returned the way they came. I remember you said that there's something called the Heavenly Lingji that's very helpful in recovering memories. Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor and said. The demon ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the demon ancestor and asked, Is it really useful? I don't know. I heard it from others. The demon ancestor shook his head. Then, did you find the Heavenly Lingji? Qin Feiyang asked. These years, I entered the Heavenly Lingji several times, but I didn't find it. I also went to the treasure pavilion to ask, but they didn't find it either. The demon ancestor said. It's so rare? Qin Feiyang frowned. Even the Heavenly Cloud Mountain's resource hall doesn't have the Heavenly Lingji. I can't help but wonder if this thing exists or not. The demon ancestor sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. If this thing really exists, I have to look for it. Because not only Lin Yi, but Fire Lotus also needs it. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle and finally left the Tianluo Sea. On the coast, he didn't find any suspicious people. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. That woman doesn't know where we went at all. Now, maybe she has already left Dongling. Hui said. I don't think so. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Are you sure? Hui looked at him in surprise. Because if she has left Dongling, Chou Tianwei and Shun Qianshan should have sent me a message. Qin Feiyang said. The Tianluo Sea can't send messages. The demon ancestor shook his head. Can't send messages? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. Since the Tianluo Sea is the same as the Sky Dragon Sea, it naturally can't send messages, nor can it open the altar. Hui asked, Do you want to take the initiative to send a message to Shun Qianshan and Chou Tianwei? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. We can't take the risk. It's better to be safe than sorry. Hui said, If you don't send a message, are you going to find the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion directly? I can't go to her directly. I don't know what's going on. I feel that no matter where I go, it's not safe. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, feeling a little irritated. You are scared by that woman. Hui said. Qin Feiyang did not deny it and said, In short, no mistakes can be made now. Let me think about it. After speaking, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Hui thought for a while and said, Why don't we go back to the North region directly and ask the pavilion master of the North region? Not going to the North region. I still want to get rid of the killing intent hidden in the main body of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi was stunned and said speechlessly, "Aren't you asking for trouble? These troubles were caused by me in the first place. If we don't get rid of this killing intent, Heavenly Cloud Mountain will always be under the surveillance of the ancestral dragon. If it were you, would you have a good time? Besides, Shen Qianshan helped us so much. We should help Heavenly Cloud Mountain get rid of this disaster." Qin Feiyang said. Hui looked helpless. "There's no other way. That's his character. As long as others treat him well, he will repay them tenfold or even 100-fold. Similarly, if someone wants to harm him, he will repay them tenfold or 100-fold. The fiend ancestor smiled. To put it nicely, it's called being loyal. To put it bluntly, it's called being stupid. I really don't know how this guy survived until now. Hui looked down on him. As the saying goes, stupid people have stupid luck. The reason why Mu Tianyang and I were defeated by him is because of this. The fiend ancestor shook his head and sighed. Tell me about it. Hui looked at him curiously. Generally speaking, in the eyes of ordinary people, subordinates are cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if they die. But Qin Feiyang is different. He treats each of his subordinates like his own family. Even if he obtains treasures, he would rather not give them to his subordinates first. Because of this, every one of his subordinates will never abandon him. Even in the face of death, they won't back down. Until now, I still remember when he waged an all-out war on Demon Dragon Island. His subordinates, Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, Chui Li Willow Tree, Blood Qilin, Golden Leopard. Whether it's humans or beasts, they all risk their lives for him. There's also the inner demons. The friendship between him and the inner demons is something I have never seen before. They are even willing to die for each other. The reason why he can come to this day is because of these people and beasts, silently helping and supporting him behind his back. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but the Blood Qilin was once my subordinate. The fiend ancestor shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your subordinate? Hui was shocked. As my subordinates, they chose to submit to Qin Feiyang and fought bloody battles for him. You should be able to imagine how well he treats his subordinates. The fiend ancestor said. Hui looked at the fiend ancestor with sympathy. It was at this moment. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He looked up at Hui and smiled. I thought of someone who can help us. Hui was slightly stunned and asked. Miss Tianxian. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 2307. Her. Hui was slightly stunned and asked, Are you sure she can help us? Whether she can or not, we'll know once we meet her. You guys stay in the castle. Hui and I will go out. Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor and Mo Long. The two nodded. Think about how to settle Zhang Xiaoyang down. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to the demon ancestor and left the castle with Hui, descending above a mountain ridge. In the mountains below, two beasts at the paramount god level saw Qin Feiyang and Hui and immediately bared their fangs and rushed out. Are you courting death? Hui lowered his head and stared. The two beasts' eyes suddenly widened. How could it be these two? Then, they ran away with their tails between their legs without looking back. Look at you, how fierce are you? Even the beasts are afraid of you. Qin Feiyang teased. No. You're the one who scared them. Look at the eastern tomb now. Who doesn't know your name, Qin Feiyang? Hui grinned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Such a flamboyant person could actually be humble. It was really unheard of. In terms of reputation, Qin Feiyang and Hui should be equally matched in the eastern tomb. But the person everyone was truly afraid of was Hui. As for Qin Feiyang, after all, he was only a minor divine lord. If it weren't for Hui, this bodyguard, no one would be afraid of him. Qin Feiyang took out 2 illusory form pills and threw one to Hui. Hui grabbed the illusory form pill and directly put it into his mouth, changing his appearance into an extremely ordinary black-haired middle-aged man. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He also took the illusory form pill and turned into a white-haired old man. He opened an altar without saying a word. The two stepped on the altar one after another. The next moment, the two appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Although it was still morning, there were already many customers in the Heaven Immortal Tower. After entering the Heaven Immortal Tower, don't transmit your voice. Qin Feiyang thought. I know. Hui nodded. After all, they didn't know where the woman was right now, so they had to be careful just in case. A waiter came up to welcome them. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Please come in. Hui nodded and walked towards the door. Brat, don't you know how to lend your father a hand? But at this moment, a hoarse and angry voice sounded. Hui was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang. What are you looking at? Can't you see that I can't even stand properly? What an unfilial son! Qin Feiyang said angrily. Hui was stunned. The nearby shop assistant looked at Hui and ran to Qin Feiyang, saying, Old man, I'll help you in. Thank you. Qin Feiyang laughed hoarsely. It's okay. There's a hurdle ahead, old man, be careful. The shop assistant supported Qin Feiyang and slowly walked into the restaurant with a polite smile. What the sensible child. If my unfilial son is half as sensible as you, this old man will be satisfied. Qin Feiyang walked shakily while patting the shop assistant's arm. Hearing this, the shop assistant glanced at Hui behind him. A trace of disgust crept up in his eyes. Who did I provoke? Hui suddenly couldn't help but be annoyed. He actually pretended to be his father? How could he be so excessive? The shop assistant asked, Old man, do you want to sit in the hall or go to the private room upstairs? Private room. Qin Feiyang looked upstairs. His old eyes were full of longing. After a long time, he shook his head and said, Forget it. My unfilial son treats money as his life. If I say I want to go to the private room upstairs, he might kick me out. My old bones can't withstand such a torment. Let's just sit in the hall. Looking at the pitiful Qin Feiyang, the shop assistant was even more disgusted with Hui behind him. All right then. The shop assistant nodded and smiled. He supported Qin Feiyang and walked to a table nearby. When Qin Feiyang sat down, he let go. Hui stood aside, frowning. Old man, what do you want to eat? The shop assistant asked with a smile. Just a few dishes and a pot of wine. This wine must be good. Qin Feiyang said. Old man, at your age, it's best not to drink. The shop assistant kindly reminded him. This old man is already so old, how could he dare to drink? This wine is for him. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and pointed at Hui. The shop assistant looked at Hui and then at Qin Feiyang. He nodded and said with a smile, Understood, understood. I will immediately prepare it. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the shop assistant turned around and coldly looked at Hui. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. Then, the shop assistant ran to the counter without looking back. This bad temper of mine, Hui was incomparably angry. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang and angrily said, Qin Feiyang, have you played enough? Qin Feiyang's face changed and immediately glared at him. Didn't he say not to send a message? Why didn't he remember? He even called out his name. Hui raised his eyebrows and said, I can't stand it anymore. You're going too far. You can't stand it anymore? You're too narrow-minded. A few days ago, when you were in the Zhang family, I didn't get angry. Qin Feiyang also let it go. Anyway, he had already prepared enough blood. Even if that woman was hiding in the Heaven Immortal Tower, he could just fight. So you're taking revenge on me now? Who's the narrow-minded one? Hui was furious. This is called an eye for an eye. Speaking of which, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage now. Qin Feiyang said. You're the one who's at a disadvantage? Can you be more shameless? Hui was powerless. I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. You pretended to be my grandfather, and I pretended to be your father. There's a difference of one generation. Qin Feiyang said. Fine, fine, fine. I can't win against you. Do whatever you want. Hui said. That's right, good son. Qin Feiyang chuckled, dragging out the words, obedient son, for a long time. Hui almost went berserk. Endure. Not long later, the shop assistant ran over with 3 dishes, a pot of wine, a wine cup, and 2 sets of tableware. Elder, please enjoy. If there's anything you need, just call me. After Hui placed the dishes, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Thank you. It's fine." The shop assistant smiled and looked at Hui with disdain before turning to leave. Looking at the shop assistant's eyes and then looking at the proud smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he had an impulse to flip the table. "Good son, don't you like to drink? Quickly taste it. How is this wine? Is it to your taste?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Just about enough. Don't go overboard." Hui glared at Qin Feiyang. He picked up the wine pot and poured a cup. After tasting it, he shook his head and said, "It's far from being comparable to the immortal wine. Too demanding." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Hui's eyes turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "How about this? Let's make a bet." "What bet?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "If you have a way to make the Heaven Immortal Tower give us another pot of immortal wine for free, I will call you father in front of everyone. If you can't do it, you have to call me grandfather in front of everyone." Hui said. He really couldn't swallow this resentment. Hence, he thought of such a method to take revenge on Qin Feiyang. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would refuse. After all, the Heaven Immortal Tower never sold immortal wine. However, when his voice faded, Qin Feiyang didn't even consider and asked, "Really? You really dare to bet?" Hui was stunned. He sized up Qin Feiyang. Wasn't he too confident? But since he had already said it, how could he admit defeat? "Really?" Hui nodded. "Okay, just wait. See how I will get you a pot of immortal wine," Qin Feiyang said. "Remember, it's free." Hui said. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. His eyes flashed slightly as he looked at the waiter and smiled. "Little brother, come over for a while." When the waiter heard this, he immediately ran to Qin Feiyang's side and asked with a smile, "Senior, what do you need?" "Little brother, does your Heaven Immortal Tower have a peerless divine wine called immortal wine?" Qin Feiyang asked. "That's right." The waiter nodded and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang said, "Can I beg this little brother to give me a pot?" The waiter was put in a difficult position. "Senior, you are going overboard. Such good wine, how can others give it to you for no reason? Besides, this immortal wine might not be able to buy it even if you have money. It's not easy for the waiter either. Don't make things difficult for him. He can't make this decision either." The guests at the nearby tables had long noticed Qin Feiyang. When they heard Qin Feiyang making such an unreasonable request, they immediately stood up to help the waiter. Qin Feiyang hurriedly grabbed the armrest of the chair and stood up. He looked at the guests and said, I'm sorry to disturb everyone's mood, it's fine. It's just that your request is too difficult." The guests at the other tables saw that Qin Feiyang's attitude wasn't bad, and they were indeed a little pitiful. Hence, they didn't say much. This old man knows. But this old man really wants a pot of immortal wine. I won't hide it from everyone. This old man's lifespan has reached its end. This might be my last meal. Cough, cough. As he spoke, Qin Feiyang kept coughing. "Senior, speak slowly. Don't be agitated." The waiter and the guests at the other tables quickly gathered around and looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. Really good at acting. Hui sat opposite him, his eyes full of contempt. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. There are still many good people in this world." Someone asked, "Senior, why do you want immortal wine?" "I won't hide it from everyone. In fact, it's for this unfilial son of mine. Although this child is not sensible, he is still my son. He has always dreamed of drinking a mouthful of immortal wine, so this old man wants to satisfy his wish before he dies. But this old man has no strength to truss a chicken, and I don't have so much money, so I can only thicken my skin and make such an unreasonable request. Little brother, this old man knows that this will make things difficult for you. But this old man begs you, help this old man. This old man will kneel down for you. Qin Feiyang grabbed the waiter's hand and cried. After that, he really knelt on the ground. Thuf, thuf, thuf. The waiter quickly stopped Qin Feiyang. Waiter, this old man is really too pitiful. Please help him. How about this? We will pool our money and buy it from you. The guests at the other tables looked at the waiter and said they couldn't bear it. This isn't a matter of helping or not. You are all regular customers of my Heaven Immortal Tower. You must know that we don't sell this immortal wine, we only auction it. The waiter looked at the group of people with a difficult expression. Chapter 2308. We know the rules of your Heaven Immortal Tower. But there's a good saying. Rules are dead while people are alive. It isn't easy for this old man, please be understanding. The group of people persuaded. The waiter hesitated for a while. He looked at everyone and said, how about this, I will go and ask the manager. Everyone nodded. Old man, please take a seat first. You have to ask the manager of our Heaven Immortal Tower first. The waiter looked at Qin Feiyang and said, many thanks, little brother. Qin Feiyang was so grateful that he shed tears. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. The manager might not agree. But I will tell the manager about your situation. Just wait for a moment. After the waiter finished speaking, he turned and ran toward the back hall. Old man, don't be anxious. Everyone is reasonable. I believe the manager will definitely give it to you. As for this son of yours, he is really, as you said, unfilial. The group of people looked at Hui Yi in disdain. What's wrong with me? Hui Yi frowned. Are you still reasonable? Look at your father. In order to satisfy such a small wish of yours, he almost knelt down. But as his son, you actually remained indifferent. I feel that it's not worth it for the old man. How did he raise such a heartless bastard? If it was me, I would have strangled you to death long ago. All of them stared at Hui Yi in anger. Right now, Hui Yi only had a single feeling. He had to suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. Why did he have to make a bet with this bastard? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Not long later, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the manager walked out from the back hall. The waiter followed behind him, carrying a wine flask in his hands. It can't be, right? Hui Yi stared at the wine flask in the waiter's hands, feeling extremely nervous. Please don't let it be the heavenly immortal wine. Otherwise, he would really lose a lot of face. The manager and the waiter walked over. The waiter immediately brought the wine flask to Qin Feiyang and smiled. Old man, our manager heard about your situation and felt that it isn't easy for you. Hence, he kindly gave you a flask of heavenly immortal wine. Thank you, steward. Qin Feiyang took the flagon excitedly, tears streaming down his face. It's over. Hui Yi slumped in his seat. This bastard is too good at acting. Tears welled up in her eyes. It would be a pity if she didn't become an actress. I'm fine. The manager smiled faintly and lowered his head to look at Hui Yi and said, Brother, you don't look young anymore. How can you be like this? What do I look like? Hui Yi looked at him in astonishment. How stubborn. Let me tell you, it's because of your father that I'm giving you a pot of immortal wine. If it were you, even if you gave me a legendary divine artifact, I wouldn't even bat an eye. Because a person like you is not worthy, something's wrong. You don't even have the qualifications to enter my Heaven Immortal Tower. The steward said with a cold expression. Hui Yi felt extremely wronged. Qin Feiyang placed the flagon on the table and pushed it in front of Hui Yi. He smiled and said, Good son, this is the immortal wine that you've always wanted to drink. Quickly try it. Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in annoyance. What's with your gaze? You're actually glaring at your father. Heavens, I've never seen such a bastard like you before. No. You're not human at all. You're a beast. Even beasts have more conscience than you. Everyone raged. Hui Yi looked at everyone's angry expressions and knew that this time, things had gotten out of hand. If this continued, these people would most likely gang up on him. Hui Yi coughed dryly. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Father, thank you. Good son. Qin Feiyang chuckled, his face filled with gratification. That's more like it. Even a dog knows how to protect its master, let alone a human. If a human isn't filial, they're worse than dogs and pigs. Be more careful. It wasn't easy for your father to raise you. Everyone coldly snorted. Yes. Hui nodded and bowed. I will be filial to him in the future. It's not hopeless. The steward glanced at Hui and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, All right, everyone can disperse. Thank you, you're all good people. Qin Feiyang also looked at those people and said gratefully. Everyone smiled and didn't say anything more. They went back to their own places. The steward looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Then, old man, we won't disturb you anymore. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said gratefully again. It's fine. The steward waved his hand and turned to look at the waiter beside him. He ordered, Don't charge them for this meal. The waiter nodded. Then the steward and the waiter left. How was it? Qin Feiyang returned to his seat and looked at Hui with ridicule. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. You're my father. Hui said helplessly. Thinking about it, he had seen countless people, but this was the first time he saw someone who was so good at acting. Qin Feiyang said, If you really want to acknowledge me as your father, I don't mind. Scram. Hui glared at him fiercely. He took the immortal wine and drank it. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at the steward. The steward stood alone in front of the counter and seemed to be checking the account book. The waiter also went to busy himself. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He transmitted his voice. It's been so long, but that woman still hasn't appeared. Does that mean she's not in the Heaven Immortal Tower now? Not necessarily. Hui said. Not necessarily? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That woman is very smart. What if she's hiding and wants to know our next plan? Hui said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. No matter what, they couldn't implicate others. If it was really like what Hui said, that woman was hiding in the dark and wanted to know their next plan. Then now, if he transmitted his voice to the steward, he would undoubtedly implicate Miss Immortal. So, he had to think of a way to do it secretly. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang hid his hands under the table and took out a pen and paper. He wrote a line of words on the paper, then looked at the steward and said with a hoarse smile, Steward. The steward was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Old man, is there anything else? Qin Feiyang said, Can you help me get a wine cup? This old man also wants to try a peerless divine wine like the immortal wine. Sure. The steward nodded. He turned and took a wine cup from the wine cabinet and handed it to Qin Feiyang. You're really a good person. Qin Feiyang grabbed the steward's hand and smiled. The steward's pupils immediately shrank. Old man, don't say that. Everyone who comes is a guest. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded. The steward said, Then it's fine. I'll go back to work first. Sorry to trouble you. Qin Feiyang said. The steward shook his head, half-clenched his hand, turned back to the counter and continued to look at the account book. After looking for a while, he put down the account book and entered the back hall. He immediately opened his half-clenched hand. In his hand, there was a piece of paper. The steward opened the note. There was a line of scribbled words on it. Miss Immortal, see you at the South City Gate tonight. You want to see the OP? Immediately. The steward frowned. Who is this old man? He was sneaky. Would it be disadvantageous to the OP? But thinking about it, it was unlikely. Who in Dongling didn't know the OP's family background? No one had the guts. It might be something important. Thinking of this, the steward destroyed the note and took out the image crystal. Outside, Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and said with a smile, Good son, drink slowly, drink slowly. This is all yours. No one will snatch it from you. Hui gritted his teeth and drank one cup after another. You're still too young to fight with me. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled proudly. About a moment later, the steward finally came out from the back hall and stood in front of the counter, busy. Qin Feiyang glanced at the steward from the corner of his eyes and continued to look at Hui with a smile on his face. That gaze was really like a kind father looking at his beloved son. Hui didn't notice it at first. But gradually, Why did he feel a little uncomfortable? When he looked up and saw Qin Feiyang's expression, he couldn't help but angrily slap the table and say, "I've lost my appetite." Then he suddenly got up and walked outside without looking back. "Son, what are you doing? The wine hasn't been finished yet." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He hurriedly took the wine pot and chased after him. Seeing this, the steward hurriedly walked out and supported Qin Feiyang, saying, "Old man, walk slowly. If you fall, my heaven immortal tower can't afford to take responsibility." At the same time, he quickly stuffed a note to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said apologetically, "I'm really sorry to have caused trouble for your heaven immortal tower." The steward smiled and said, "It's okay, come again when you're free in the future." Then this wine. Qin Feiyang looked at the wine pot in his hand. The steward said, "Since it's for you, you can naturally take it away." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him repeatedly. "It's nothing." The steward smiled and waved to a waiter at the door, saying, "Send the old man out." The waiter immediately ran over and supported Qin Feiyang as they walked outside. What a pitiful old man. The steward shook his head and sighed. Isn't that so? Having such a son is simply suffering. The guests in the hall began to discuss again. Outside, on the street, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Hui Yi's face was filled with anger. Qin Feiyang had a look of ridicule, saying, "Are you going to take advantage of me in the future? Don't be cocky, there's still plenty of time in the future." Hui Yi coldly snorted. "Sure, I'm ready to accept your move at any time." Qin Feiyang chuckled, grabbed Hui Yi, and entered the ancient castle. Hui Yi immediately looked at Ancestor Demon, Fire Lotus, and the others, saying, "You guys judge for me, did he go overboard?" Looking at the flustered and exasperated Hui, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang revealed the note in his hand, looked at Hui Yi, and said with a smile, "Look, what is this?" Hui Yi was stunned. Ancestor Demon and the others also looked at the note suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "The steward gave this to me." "When did this happen? Why didn't I know?" Hui was surprised. "I was originally worried that I would give myself away, but now, even you didn't notice. This means that the steward and I put on a perfect show." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hui Yi raised his middle finger, saying, "Look, what's written on it?" Chapter 2309. Qin Feiyang opened the note, and 3 words immediately came into view. "See you at midnight." So straightforward? Isn't she afraid that we are bad guys? Hui Yi was surprised. She has such a powerful family background, why would she be afraid of bad guys? Do you still want the unfinished celestial immortal intoxication? Don't throw it away. Qin Feiyang shook the wine pot in his hand. Nonsense. Of course. Hui Yi snatched the wine pot from Qin Feiyang's hand. After suffering such a big grievance, wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't take it? What a drunkard. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Time flew by. At midnight, Qin Feiyang drove the castle and appeared outside the southern city gate. In front of the city gate, except for the 4 guards, there wasn't even a shadow. It was extremely quiet. Qin Feiyang didn't go out and waited quietly. About 100 breaths passed. Suddenly, 3 women in their 20s, dressed in the heavenly cloud mountain disciple uniform, walked out of the city gate. Looking around, the 3 of them rose into the air and flew towards the mountains outside the city. Is it them? Inside the castle. Yes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, 3 women, not one more, not one less. It can't be so coincidental, let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle and followed the 3 women into the depths of the mountain. About a moment later, the 3 women stopped at the top of a mountain and stood quietly. Qin Feiyang observed for a moment, looked at Hui Yi and said, "I'll go out and take a look, you guys wait for me here." "Be careful," Hui warned. Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately appeared on the top of the mountain in a flash. The 3 women looked at Qin Feiyang. The woman in the lead frowned and said, "It's really you." Because Qin Feiyang didn't change his appearance now. Qin Feiyang heard this, looked at the 3 women, and said with a smile, "Then it seems that I didn't guess wrong, it's you guys." The three women looked at each other and took out the facial restoration pill. Soon, his true appearance was revealed. Wasn't it Miss Fairy and her two maids? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "How did you know it was me?" Miss Fairy said indifferently, "Other than you, who else would sneakily pass a note to the steward? You even asked me to meet you at this time?" Miss Celestial is indeed intelligent. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Stop flattering me. If you have something to say, say it." Red and Lil Green said coldly as if they had a prejudice against Qin Feiyang. "What's going on? Did I offend you?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Little Red said unhappily, "If it weren't for you, why would Mrs. Grandmother be monitored by the dragons every day?" "What? Elder Pang is still being watched." Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Miss Fairy sighed, "Little Red, you can't blame him." "Who else can I blame but him? Isn't it enough for you to bring disaster to the northern region? You even came to our eastern tomb." Little Red snorted coldly. "He is simply a malefic star." Green added. "Enough." Miss Fairy glared at the two of them. She looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Don't mind them. They are quite nice people, just a little straightforward." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked, "What happened in the past few days?" "Many things have happened. First, the Zhang clan was wiped out by the Yun clan. Next, you used the identity of Pai Lupi to extort 150 billion soul stones from the Zhang clan and the Yun clan. And then, there's that woman." Miss Fairy sighed. Qin Feiyang said, "I was just about to ask you. When did that woman enter your Heaven Immortal Tower to accompany you?" "I've investigated. More than 10 years ago." Miss Fairy said. "More than 10 years ago?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. More than 10 years ago. He hadn't entered the ancient world yet. Could it be that the dragons could predict the future and had planted a spy in the Heaven Immortal Tower more than 10 years ago? But this was obviously impossible. Because, if the dragons really had the ability to predict the future, they wouldn't have let him jump around in the northern region for so long. Miss Fairy said, "Are you wondering why a person from more than 10 years ago would become a person of the dragons?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Miss Fairy said, "She is no longer her." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Little Red said, "Miss means that woman has already been killed. It was someone of the dragons who pretended to be her and hid in the Heaven Immortal Tower." "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang was enlightened and asked, "Then where is she now? Do you know her true identity?" "For the past few days, she has been staying at my grandmother's place. As for her true identity, I've asked Grandma, but she didn't say anything. But I know that she has 2 terrifying abilities." Miss Fairy said. "What abilities?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "She can hear other people's voice transmissions and see spatial divine objects hidden in the void with her naked eyes." Miss Fairy said. "It can't be." Qin Feiyang was shocked. Being able to hear voice transmissions was already very shocking. He didn't expect that she could see spatial divine objects with her naked eyes. Miss Fairy said melancholically, "I really hope that she can leave Dongling as soon as possible." "Miss, isn't that simple? As long as this fiend leaves Dongling, she will naturally leave." Little Red and Little Red said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and looked at the two girls. "Don't worry, I will leave Dongling very soon. I couldn't ask for more." Little Red snorted. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Then when did she kill that woman and sneak into the Heaven Immortal Tower?" Miss Fairy said, "I heard from her that after the ancestral dragon returned to the Divine Lands, she activated the space-time teleportation divine artifact and came to Dongling." "She told you that personally?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "The day before yesterday at Grandma's place, I chatted with her for a while. Actually, apart from her identity as a dragon, she's quite a nice person." Miss Fairy said. "Nice? I really didn't notice. I just feel that she's very scary." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not only could she see the spatial divine objects hidden in the void, but she could also hear other voice transmissions. It was equivalent to saying that there were no secrets in front of her. "She is indeed scary." Miss Fairy nodded and asked, You went through so much trouble to ask me out just to ask me this? I originally wanted to see your grandma and find out about this woman's identity. After all, your grandma has been to the Divine Lands and knows the situation of the dragons better than us. But now it seems that I can't go. Qin Feiyang said. I definitely can't go. If you go to grandma, it's equivalent to telling that woman that grandma is related to you. Miss Fairy said. All right then. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Little Green hurriedly said, You're leaving just like that? What else can I do? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Little Green said, You destroyed our Heaven Immortal Tower and even freeloaded in our Heaven Immortal Tower twice. Shouldn't you do something? Destroy your Heaven Immortal Tower? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, Wait, don't get the wrong person. The one who destroyed your Heaven Immortal Tower is Hui, not me. You're not in cahoots with him? Little Green said angrily. Who said that I'm in cahoots with him? I'm me, he's me. It's unrelated. As for freeloading, you guys should look for Hui, because he drank the heavenly immortal wine twice by himself. It has nothing to do with me at all. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang laughed and directly entered the ancient castle. Miss, look at him. Little Red and Little Green were infuriated. Miss Fairy smiled. It's his business if he's shameless. But we can't be unreasonable. Quickly go back, lest others see us. As she spoke, she consumed an illusory form pill. Truly shameless. The two girls glanced at the sky and coldly snorted. They also took out illusory form pills and changed into their previous appearances before rapidly leaving with Miss Fairy. In the ancient castle, Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. Did you hear that? You are truly shameless. Friend. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Who was the shameless one here? Didn't he know? The devil ancestor retracted his gaze and smiled. Seems like our choice was correct. We didn't directly look for the treasure pavilion lord. Qin Feiyang nodded. Luckily, they didn't go. Otherwise, the treasure pavilion lord would definitely be dragged down by them. Fire Lotus asked, Then, are we going directly to the Heaven Cloud Mountain now? Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Hui. Don't look at me. Now, even if you kill me, I won't consume the heavenly dust divine pill again. Hui looked at him warily. Qin Feiyang said, 10 jugs of heavenly immortal wine. Hui sneered. Just 10 jugs of heavenly immortal wine and you want me to sell my life to you? 20. Qin Feiyang said again. Hui said, I have my principles. 30 jugs. Don't worry, I can definitely get 30 jugs of heavenly immortal wine. Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, I don't care if you can get it or not. In any case, I won't do it. 40. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hui said impatiently, Stop nagging. I have already decided to quit drinking. I won't do it. Fire Lotus took a step forward and grabbed Hui's face. She shouted, Are you trying to take advantage of me? Thup, thup, thup. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hui suddenly wailed. Are you going to do it or not? Fire Lotus shouted. Yes, I have to do it. I won't stop until I get rid of them. Hui quickly shouted. What about heavenly immortal wine? Fire Lotus asked again. Hui said with a flattering smile, Brother Qin's good intentions, how can I refuse? Fire Lotus immediately frowned. No. No need, not even one jug. We're all brothers. It's only right to help each other. Hui said again and again. The speed at which he changed his face was faster than flipping a book. That's more like it. Fire Lotus smiled and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Why am I so unlucky? Hui sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have agreed. He could have earned dozens of jugs of heavenly immortal wine. Now, he didn't get anything. The night was as dark as ink. The huge heavenly cloud mountain was like a wild beast lying on the ground. At midnight, the disciples of Heavenly Cloud Mountain were basically cultivating. The entire mountain was quiet. Even the roars of the beasts were hard to hear. Boom. But suddenly, in the sky above the plain outside the entrance of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, a terrifying sword light appeared. It was thousands of feet long, tearing the night sky and shattering the earth as it slashed towards Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Shin Qianshan sat cross-legged in front of the entrance as usual. The moment the sword light appeared, he suddenly opened his eyes. Two shocking cold light burst out from his eyes. Chapter 23:10. Who is it? Shen Qianshan roared and immediately stood up. He took a step above the entrance, and his rolling divine power turned into angry waves that surged towards the sword light. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking rumble, the divine power crazily disintegrated and dissipated. Legendary divine artifact. Shen Qianshan's pupils shrank, and the aura emitted by this sword light. In his mind, the shadow of a battle sword involuntarily appeared. Azure Phoenix Sword. Could it be him? Shen Qianshan muttered, and a strong cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He shouted, "You dare to cause trouble in Heavenly Cloud Mountain, no matter who you are, you will die." He waved his hand, and a broadsword appeared. It was as wide as an adult's palm, and its entire body was black. The blade was suffused with a cold light. Demon slaughtering blade, awaken! Following Shen Qianshan's low shout, the blade suddenly bloomed with a black divine light. A world-destroying sharpness came out with earth-shattering force. Immediately after, he slashed out, and a blade light shattered the sky and collided with the sword light. The two immediately collapsed in the void, giving birth to a terrifying wave of air. Boom! In an instant, the mountains here collapsed and the earth sank. A huge barrier suddenly appeared behind Shen Qianshan. The barrier enveloped the entire Heavenly Cloud Mountain, and its light was dazzling. It still covered half the sky. This was the barrier that protected Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Under the impact of a powerful fluctuation, it automatically appeared and protected Heavenly Cloud Mountain. What's going on? The sound of the battle also alarmed everyone in Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Regardless of whether it was the disciples or the higher-ups, they all rushed out of their caves and looked in the direction of the entrance in surprise. Just as the sword light dissipated, in the sky above the mountains outside the plains, a young man wearing a fiery red robe and long fiery red hair walked over step by step. It really is him. Shen Qianshan muttered. That's right. The young man in the fiery robe was Hui. But at this time, he had not taken the heavenly dust divine pill. His cultivation was still at half-step indestructible. We meet again, we are really fated. Hui held the Azure Phoenix sword and stopped in the void opposite Shen Qianshan. Shen Qianshan rolled his eyes and said, "What are you doing here?" "You can transmit your voice?" Hui asked. "That woman has been with the sect master of the treasure school for the past few days. There's no need to be afraid." Shen Qianshan transmitted his voice. Hui nodded and asked via voice transmission, "Where's your peak master?" Shen Qianshan was stunned. He frowned and said, "You came for the peak master?" "It wasn't me. It was Qin Feiyang. He said that before we leave, we must get rid of the murderous intent hidden in your peak master's body." Hui helplessly said, "That's a good thing." Shen Qianshan was delighted. He thought to himself, "How should I cooperate with you?" "Simple. It's fine as long as you fall." Hui transmitted his voice. "It can't be that simple. Even if I fall and let you enter Heaven Cloud Mountain, the Vice Peak Master will revive the heaven-punishing sword and stop you." Shen Qianshan said, "I'm fine. Just tell me, where is your Peak Master now?" Hui thought, "You don't have to look for the Peak Master. It's because the murderous intent is not inside the Peak Leader's body." Shen Qianshan thought to himself. Hui was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Then where is it?" "The Peak Master never cares about anything. It's meaningless to hide it in his body. So when we returned from the Tianluo Sea, the murderous intent was hidden in the Vice Peak Master. As for the Vice Peak Master, he's probably rushing here now, so you don't have to enter Heaven Cloud Mountain. Just stay here and wait." Shen Qianshan said. "I see." Hui suddenly understood and laughed secretly. "Then let's spar." "Sure. I want to see your true strength. However, let's not fight here, so as not to hurt the innocent." Shen Qianshan's eyes flashed. He held the demon-slaughtering saber and rushed into the sky. Hui chuckled and chased after him with the azure phoenix sword. Above the ninth heaven, there was a vast and boundless galaxy. In this galaxy, even a half-step undying realm expert could fight without any worries. I've fought with you twice, but I've never seen you use a divine art. Today, let me see it. Xin Qianshan chuckled. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Hui said. The two of them stood in the Milky Way, separated by space. The demon-slaughtering saber and azure phoenix sword in their hands were rapidly recovering. Clang. Suddenly, the two stepped forward at the same time and attacked each other. Clang. Immediately, this galaxy was drowned by the saber light and sword shadow. The terrifying sharpness swept in all directions. The strength of the two was almost equal. Wounds appeared on their bodies one after another, and blood flowed in the galaxy. Although it was a spar, the two did not show mercy. However, Hui had never activated his divine art. Since Hui did not activate it, Xin Qianshan naturally did not either. This was a collision between cultivation and divine artifact. About 10 breaths passed. Boom! Another 2 terrifying auras rushed into the sky. It's the Vice Peak Master and Ancestral Dragon's murderous intent, Xin Qianshan said in a deep voice. Then I'll have to trouble you. A cold light flashed in Hui Yi's eyes, and a sword entered Xin Qianshan's lower abdomen. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. Hui Yi slapped Xin Qianshan's chest again. Xin Qianshan immediately flew out, his face pale. Old Shen, almost at the same time. Accompanied by a cry of surprise, a woman in colorful clothes rushed into the galaxy and hugged Xin Qianshan from behind. It was the Deputy Peak Master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Murderous intent also transformed into a human form and stood beside the woman in colorful clothes. Damn, why is there still murderous intent? Hui Yi looked at Ancestral Dragon's murderous intent and pretended to be surprised. Murderous intent sneered. The woman in colorful clothes asked with concern, Old Shen, are you all right? I'm fine. But you have to be careful, this person's strength cannot be underestimated. Xin Qianshan warned. The woman in colorful clothes nodded and put down Xin Qianshan. She looked up at Hui Yi, her gaze was extremely cold. First it was Su Mo and his sister, and now it's Old Shen. Do you think my Heavenly Cloud Mountain is easy to bully? Her voice fell. Rays of sword light emerged. With a loud clang, the heaven-punishing divine sword appeared. The terrifying divine might was like a torrent of beasts rolling out. The Milky Way began to tremble. Damn, you're starting to use a heaven-defying divine artifact. Hui Yi's expression changed. Without hesitation, he took out a pill from his arms and threw it into his mouth. It was the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. Boom! At that moment, his aura soared. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation rose to the initial undying realm. The woman in colorful clothes looked at Hui Yi in surprise. Ancestral Dragon's murderous intent also had a look of disbelief. The change in this person's cultivation was actually because of the pill? What kind of pill was this? It actually had such a terrifying ability. Good chance. Hui Yi secretly sneered and launched a teleportation. His cultivation rose to the initial undying realm, and his speed naturally soared by a lot. Without waiting for the woman in colorful clothes to come back to her senses, he fell behind murderous intent and sneered. First get rid of you, then deal with Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Murderous intent suddenly quivered and hurriedly shouted at the woman in colorful clothes, Quick! The woman in colorful clothes came back to her senses, grabbed the heaven-punishing divine sword, and turned to slash at Hui. But Hui Yi was one step faster. Divine power surged, crushing Ancestral Dragon's murderous intent. Then, with a flash, he retreated. Today, I won't let you escape again. The woman in colorful clothes chased after him, her eyes flashing with a shocking light. But at this moment, Xin Qianshan suddenly stood in front of Hui. The woman in colorful clothes hurriedly braked and said in surprise, Old Shen Yu. Xin Qianshan smiled and said, Actually, this old man deliberately got injured. Hui Yi looked at Xin Qianshan and said, Are you going to tell her? Xin Qianshan said, Murderous intent has been completely eliminated, it's time to tell her. Alright. Hui nodded. It was good to tell this woman, lest she chased after them every day with a heaven-defying artifact. The woman in colorful clothes frowned and said, "Old Shen, what are you talking about?" Shen Qianshan looked at the woman in colorful clothes and said with a smile, "Actually, this old man has been secretly helping Qin Feiyang and Hui." Helping them? The woman in colorful clothes was stunned. Shen Qianshan continued, "Not only this old man, but also the Chou Tianwei and the Treasure Pavilion Master, including the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion of the Northern Region, are also helping him." "Why are you doing this? Do you know that by doing this, you are going against the dragons?" Shen Qianshan's words shocked the woman in colorful clothes. "Of course we know. But we want to take a gamble," Shen Qianshan said. "A gamble," the woman in colorful clothes murmured and fell silent. Shen Qianshan asked, "You should know what this old man is betting on, right?" "I know." The woman in colorful clothes nodded and said, "But have you ever thought about what will happen to us if we fail?" Shen Qianshan said, "If you haven't tried, how do you know that we will definitely fail?" "This." The woman in colorful clothes hesitated. "This old man is telling you now because I want you to make a decision." "Of course. This old man will not force you. If you are unwilling, this old man will choose to leave Heaven Cloud Mountain. At that time, if we fail, Heaven Cloud Mountain will not be implicated because of this old man." Shen Qianshan said. "Leave Heaven Cloud Mountain." The woman in colorful clothes' gaze trembled as she looked at Shen Qianshan and said, "You have already made up your mind. Someone must stand up and take this step. This old man also does not know what will happen in the future. But even if I die in battle, this old man will not regret today's decision." Shen Qianshan said. The woman in colorful clothes looked at Shen Qianshan and then at Hui Yi and said, "This is the purpose of your Eastern Tomb? Persuade us to join your side?" No. Don't misunderstand. Qin Feiyang and I came to Eastern Tomb purely to find someone. As for Shen Qianshan and the others, this is completely their own decision. However, I also support them. After all, a person's life is neither long nor short. They have to do something meaningful. And once this matter is completed, we will benefit the future generations. Taking a step back, even if we fail, our names will go down in history and become the role model of the future generations. Hui Yi smiled. Chapter 23:11. Benefits? Goals? There was a hint of mockery in the eyes of the multicolor-clothed woman as she said, "If we fail, we will be sinners of the 4 major regions. Can you think about this calmly? How can I not understand this logic? But even if we don't resist, what can we gain? Let me tell you, there will only be endless bullying. Do you think this way we won't be sinners? Actually, it's the same. And the future generations will only call us weak and incompetent trash. Do you understand?" Shen Qianshan sighed. The multicolor-clothed woman was silent. "Let me put it this way. Qin Beishan's current strength has already reached the level of the ancestral dragon. Moreover, he has comprehended a kind of space-time law power." Hui Yi looked at the multicolor-clothed woman and said, "What?" The multicolor-clothed woman's eyes trembled, filled with disbelief. "Some time ago, I went to the Divine Land with Qin Feiyang and saw him with my own eyes, so I know his current strength." Hui said. The multicolor-clothed woman said, "So he is your hope?" "But in my opinion, the most promising one is still Qin Feiyang," Hui Yi said with a smile. "Qin Feiyang?" The multicolor-clothed woman frowned. "His talent, his ability, and his mind are all incomparable to ordinary people. I even have a feeling that his future achievements will only be higher than Qin Beishan's." Hui said. "Is this why you followed him?" The multicolor-clothed woman asked. "That's only secondary. I followed him for another reason, but I won't reveal it for the time being." Hui said. The multicolor-clothed woman frowned and said, "Who exactly are you?" "That's not important." Hui Yi shook his head. The multicolor-clothed woman asked again, "Does Qin Feiyang know about this?" "Not for the time being. But his ultimate goal is the same as ours, to enter the Divine Land." Hui said. The multicolor-clothed woman fell silent again. In the end, do you want to continue living lowly or stand up bravely? Think about it carefully. After Hui finished speaking, he put away the azure phoenix sword and turned into a beam of light. Without looking back, he left the galaxy and disappeared. The multicolor-clothed woman lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Shin Qianshan did not say anything. Boom! Suddenly, two more powerful auras appeared. It's the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion and Chou Tianwei. That woman should be with them as well. Old Shen's expression immediately changed as he spoke. The multicolor-robed woman looked beyond the galaxy and said, "This matter is too important. Later, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me to find the Peak Master and discuss this with him." All right. Shin Qianshan nodded. He grabbed the heaven-punishing divine sword and stabbed it into the woman's lower abdomen. The woman did not say anything and put away the heaven-punishing divine sword. She knew that Shin Qianshan was putting on an act. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion and the Chou Tianwei flew into the Milky Way. As expected, the woman was with them. The treasure pavilion's pavilion master and Chou Tianwei's expressions changed when they saw the sword wounds on Shin Qianshan and Chou Tianwei's abdomen. They hastily asked, "What happened?" "It's Hui. Not only did he injure us, but he also destroyed Lord Ancestral Dragon's killing intent," Shin Qianshan said in a low voice. "Hui? How did he do it?" The woman frowned. Not long ago, he suddenly took an elixir and his cultivation directly increased to the initial imperishable realm. We were a little careless. Otherwise, we would not have been seriously injured by him. Shin Qianshan sighed. So the change in his cultivation is related to the elixir. The Chou Tianwei suddenly understood. The treasure pavilion master asked curiously, "What kind of elixir is it? I've never seen it before." Shin Qianshan shook his head. "I've been in charge of the Eastern Tomb Treasure Pavilion for so many years, but this is the first time I've heard of an elixir that can increase the cultivation of an imperishable realm expert," the treasure pavilion master exclaimed. The woman frowned and asked, "Where are they now?" "I don't know. When he saw that we were about to use the divine artifact, he fled." "I believe you also know the difference between a half-step imperishable realm expert and an initial imperishable realm expert. With our speed, we can't catch up to him," Shin Qianshan said. The woman nodded. She looked up at the Star River, and a milky white light appeared in her eyes. Shin Qianshan and the other three looked at each other in silence. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. The five of them were shocked. They hurriedly turned and flew out of the Star River. When they flew out of the Star River, the color of the woman in colorful clothes and Shin Qianshan suddenly changed. They saw that the barrier protecting Heavencloud Mountain was rapidly collapsing. What's going on? The treasure pavilion master and the Chou Tianwei were also very surprised. Look! The woman suddenly pointed at the canyon inside the entrance of Heavencloud Mountain. In the depths of the canyon, there was a huge altar. Next to the altar, two young men stood side by side. One of them was reviving the altar. Weren't they Qin Feiyang and Hui? Hui had left the Star River and met up with Qin Feiyang, but he did not leave. He had been lurking near the entrance. Behind them, when the treasure pavilion master and the Chou Tianwei brought the woman into the Star River, they shattered the barrier and revived the altar. The barrier of Heavencloud Mountain was set up by the Peak Master. Although the Peak Master was also a half-step Undying Realm expert, Hui's cultivation had reached the initial Undying Realm. Naturally, he could easily break the barrier. As for why they did this? Of course, they did it on purpose for the woman to see. They wanted to let the woman know that they had left Dongling. This way, the woman would not continue to stay in Dongling. So their goal is the altar. Shen Qianshan saw this scene and was immediately furious. That can't be right. I heard from the ancestral Gragon that he has a divine artifact called the Space-Time Gate. Since he has a teleportation divine artifact, why would he go through so much trouble to come to Heavencloud Mountain? The woman raised her eyebrows. This kind of divine artifact basically has restrictions. I think the Space-Time Gate is the same. So generally speaking, no one will easily open it unless it's a critical moment. Shin Qianshan said in a deep voice. That makes sense. The woman nodded and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go stop them." Hearing this, the four of them immediately swooped down. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from the deepest part of Heaven Cloud Mountain. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He looked up at the deepest part and said, "It can't be the Peak Master, right? These people are very fast. And this kind of altar needs time to revive. I'm afraid it's too late." Hui frowned. "Then open the space-time gate. Anyway, we just need to let her see us leave Dongling with her own eyes." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the space-time gate appeared. Divine power immediately gushed out. Hui also immediately helped to revive the space-time gate. With Hui's cultivation in front of him, it was naturally quite fast. In the blink of an eye, the space-time gate opened. The two looked at each other and immediately rushed into the space-time gate. Then, they waved at the woman and smiled. "Little beauty, if fate wills it, we'll meet again. Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands." The woman glared at the two angrily. "Next time, it might not be us who'll fall into your hands. It might be you who'll fall into our hands. At that time, I'll definitely love you well." Hui grinned. After he finished speaking, accompanied by a clang, the two disappeared. The space-time gate also disappeared. Damn it. The woman was so angry that she stomped her feet. In the southwest of the northern region, there was a mountain. The mountain was lush with vegetation and wild beasts. In a small valley, a small courtyard was located in the middle of the valley. The courtyard was very simple, like an ordinary house. There was a vegetable garden around it. The green wild vegetables exuded vitality. On the left side of the courtyard, there was a small pond. Inside, lotus leaves stood tall and the lotus flowers were blooming. And beside the pond, a woman about 35 or 36 years old was cleaning the weeds on the shore. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her black hair was tied up high with an exquisite jade hairpin in her hair. She looked dignified and virtuous. Although crow's feet could be faintly seen at the corner of her eyes, whether it was her figure or her skin, they were all like a young girl. She also looked very gentle and did not have a threatening aura at all. Clang. Suddenly, in the sky above the valley, there was a deafening sound. The woman raised her head and saw an ancient door rapidly materializing in the sky. Following closely, two figures rushed out of the door. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang and Hui? Qin Feiyang put away the space-time gate and looked down at the valley below. When he saw the woman, a smile appeared on his face. This woman was Shangguan Qiu's master, the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion of the northern region. "Senior, I'm really sorry to disturb you again." Qin Feiyang flew down and smiled apologetically. The woman glanced at the two and said, "Looking at you, you must have escaped from Dongling. How is that possible? Look at my current cultivation. Who in Dongling can be my opponent?" Hui said proudly. "Cultivation?" The woman was slightly stunned. She looked at Hui for a while and said in surprise, "Your cultivation?" Hui said, "Yes, I have broken through to the initial imperishable realm." The woman took a deep breath and said, "It seems that what Shin Qianshan said last time was true." "What did Shin Qianshan say?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Last time, he came to inform us that the ancestral dragon left killing intent in Dongling. He also said that Hui's cultivation has reached the initial imperishable realm. We didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. The woman said in disbelief. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced at the proud Hui. He said, "Senior, don't listen to him. His cultivation changed because he took a kind of pill." "Pill?" The woman was stunned. Hui's expression also stiffened. He said angrily, "Why do you like to undermine me so much?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the woman. He pleaded, "Senior, we have to go to the next stop quickly. Please make it convenient." Because he didn't know the coordinates of the western desert and southern wasteland, he could only ask the woman for help. The great elder of Nine Heavens Palace definitely knew, but there were too many people in Nine Heavens Palace. The woman was suspicious. Western desert, southern wasteland. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at Hui Yi and said, "Where are we going first?" "Why are you asking me? You decide." "It's not like I'm going to find someone," Hui Yi said impatiently. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He thought for a moment, looked at the woman and said, "Then let's go to the western desert first." The woman didn't refuse, nor did she ask for the reason. She said, "Then I'll send you there personally." "That's not good. Because I'm worried that the dragon's people might come looking for you later," Qin Feiyang said. The woman smiled. "It seems that you really escape back." "You can say that." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Okay, wait a moment." The woman nodded. After she finished speaking, she stepped into the courtyard and entered the room. In less than 10 breaths, she came out again, and there was something in her hand. It was a letter. The woman landed in front of the two and handed the letter to Qin Feiyang. She said, "When you reach the western desert, give this letter to the treasure pavilion master of the western desert, but you're not allowed to peek." "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said gratefully and put it in his arms. The woman waved her hand, and the pond split open again, revealing the secret room below. She smiled and said, "Be careful, go." The two nodded and jumped down. Hui Yi then revived the altar and quickly left. Chapter 23:12. Sush. Not long after Qin Feiyang and Shang Guanqiu left, a white figure appeared in the sky above the valley. The woman looked up, and a smile appeared on her face. "Master." The woman in white landed in front of the woman and bowed. "That's right. This woman was Shang Guanqiu. Why are you here?" The woman raised her hand and tidied Shang Guanqiu's messy hair, her eyes full of love. Shang Guanqiu sighed. "I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time." The woman was stunned. "There's a woman who claims to be one of the dragons. She wants you to meet her. The owner of the East Hill Treasure Pavilion and the deputy peak master of Tianyun Mountain are with her," Shang Guanqiu said. "The woman of the dragons." The woman's eyes flashed, and she sighed. "She's here." "Master, you knew she would come?" Shang Guanqiu was surprised. "I knew the dragons would come, but I didn't know it would be a woman." The woman said. "How did you know? Could it be that someone tipped him off?" Shang Guanqiu was suspicious. The woman was silent for a while, then she looked at Shang Guanqiu and said, "It's Qin Feiyang." "Qin Feiyang." Shang Guanqiu trembled. "Do you still hate him?" the woman asked. "Hate," Shang Guanqiu murmured and shook her head. "It's all in the past. Why should I hate him?" "I'm glad you think so." The woman smiled. Shang Guanqiu forced a smile, took out a note, and handed it to the woman. "What's this?" The woman looked at her, puzzled. Shang Guanqiu said, "The owner of the East Hill Treasure Pavilion secretly gave this to us." The woman quickly took the note, opened it, and was shocked. There was a line of small words written on the slip of paper. This woman could hear sound transmissions and peek into spatial divine objects. In front of her, one must not secretly communicate or secretly monitor her. How could she have such an ability? The woman murmured, her face full of disbelief. "What's wrong?" Shang Guanqiu was surprised. "Nothing. Let's go." The woman shook her head and shredded the slip of paper before activating the teleportation altar. Shang Guanqiu looked at the woman suspiciously and asked casually, "Where is Qin Feiyang now?" The woman was slightly taken aback. She smiled and said, "You still care about him?" Shang Guanqiu blushed. "Silly girl." The woman shook her head and said, "Love depends on fate. It can't be forced." "I know." Shang Guanqiu nodded. The woman said, "He went to the western desert. I think he went to look for someone. Let's go quickly. Don't let that major character wait for too long." After saying that, he jumped onto the altar. "Western desert," Shang Guanqiu murmured and leaped onto the altar. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong. At this moment, the two of them were standing in the air above a piece of dry land. Their faces were filled with shock. On the ground below, other than a small oasis directly below them, as far as the eye could see, there was not a single blade of grass growing on the ground, and it was deathly still. Cracks also appeared on the ground like a spider web. It looked like a land of death. There was no sign of life at all. This is the Western Desert? The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. This environment was too harsh. The scorching sun hanging in the sky emitted a sinister light. Standing in the void was like standing in a furnace, sweating all over. Hui said, "How can we survive in such an environment?" "This is actually nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hui was taken aback. He asked suspiciously, "You mean you've seen a place worse than this?" "There are 10 suns on the first level of the divine sight. Do you think the environment is worse than this?" Qin Feiyang said. 10 suns? Hui was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Hui quickly looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "We left in a hurry just now and forgot to tell the pavilion master about that woman's ability?" Hui thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, we didn't tell her. That's not good. What if that woman goes to the northern region? What if the pavilion master, great elder, and the others send a voice transmission in front of her?" Qin Feiyang was worried. "No, we have to go back immediately. Look at how worried you are. If you can think of it, Shen Qianshan and the others can think of it too. And Shen Qianshan and the others don't know that we've returned to the northern region. So just in case, they will definitely think of a way to inform the great elder and the others." Hui was not worried at all. Qin Feiyang frowned. "But what if something unexpected happens? Can't you have some confidence in them? No matter what, they are the highest authorities in Dongling and the northern region. Don't they have the ability to do that? Don't think that you're the only smart person in the world." Hui rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Did I say that I'm smart? I'm worried about them." Hui said disdainfully, "I think you're just showing off your cleverness." Fine. I am. I can't be bothered to talk to you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared and rushed toward the two of them. The two of them were shocked and hurriedly looked down. The aura came from the only oasis directly below. "This is the aura of a half-step eternal realm expert. I think the owner of this aura should be the pavilion master of the Western Desert Treasure Pavilion." Hui said. "Senior, don't misunderstand. We didn't break into the Western Desert without permission. We have the permission of the pavilion master of the Northern Region Treasure Pavilion," Qin Feiyang hurriedly exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying aura suddenly stopped and then retreated back into the oasis like a tide. A figure rushed out of the oasis like lightning and appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Hui. It was an old man. His skin was dark and he was short, only about 1.6 meters tall, but he was extremely strong. His upper body was bare, revealing his well-developed muscles. His long hair was also black. He looked even stronger than the young man. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man, and a trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. He said to himself, "What, don't you feel that this old man is a bit familiar?" "He is a bit familiar." Hui nodded. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other, and a figure appeared in their minds at the same time. The Chou Tianwei. That's right. The old man in front of them was extremely similar to the Chou Tianwei. Not only did they look similar, but even their height and figure were exactly the same. At the same time, the old man was also looking at Qin Feiyang and Hui. He didn't pay much attention to Qin Feiyang, who was just a low-level divine lord. However, Hui caused his pupils to fiercely shrink. This aura was even stronger than his. Could it be that he was a low-level eternal realm expert? Qin Feiyang asked, "Senior, are you the pavilion master of the Western Desert Treasure Pavilion?" The old man nodded. Qin Feiyang took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to the old man. He said, "The pavilion master of the Northern Region Treasure Pavilion asked me to pass this to you." The old man looked at the letter suspiciously, then took it in his hand, opened the envelope, took out the letter inside, and opened it to read carefully. Qin Feiyang and Hui stood on their tiptoes and looked at the letter. They were very curious about what was written on it. But the old man seemed to be deliberately guarding against them, not giving them a chance to peek. A moment later, The old man clenched his hand, and the letter immediately shattered. Then he looked up at the two of them and said, "I'll give you the coordinates of Sky Chi City. When you're done, quickly leave the western desert." With that, the old man gave them more than a dozen coordinates. Sky Chi City? Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were suspicious. The old man said, "Sky Chi City is the largest city in the western desert. It's convenient for you to ask for information." "Thank you, senior." Qin Feiyang bowed. The old man waved his hand, indicating that the two of them could leave. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and looked at the old man. "May I ask, senior, what is your relationship with Senior Chou Tianwei?" The old man was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "You know Chou Tianwei?" Qin Feiyang said, "To tell you the truth, we just came out of Dongling." The old man said, "Chou Tianwei is my younger brother." Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi nodded in realization. No wonder they were so similar. They were brothers. "If there's a chance, I'll have to trouble Senior to pass on a message to Senior Chou. Thank you for taking care of the two of us in Dongling. Please be careful, Senior. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be a woman coming to the western desert today. She's a member of the dragons. She can hear other people's voice transmissions and has the ability to see spatial divine objects," Qin Feiyang said. The old man was shocked. Could it be Long Zun? Long Zun? Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at each other. Long Zun also had the ability to see spatial divine objects? It seemed that the old man in front of them also knew about the dragons. "Senior, we also suspected it was Long Zun, but all the signs showed that she shouldn't be Long Zun. According to our guess, she should be someone very close to Long Zun," Qin Feiyang said. "Someone close to Long Zun?" The old man murmured. Suddenly, his body trembled and said, "Then it can only be her." Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi asked in unison. The old man looked at the two and waved his hand. "You two go quickly." Qin Feiyang said, "Senior, is there something you can't say?" "Before you're sure, you can't say anything." The old man shook his head. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi smiled helplessly and could only open the teleportation altar and leave. The other party clearly didn't want to say. It was useless to force it. "Dragons? Long Zun," the old man muttered to himself. After a long time, he disappeared into the oasis below with a long sigh. Chapter 23:13. Qin Feiyang, why did you specifically state that the vengeful sky guards took care of us? On the way to Sky Chi City, Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "This is to let that old man completely relax his vigilance against us." Hui Yi nodded and asked, "Do you have any plans this time?" "What other plans can there be? Just like looking for the demon ancestor, let Dong Xingyang show himself," Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi smiled and said, "Then it seems that my cultivation can still come in handy." "Qin Feiyang, let me go out for a while." The demon ancestor's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and took out the demon ancestor. "I think that even if Dong Xingyang is in the western desert, he might not show himself when he hears of your appearance." The demon ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Because he is also afraid that you will attack him." The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He was not a demon. Why was everyone afraid of him? The demon ancestor said, "I have an idea." "Say it." Qin Feiyang said. "I will go with you. When he hears that I am with you, I think he will not have any worries." The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as he could find Dong Xingyang, he would do anything. During the conversation, the three of them opened more than a dozen altars one after another and appeared in the sky above an oasis. This oasis was quite big. It covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. The mountains were undulating and the vegetation was lush. Traces of beasts and humans could be seen everywhere. And in the center of the oasis, there was a huge city that exuded an ancient aura. Sky Chi City. Above the city gate, there were three large words that looked like iron hooks and silver strokes, magnificent and imposing. Hui Yi asked, Should we kill our way in? Don't hurt the innocent, Qin Feiyang said. Hui grinned. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor and descended into the skies above the city. The city was crowded with people and bustling with noise and excitement. Robbery! Suddenly, an explosive shout exploded like a clap of thunder, resounding in the sky above the city. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, they were immediately stunned. Robbery? What an idiot! Don't you know where you are? No one cared. I'll go. You guys are too calm. This makes me lose face, you know? Hui said angrily, and his expression was filled with displeasure. Idiot! Where did this lunatic come from? Get the hell out of here. Everyone rolled their eyes. Hui's face twitched as he angrily shouted, Do you think this young master is joking with you? Boom. His voice fell. His newly formed immortal realm aura suddenly erupted. The entire city began to tremble. The buildings cracked and collapsed one after another. This pressure, this time, the people could no longer remain calm as their faces were filled with fear. Suddenly, a black figure flew out from a mansion in the center of the city and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two. This was a middle-aged man wearing a black-fitting robe. The aura he exuded was extremely powerful, at least an immortal. But looking at Hui, his face was filled with fear as he bowed and said, Greetings, Lord. For you. Hui raised his eyebrows. The burly man said, I am the city lord of Sky Qilin City. May I know your names? This young master will never change his name or surname. Hui. The two beside me are Qin Feiyang and Demon Ancestor. As for our purpose in coming to Sky Qilin City, it's very simple. We are here to rob Sky Qilin City. Immediately tell everyone to obediently put down their universe rings and universe bags. If anyone dares to play any tricks, this young master will slaughter the entire Sky Qilin City. Hui shouted. His voice was like a bell, spreading into the ears of everyone in the city. Hui? Qin Feiyang? Demon Ancestor? Who are they? Why haven't I heard of them before? Everyone was discussing. The city lord of Sky Qilin City was also bewildered. But more than that, he was shocked. When others robbed, they were looking for a single target. But these three people in front of him actually wanted to rob an entire city? This was too crazy. Didn't you hear? Hui shouted angrily. A wisp of pressure blasted towards the city lord. The city lord was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. What? The city lord is actually so weak. Everyone's eyes widened in anger. Impudent. At this moment, accompanied by an angry shout, another old man rushed into the sky. His aura was extremely powerful. It was a peak ninth heaven realm expert. Hui said, Report your name. The old man said coldly, I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? Hui was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. No wonder your cultivation is so strong. However, in front of this young master, you still have to lie down. The pressure surged out. The old man was immediately sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. This, even the Vice Pavilion Master, is not his match? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. What was this person's cultivation? The old man was also extremely shocked. A mere peak ninth heaven palace dares to be arrogant in front of this young master? Do you know this young master's cultivation? Initial immortal realm. Hui said proudly. What? Initial immortal realm. The old man's body and mind trembled. The city lord could not help but tremble. This was fear. The old man came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Sir, let's talk nicely. Don't hurt everyone. If this young master wanted to hurt them, do you think they would still have the chance to stand below and watch the show? This young master said that he was here to rob Sky Qilin City. As long as you obediently put down your universe rings and universe bags, this young master will not hurt a single person. Hui said. The old man immediately shouted, Quick! Take out your universe bags and universe rings and place them on the ground. No one dared to hesitate. Although they were reluctant, their lives were more important. What? There are actually people who want to rob Sky Qilin City? What did you say their names were? Hui Qin Fei Yang, demon ancestor. So unfamiliar. Who are these people? They actually have such guts. Such a big matter naturally spread out very quickly. Near Sky Qilin City, there was a towering mountain. The vegetation here was especially lush. The giant peaks were like battle swords that towered into the sky. Each of the giant peaks had countless cave abodes. At the peak of the mountain, there were also ancient halls. A young man in his 20s hurriedly ran to a cave and knocked on the door. He shouted, "Senior Brother Dong, open the door." So, the cave's stone door opened. A young man in black stood at the door and looked at the young man suspiciously. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Senior Brother Dong, just now, a huge matter happened in Sky Qilin City." The young man gasped for breath. "What happened?" The man in black asked. "3 people popped out of nowhere and are robbing Sky Qilin City." The young man said, "Robbing Sky Qilin City?" The man in black was stunned and rolled his eyes at the young man. "Don't joke around. I'm not joking with you. And it's said that one of them is extremely terrifying. Even the Sky Qilin City Lord and the Treasure Pavilion's Deputy Pavilion Master are not his match." The young man said. The man in black saw that the young man was serious and said, "Really? Why would I lie to you? Right now, the entire Stellar Hall is discussing this matter. Only a cultivation maniac like you doesn't know." The young man said helplessly. "It's really unbelievable." The man in black muttered and asked, "Who are they to be so bold?" "I'm not sure. But I heard that they are called Hui Qin Fiang, demon ancestor." The young man said, "What?" The man in black was stunned and hurriedly said, "Say it again. What are their names?" "Hui Qin Fei Yang, demon ancestor." The young man said, "Qin Fei Yang, demon ancestor." The man in black was stunned. Was this a coincidence? But how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Suddenly, the man in black turned into a stream of light and tore through the sky like lightning. Back to Qin Fei Yang and the other 2. Hui stood in the sky with an overbearing aura like a king. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. Whether it was the Treasure Pavilion's Deputy Pavilion Master, the City Lord, or the others, they felt as if they had fallen into hell. The streets and alleys of the city were filled with interspatial rings and interspatial bags. The demon ancestor looked at Hui and asked, "Are you really going to rob these interspatial rings and interspatial bags? You think I'm joking?" Hui turned to look at him and said in shock. The demon ancestor was stunned. He originally thought that Hui was just putting on an act, but he did not expect him to really have such thoughts. How much wealth was there in the entire city when all the interspatial rings and interspatial bags were added together? Even a divine treasure could not compare to it. The demon ancestor swallowed his saliva and said, "Isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" Hui was stunned. He looked at the demon ancestor strangely and said, "I've heard Qin Feiyang talk about your past deeds. You're such a ruthless person, but you actually have compassion?" The demon ancestor smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't that all in the past? It seems that you've really changed." Hui said, "I think it's pretty good now. At least my conscience won't be condemned." The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply. Even if the demon ancestor really turned over a new leaf, it would be difficult for him to get over the hurdle in his heart. This was a knot that could never be untied. "It's really you guys." At this moment, a shout sounded. When Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor heard it, they hurriedly turned their heads and saw a black-clothed man flying over from afar like lightning. "You've appeared so quickly?" The 2 of them looked at each other and were caught off guard. Hui glanced at the black-clothed man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor and said suspiciously, "He's Dong Jinyang?" Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor nodded. Dong Jinyang landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other 2. He sized up Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor and said with a smile, "Long time no see." "Long time no see." A smile also appeared on the demon ancestor's face. Qin Feiyang's expression was somewhat cold. Dong Jingyang also noticed Qin Feiyang's expression and said, "Are you still fussing about the past?" Chapter 23:14. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "If it were you, would you let it go so quickly?" But to be honest, I didn't do anything to hurt you back then." Dong Jingyang said. "You attacking Tan Wu and the Cerberus doesn't count? You used the seal of destiny to control us. Doesn't count? Also, if you didn't instigate Uncle Yuan, would the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang be revived? Don't say you didn't do anything to hurt me. In my opinion, you deserve to be killed more than them." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Dong Jingyang smiled bitterly and said, "So, you're here to kill me? Don't you have the Eye of Destiny? Don't you know why I'm here?" Qin Feiyang said. "The Eye of Destiny." Dong Jingyang shook his head and said, "I'm in the ancient world. I don't dare to open the Eye of Destiny at all. Once I do, I'll be killed." "Fatal disaster?" Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, "You're talking about the small beast?" Dong Jingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Is it also in the ancient world?" "I don't know. But I have a premonition that it has been secretly watching us." Dong Jingyang thought to himself. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. Was it really like what Dong Jingyang said? Had the small beast been secretly watching them? Did the separation of Dong Jingyang, Mu Tianyang, and the demon ancestor have something to do with the small beast? "Oh no. There's danger. Let's go." Suddenly, Dong Jingyang's expression changed as he shouted, "Danger?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. They looked around and didn't see any experts. How could there be danger? "Trust me. Follow me immediately." After Dong Jingyang finished speaking, he immediately activated a teleportation altar. Hui hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, the universe ring and universe bag. The danger is getting closer and closer. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Dong Jingyang shouted and jumped onto the altar without hesitation. Qin Feiyang and Fiend Ancestor looked at each other as they leaped onto the sacrificial altar. Although they didn't feel any danger, Dong Jingyang didn't seem to be scaring them. It was better to be careful. Hui frowned and reluctantly glanced at the universe rings and universe bags that were strewn all over the street. Then he jumped onto the altar. "I'm telling you, if there's no danger, I'll definitely settle the score with you." He looked at Dong Jingyang and snorted coldly. "There's no mistaking it," Dong Jingyang muttered. Suddenly, he turned his head to look outside the city and shouted, "They're here." Qin Feiyang and the other two also hurriedly left. Their complexions changed greatly. High up in the sky outside the city, 5 figures were flying over like lightning. The leader was the woman from the dragons. The other 4 were also old acquaintances. The colorful woman from East Tomb's Heavenly Cloud Mountain, the pavilion master of the East Tomb Treasure Pavilion, the pavilion master of the North Region Treasure Pavilion, and Shangguan Fenglan's master, Elder Wei, the guardian of the 9 Heavens Palace. Fiend Ancestor said in surprise, "They're all here." "It's really not good," Hui murmured. Elder Wei and the other 3 also saw Qin Feiyang and the others and immediately shouted, "They're there. Let's see how you escape today." The woman suddenly smiled coldly and shouted, "Keep them here." Elder Wei and the other 3 immediately unleashed their fastest speed and charged towards Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. "You're really haunting us." Qin Feiyang looked at the woman and said coldly. The woman said, "I told you, you can't escape." "Then let's try." Qin Feiyang sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them immediately disappeared from the altar. It was also at this moment that Elder Wei's speed suddenly soared. Before the altar collapsed, he also entered the altar and disappeared. "Damn it!" the woman cursed. The colorful woman and the other 2 looked at each other and returned to the woman's side. They comforted her, "Don't worry, Elder Wei has followed them in. He will definitely send us a message later." The woman nodded, her face extremely gloomy. Millions of miles away from Skychi City, there was a vast sea. The surface of the sea was extremely calm, but danger lurked everywhere. Because in the sea, The traces of sea beasts could be seen everywhere. They lurked motionlessly under the surface of the sea, as if waiting for their prey to come to them. Swish! In the sky above a certain shore, 5 figures met one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 3 and Elder Wei. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Elder Wei and asked, "Elder Wei, why did you guys follow us?" "There's no other way. It's that woman's order," Elder Wei said helplessly. "Then how did she know we were in the Western Desert?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "She also doesn't know where you guys went? So she planned to split up and search. The 4 of us followed her to the Western Desert. As for Chou Tianwei, Shen Qianshan, Elder Yu, and the Peak Master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, they were ordered to go to the southern wilderness." Elder Wei said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Elder Wei looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, "Is he the person you're looking for?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's good that you found him. The Deputy Peak Master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain brought the heaven-punishing sword. We can't fight them head-on now. Leave the Western Desert immediately," Elder Wei said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "The gate of time and space will only open tomorrow. There's no way to leave now." Hui Yi said, "Why don't we go back and ask the Treasure Pavilion Master for help?" "That's a good idea. That woman is in Sky Chi City now. She won't know that we went to find the Treasure Pavilion Master." The demon ancestor nodded. Elder Wei said in a deep voice, "There's no time to lose. Go quickly." "What about you? How are we going to report to that woman later?" Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Wei, his face full of worry. Elder Wei looked at Hui Yi and said, "Injure me." This, Hui Yi was stunned. "Hurry," Elder Wei urged. "Then I'll offend you." Hui made up his mind and slapped Elder Wei's lower abdomen. Boom! Elder Wei was immediately sent flying and crashed into a mountain ridge behind him. With a loud bang, the mountain ridge collapsed on the spot. A huge pit was also formed on the ground. "Elder Wei, are you okay?" Qin Feiyang and the other 3 hurriedly flew over and asked with concern. "It's not enough." "Again," Elder Wei said. "Enough." Hui Yi frowned. "Wishy-washy." Elder Wei glared at him. He raised his old hand and slapped the top of his head. With a crack, his skull shattered on the spot and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at this scene in a daze. "Go now," Elder Wei shouted. "I'm sorry to have made you suffer." Qin Feiyang bowed deeply and decisively opened the altar. "By the way, there's one more thing to tell you. That woman is the Princess of the Dragons, Long Zun's daughter." Elder Wei said. "What? Long Zun's daughter?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Let's go." Elder Wei waved his hand. Qin Feiyang nodded and led Ancestor Mo and the other 2 onto the altar and disappeared. "Don't fall into the hands of the dragons," Elder Wei muttered. When the altar dissipated, he took out the image crystal. Buzz. 4 phantoms appeared. It was the woman and the other 3. "What happened?" Looking at Elder Wei's bloody appearance, the woman raised her eyebrows. Elder Wei said, "Princess, I'm sorry. They escaped." "Escaped?" The woman's eyebrows suddenly had a trace of hostility. "Where you now?" Elder Wei gave the woman the coordinates. Very soon, the woman led the 3 women in colorful clothes to Elder Wei's side. Smith. Without saying a word, the woman directly slapped Elder Wei's face and scolded, "You're really a useless piece of trash." Elder Wei lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. His consciousness was also fainting. In order to make it more realistic, he used 90% of his strength to slap the top of his head, and it had already injured his divine soul. "Princess, you can't blame Elder Wei. After all, Elder Wei is only a half-step indestructible. And Hui Yi's cultivation is only at the initial indestructible." The woman in colorful clothes, the Dongling Pavilion Master, and the Northern Region Pavilion Master all pleaded for Elder Wei. The woman shouted, "Do you think this can make up for his mistakes?" Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other and were quite anxious. It was also at this moment. Elder Wei fell to the ground. The 3's expressions changed, and they hurriedly surrounded him. The woman frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" The woman in colorful clothes said, His divine soul is shattered. How useless! Give him the divine soul pill, then split up and go to the Western Desert Treasure Pavilion and the Sky Mystery Palace. Tell them to find these people for me. The woman shouted. The three responded respectfully. Back to Qin Feiyang and the other three. At this moment, they had already arrived at the oasis. The deputy pavilion master has already sent me a message and told me the situation. I guess that you would come to me again. Come with me. The old man stood above the oasis, looking at Qin Feiyang and the other four. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he and the other three followed the old man into the oasis. Then, they rushed into a secret passage and soon entered a secret chamber. In the center of the secret chamber, there was a huge altar. What next? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Since we've found them, there's no need to go to the southern wilderness. Let's go directly to the northern region. After midnight, we'll set off for the divine land. Qin Feiyang said. Hui nodded and immediately urged his divine power to revive the altar. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and said, May I know your name, Senior? The old man said, Chou Tianxing. Senior Chou, for your help today, I will definitely repay you in the future. Qin Feiyang bowed. It's nothing. Chou Tianxing smiled faintly. Buzz. Accompanied by a low rumbling sound, the altar shone brightly. It's done. Hui turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang stepped onto the altar and looked at Chou Tianxing. Senior, we'll meet again. Hui and the other two stepped onto the altar one after another and smiled gratefully at Chou Tianxing. The four figures quickly faded. The altar dimmed as well. You must work hard. Don't let us down and don't let us down, Chou Tianxing whispered. Old Chou, come out quickly. At this moment, a slightly gloomy voice sounded outside. Chou Tianxing came back to his senses and immediately rushed out of the secret chamber and flew above the oasis. In the sky, there were two people. It was the Dongling Pavilion Master and the Northern Region Pavilion Master. Both of you, long time no see. Chou Tianxing smiled. Yes, it has been a long time. The two smiled and said telepathically, Have they left? And I heard from Qin Feiyang that after midnight, they were ready to go to Divine Land. Chou Tianxing said to himself, It's good that they're gone. Let's go to Sky Chi City, the Princess of the Dragons is waiting for us. The two heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Chou Tianxing. The Princess of the Dragons. Chou Tianxing was shocked. It's really her. The two nodded. This is big, let's go quickly. Chou Tianxing murmured and quickly opened the altar. The three of them rushed up one after another and soon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 23:15. Northern Region. Above the valley, Qin Feiyang and the other three appeared out of thin air. That was close. Demon Ancestor patted his chest, his face full of fear. Qin Feiyang looked at the valley below and said, This is the Pavilion Master's residence, we can't stay here for long. Then why don't we go to the place where I usually meditate and lie low for a while? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, the four of them opened an altar and descended in the sky above a desert. Below, there was a small oasis. The vegetation was lush and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Among the flowers and plants, there were lively little animals everywhere. This was the place that Hui had mentioned. Last time, he had also brought Qin Feiyang here. I didn't expect that there would be a paradise in such a place. Dong Xingyang glanced at the oasis and said with a smile. Hui smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a barrier immediately appeared above the oasis. Let's go. The four of them entered the barrier. When the little animals inside saw that Hui had returned, they immediately rushed over from all directions. Please go ahead. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said before flying towards the small wooden building below. Back then, Qin Feiyang had lived here for half a month, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with this place. Next to the small wooden building, there was a lake. It was about half a mile long, and the lake water was clear. Just like last time, they went to the lake to take a bath. The lake water was cold, and it was very comfortable to soak in it. About half an hour later, on the balcony on the second floor of the small wooden building, there was a tea table. On the tea table, there was a teapot that emitted a rich tea fragrance. Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang, and Demon Ancestor sat around the tea table, drinking tea comfortably. Hui Yi was lying on the side, his face pale and his body twitching nonstop. This was the side effect of the heavenly dust divine pill. The demon ancestor looked at Hui Yi and couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This side effect is too terrifying." Qin Feiyang laughed. Otherwise, why would he resist the heavenly dust divine pill so much? Demon ancestor shook his head and laughed. He sighed and said, "I wonder how Elder Wei and the others are doing now. This princess of the dragon's target is Qin Feiyang. I don't think she will make things difficult for them." Dong Xingyang said. During this hour, Qin Feiyang had already told Dong Xingyang the general situation. Therefore, as for the dragons, as well as the situation in the northern region and the eastern tomb, he had more or less learned about it. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, "How did you sense the danger?" The demon ancestor also looked at him curiously. This time, if not for Dong Xingyang foreseeing the danger ahead of time, they would definitely have suffered greatly in the western desert. Dong Xingyang said, "The Eye of Destiny." The demon ancestor said suspiciously, "Didn't you say that you didn't dare to activate the Eye of Destiny in the ancient world?" "I didn't activate it. The Eye of Destiny has the ability to predict danger. In other words, even if I don't activate the Eye of Destiny, as long as danger appears, I can sense it in advance." Dong Xingyang said. "I see." Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang were enlightened. Dong Xingyang raised his teacup and took a sip. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Who?" Dong Xingyang said, "Qin Yuan, your parents, and Qi. When we left, everyone was fine. As for her, she's fine too." Qin Feiyang said. The Qi that Dong Xingyang was talking about was the guardian of the forgotten continent, the snow python. Actually, my motive for coming to the ancient world is very simple. To remove her seal and let her return to her white dragon body. Dong Xingyang said softly. "Return to her white dragon body," Qin Feiyang muttered. "I've heard Uncle Yuan talk about you guys. You used to be a winged dragon. The snow python used to be a white dragon. The two of you used to be a couple. However, because of your battle soul, the Eye of Destiny, it was attacked by the small beast. Because the white dragon made a huge mistake, the small beast used its great powers to turn her into a snow python. Furthermore, she will never be able to return to her white dragon body. To be honest, I know the abilities of the small beast too well. If you want her to return to her white dragon body, it will be harder than reaching the heavens." Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang clenched his fists, and a cold light surged in his eyes. He said, "Therefore I want to kill it." "Kill it?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "It's easier said than done. However, from the looks of it, our goals are the same." "You want to kill it too?" Dong Xingyang was surprised. It snatched Chang Shui, sealed the ancient castle, and killed the inner demons and big cousin. How can I let it go? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. What? Dong Xingyang suddenly stood up and said in disbelief, "The inner demons and Lu Jijin are dead. They died at the third level of the divine level." Qin Feiyang said, "How is that possible? I once used the Eye of Destiny to peek at their fates. Although they will experience many hardships, they will definitely not die." "Did you make a mistake?" Dong Xingyang said. "I don't want to believe it either. However, this is what the guardian of the miracle, the fire python, told me personally." Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang frowned and said, "Then did you see their corpses with your own eyes?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "No," Dong Xingyang muttered. He returned to the chair and suddenly said, "Let me go to the Black Tortoise world." "Why are you going to the Black Tortoise world?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dong Xingyang said, "The Black Tortoise world is an independent small world. It should be able to block the small beast's senses. I want to see their fates again. But Qin Feiyang immediately stood up. He was actually unwilling to believe that the inner demons and big cousin were dead. The demon ancestor hurriedly said, "Wait, wait." The two of them looked at him suspiciously. The demon ancestor looked at Dong Xingyang and said, "From what you said before, you can't be sure if the black tortoise world can block the small beast's senses?" Dong Xingyang nodded. "Then have you ever thought about what if it can't be blocked? How big of a disaster will that bring us? I don't think we should gamble with our lives." The demon ancestor said. Dong Xingyang frowned. "Let's put it this way. If the inner demons and Lu Jiejin are really dead, then what we're doing is meaningless. And if they're still alive, even if we don't look for them, they'll come looking for us sooner or later. So I personally don't think there's a need to take this risk." The demon ancestor looked at the two of them and said, "Fa." Qin Feiyang sighed and returned to the chair. His face was full of disappointment. Dong Xingyang didn't say anything else, because what the demon ancestor said made sense. If their opponent was someone else, they could take the risk. But their opponent was the golden small beast. Once it discovered them, it would be useless no matter who came. They would definitely die. Trust me. The Eye of Destiny won't be wrong. They're definitely still alive. Looking at the disappointed Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang said, "It really won't be wrong?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Dong Xingyang. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Dong Xingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "If they're not dead, are they still in the third level? You'll have to ask your ancestor. Because your ancestor went to the third level before." Dong Xingyang said, "Back then, in the deepest part of the Heavenly Dragon Sea, how could I forget to ask about this?" Qin Feiyang slapped his head. His ancestor had entered the third level before, but now he appeared in the ancient world. This meant that there was definitely a passage between the third level and the ancient world. Perhaps the inner demons and Lu Jiejin were also in the ancient world. But there was another problem. If the inner demons were still alive, why couldn't he sense the existence of the inner demons? Don't think about it. There are some things that you won't understand. Let nature take its course. The demon ancestor advised. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the demon ancestor. He sighed softly and picked up his teacup. He lowered his head and drank mouthful after mouthful. The demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang looked at each other and chose to remain silent. It was useless for others to comfort them. They had to learn to let it go. Time passed quickly. The side effects of the heavenly dust divine pill were over. Hui Yi was full of energy again. Rest well. Before entering the divine lands, there will definitely be a tough battle. After saying this, Hui Yi left alone. He didn't say where he was going. Qin Feiyang also calmed down. He nodded and said, "Yes, there's still a tough battle. We have to be prepared." Although the fire dragon was dead, the dragons would definitely send someone else to guard the entrance to the divine lands. And if they wanted to enter the divine lands, they must first defeat this guardian. Perhaps, this time, they would have to face more than one guardian. After all, with the lesson from last time, it was possible that the dragons would send more people. Hearing Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang's words, the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang looked at each other and couldn't help but worry. Chapter 23:16. In the evening, Qin Feiyang sat alone on the balcony, drinking tea. As for the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang, they had already gone to the castle. Hui also came back. As he walked, he hummed a little tune. He was proud of his success and was full of smiles. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Why are you so happy?" "Of course it's a good thing." Hui Yi glanced at him and laughed. "Nonsense. Of course I know it's a good thing. What I'm asking is, what good thing is it?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Just." Hui Yi looked at him mysteriously. "Not interested. Forget it if you don't want to say it." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. I'll say it. It's because of Lan." Hui Yi said. "Shangguan Fenglan?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and a thought suddenly crawled up in his mind. He said in surprise, "She can't be, that's right. Under my unremitting efforts and sincere pursuit, Lan, was finally moved by me, opened her heart, and accepted me. Hui laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Really? Nonsense. How can I joke about this kind of thing? Just now, I hugged her for a while. Now my hands still have her scent. It's so fragrant." Hui lowered his head and looked at his hands, his face full of intoxication. Qin Feiyang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Then don't wash your hands in the future." "That's what I think. Don't wash your hands for at least 10 years. Hui said, "You're incurable." Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, it was really unexpected that Shangguan Fenglan would agree. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. He looked at Hui and asked, "Does she know that we're going to Divine Land?" "She knows." Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I understand." "What do you understand?" Hui looked at him suspiciously. "She must have seen that you were about to die, so she pretended to be touched and accepted you, lest you die with regrets." Qin Feiyang said. "Get lost. We haven't even set off and you're already cursing me to death. What kind of person are you?" "I think you're just jealous." Hui said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not like I don't have someone I like. Why should I envy you?" Hui looked at the night sky and laughed foolishly. "But in my eyes, that little fish of yours can't even compare to Lan." "Can't compare?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Hui immediately fiercely glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll tell you, you can talk about me, but if you want to talk about Lan, I'm not done with you." "What did I say?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Hui said angrily, "You said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Aren't you implying that Lan can't compare to the mermaid princess?" "I'm really convinced." Okay, you can compare, you can compare." Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. Hui said, "Not only can you compare, but the difference is like heaven and earth." Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Not only was there no cure for this fellow, but he was also possessed by the devil. Hui smiled proudly and said, "Let's stop fooling around and get down to business. Princess Dragons has left." "Left?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I heard from Lan, that not long after we left the Western Desert, the princess activated the space-time transmission artifact and left." Hui said, "She went back to the Divine Land?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Definitely. I just don't know why she went back to the Divine Land." Hui said, "What else can she do? It's definitely not a good thing." Qin Feiyang sneered and asked, "What about Old Wei and the others? Did they withdraw?" "They withdrew in the afternoon. But Old Wei suffered a little grievance." Hui said, "What grievance?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "He was slapped by Princess Dragons. If it weren't for the Pavilion Master and the others pleading for mercy, Old Wei would probably be dead." Hui said in a deep voice, "This damn woman. I must make her pay double for the grievances Old Wei suffered." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. "Let's talk about it when you have the ability." Hui glanced at him and said, "There is one more thing. Lan has not given up on helping you find Tan Wu and the others. Just yesterday, the law enforcers of Ninth Heaven Palace saw Tan Wu and the Cerberus outside." Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked quickly, "Where are they?" Hui said, "With Lin Yi." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Why are they with Lin Yi?" "How would I know?" Hui rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled, pondered for a while, and said, "This is also a good thing. It must be a good thing. Lin Yi's master is so strong. Who dares to bully them with him?" Hui said, "Then it seems that I don't have to worry about them." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "What about Fire Qilin and Uncle Divine Beast?" "There is no news about them for a long time." Hui shook his head. "Where are they?" "Now, I don't have time to find them. I just hope that they can be safe." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Even Ninth Heaven Palace can't find them. What's the use of you looking for them?" After Hui finished speaking, he took out 2 pots of celestial immortal wine. Last time, he bought a total of 10 pots of celestial immortal wine. He gave Zhang Xiaoyang 2 pots. Hui drank 1 pot. There were 7 pots left. How about it? Want to drink some? Hui smiled. Qin Feiyang said, Is it to celebrate our entry into divine land in advance? Wrong. It's to celebrate our death in advance. Hui said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, In that case, I really have to drink. Otherwise, I won't have a chance. It's good that you know. Hui threw a pot to Qin Feiyang and asked, By the way, where are Demon Ancestor and Dong Xingyang? They went to the castle. They said that they can't help anyway, so they won't cause trouble for us outside. Qin Feiyang said. They are quite tactful. Hui chuckled, opened the wine pot, raised his head, and took a big gulp. He asked, Have you thought about how to deal with Zhang Xiaoyang? I really haven't thought about it. Now that he knows everything, I'm really worried about leaving him in the 4 major regions. But if we bring him to Divine Land, I feel that it will be another trouble. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Let's just kill him. Hui said. Hearing Hui's words, Zhang Xiaoyang, who was in the castle, couldn't help but tremble. It's okay, don't worry. The demon ancestor patted his shoulder and comforted him. Then he sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. Bring him with you to the Divine Prefecture. At that time, he will follow me. He will not cause you any trouble. But Qin Feiyang secretly agreed. Accompanied by the fragrance of wine and laughter, dawn finally arrived. Qin Feiyang raised his head and drank the last mouthful of wine. He put down the wine pot and said, Let's go. Hui also slowly got up and glanced at the small animals sleeping peacefully. He whispered, I hope it's not an eternal farewell. Whether it's an eternal farewell or a temporary one, as long as you try, you won't regret it. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out a heavenly dust divine pill and handed it to Hui. Hui retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then he resolutely grabbed the heavenly dust divine pill and placed it in his bosom. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a space-time gate appeared. He smiled and said, Are you ready? Of course. My blood is already boiling. Hui laughed, full of pride. Qin Feiyang was also infected. A powerful battle intent rose from his body. He laughed and said, Then let's do it. Divine power surged out and poured into the space-time gate. Clang. The space-time gate immediately expanded in the wind, emitting a dazzling divine light. Soon, the space-time gate opened, and a vast aura surged out. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other and stepped into the space-time gate without hesitation. Sky Dragon Sea. In the deepest part, on the surface of the sea, the wind whistled and the waves covered the sky. The sea at night was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. Numerous powerful sea beasts were searching for prey in the dark night, fighting and roaring at each other. Clang. Suddenly, in the sky above the sea, there was a deafening explosion. All the sea beasts that were fighting immediately stopped and looked up at the sky. An ancient door gradually appeared in the air. Following that, 2 figures walked out. It's them. Qin Feiyang Hui. The nearby sea beasts suddenly changed their expressions. Last time, Qin Feiyang and Hui fought a fierce battle with the fire dragon here, and then fought with the ancestral dragon. This matter had already spread wildly among the sea beasts. The sea beasts in this area put the 2 on the list of people that they absolutely could not provoke. So when they saw the 2 appear, they immediately dived into the sea and fled in fear. Did you see that? Facts have proven that you are too ferocious. Even the sea beasts don't dare to provoke you. Hui said. Shouldn't the person they are afraid of be you? Qin Feiyang said. Hui laughed and said, Of course, it has a little to do with me. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and looked at the deeper part of the sea. Those 2 eyes were like stars, flashing with resplendent divine light. The corner of Hui's mouth raised, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the night sky and rushing deeper. Chapter 23:17. Deeper in the sea. The howling of the wind and the rolling of the waves were as deafening as the rumbling of thunder. Amidst the strong winds and huge waves, A huge stone door was suspended above the sea. The stone door was about a few 100 feet tall. It was engraved with divine dragon patterns. There was a golden dragon, a fire dragon, a water dragon, and so on. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as if they were real. But the stone door only had a door frame and no door. On the other side of the stone door was a vast sea. Moreover, the sea on the other side was extremely calm, without any wind or waves. The sky was also cloudless. Whether it was the moon or the stars, they could all be seen clearly. On one side, there were strong winds and huge waves, dark clouds covering the sky, and it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. On the other side, it was calm, the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled. The stone door above the sea was like a barrier that divided heaven and earth into two halves. In front of the stone door, two burly men sat cross-legged in the void. They both had long fiery red hair, and the aura they exuded was also extremely terrifying. Both of them had their eyes closed, and their faces were calm. But the void around them was distorted and trembling. This was because their aura was so strong that even the void could not withstand it. About half an hour passed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two men suddenly opened their eyes, and two fiery red beams of light burst out of their eyes. They looked at the sea in front of them, and a cold look appeared on their faces. Whoosh! At the same time, two figures flashed through the air like lightning. They were two young men. They were in their 20s. One was dressed in white, and the other was like fire. They did not hide their aura at all. That's right. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and Hui. Look! Hui pointed at the stone door, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Qin Feiyang also noticed it. And he also noticed that on the other side of the stone door, there was a clear night sky and the calm sea. Looks like that's the entrance to the divine land. Looking at the stone door, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then he looked at the two burly men sitting cross-legged in front of the stone door, and his pupils immediately shrank. Their aura was very strong. Two peak ninth heaven realm. As we expected, there is more than one person guarding here. Hui said. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze to the void ahead and muttered, "Perhaps there are still things we can't see." "What I can't see," Hui whispered. The meaning of his words was very clear. It was very likely that there were other people hiding here. Qin Feiyang, Hui. The two tall and sturdy men also recognized Qin Feiyang. They immediately stood up, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Charge! A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The corner of Hui Yi's mouth rose slightly. Boom! Divine power roared like a flood, instantly covering the sky and surging toward the two of them. The two of them turned pale with fright. Without looking back, they entered the stone door and appeared on the other side of the sea. Rumble! Hui Yi's divine power also blasted into the stone door. Immediately, a shocking scene appeared. A milky white light screen suddenly appeared on the originally empty stone door. The light screen had actually blocked Hui Yi's divine power. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi's faces suddenly became solemn. The aura emitted by this light screen was almost the same as Long Zun's. Obviously, this light screen was set up by Long Zun. In other words, if they wanted to enter the divine land, they first had to break through this light screen. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Look at the void next to the stone door." Hui nodded and waved his hand again and again. 4 waves of divine power swept out one after another, blasting into the void above, below, left, and right of the stone door. Rumble! Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, the light screens flickered in the void. After blocking Hui Yi's divine power, they quickly disappeared into the void. Don't bother. The entire divine land is shrouded in a barrier. If you want to enter the divine land, you can only go through the 4 entrances. But now the 4 entrances are in a sealed state. Only we dragons can enter and exit freely. So, you will never be able to enter. The 2 tall and sturdy men stood opposite, looking at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi with sneers on their faces. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Try it from the bottom of the sea." Hui immediately entered the sea. Rumble! So, ear-shattering noises came from the sea. Not long after, Hui Yi flew out and shook his head. No, there is also a barrier in the sea. Qin Feiyang said, then it seems that we can only enter from this entrance. Entrance? Hui Yi glanced at the stone door and sent a sound transmission. The entrance was sealed by Long Zun. I have no way to break it, unless I have a heaven-defying divine artifact. Heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This Long Zun was too cautious. Only dragons could enter and exit freely. That's right. He had the power of the purple gold dragon blood, which was no different from the divine dragons. Since the dragons could enter and exit freely, then he should be able to as well. With that thought in mind, Qin Feiyang immediately leaned over to Hui Yi's ear and whispered a few words. Is it okay? After Hui Yi heard this, he looked at him in a daze. How would I know if I don't try? Qin Feiyang secretly said something, then sent Hui Yi to the castle, and then walked towards the stone door. What is he going to do? I don't know. The two burly men looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang stood in front of the stone door, looking at the void inside the stone door, took a deep breath, then raised his arm and slowly extended it towards the stone door. Buzz! The light curtain appeared again. Qin Feiyang did not stop, and his fingertips reached towards the light curtain. Finally, his fingertips and the light curtain touched together. But unexpectedly, the light curtain immediately emerged with a repulsive force, shaking Qin Feiyang back. Why can't it work? In any case, I can be considered half a divine dragon. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Half a divine dragon? The light curtain did not have a soundproof effect, and the two burly men heard it clearly and immediately understood. On their faces, there was also a sneer. Although you have the power of the purple gold dragon blood, you have not signed a fate contract. In short, only by signing a fate contract can you freely enter and exit. The two burly men sneered. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang muttered, and with a wave of his hand, Hui Yi appeared again. It seems that I can only break it by force. This matter depends on you. Hui Yi said. I'm afraid I can't do it either. You also saw it when I fought with Long Zun's clone last time. Even if it's the slaughter domain, in front of her, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You still have some self-awareness. Before his voice faded, an ice-cold and bone-piercing voice suddenly rang out from behind Qin Feiyang and his companion. Following closely, a woman appeared in the void behind Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi quickly turned their heads to look, and their faces suddenly changed. Sure enough, it was that woman, the daughter of Long Zun, the princess of the dragons. Qin Feiyang pretended to ask, Who the hell are you? There was a need to ask, because this woman's identity was only known to Old Wei and the others. If she didn't pretend to ask, she would definitely suspect that Old Wei and the others had tipped him off. Who am I? Princess of the Dragons murmured, a trace of pride appearing on her face, and said, Soon you will know who I am? Come out. As her voice fell, figures appeared out of thin air beside Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi turned pale with fright. There were a total of 4 people. A burly man like a giant and an old man covered in a black robe. The other 2, like them, were both young men. One had blonde hair, the other had silver hair. They were about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, tall and straight, and had an extremely outstanding temperament. Although they looked young, the aura exuded by the 2 was not inferior to the burly man and the black-robed old man. As for the burly man and the black-robed old man, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were no strangers. They were the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan and the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. Obviously, the blonde and silver-haired youth must also be the ancestral dragon of a clan. Greetings, Your Highness. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they bowed and said respectfully, Your Highness. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at the woman in surprise. Yes. I am the Princess of the Dragons. The woman looked at the 2 and said proudly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, So, you are Long Zun's daughter? The woman said, I was wondering why Shen Qianshan and the others were so respectful to you. So you are Long Zun's daughter. This face now shouldn't be your real face, Qin Feiyang said. Since she was pretending to be the hostess, she must have changed her appearance. The woman nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman curiously and said, "Then what do you look like? You actually have the mood to care about what I look like? Have you not figured out your current situation?" The woman was stunned. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Princess of the Dragons, such a powerful figure, of course I am curious." Still laughing? The Princess of the Dragons was speechless. This guy's courage was indeed not something an ordinary person could compare to. "Alright, consider it as me talking too much." Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at the black-robed old man and the burly man, and said with a smile, "The two of you, long time no see, how have you been?" The two of them were silent, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. "Why do you all dislike me so much?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. The Princess of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, "Are you really not nervous at all?" "Why should I be nervous?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Alright, let me introduce you. The Black Dragon God and the Fire Dragon God, you have already met, so I won't say much. These two are also my dragon's ancestral dragons. They are the ancestral dragon of the Golden Dragon Clan and the ancestral dragon of the Silver Dragon Clan." The Princess of the Dragons pointed to the blonde and silver-haired young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "The four ancestral dragons are standing in front of you, and you are not nervous? I really admire your courage. You flatter me. Actually, it's like this. This time, I brought Hui here to seek refuge with you dragons." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Seek refuge?" The Princess of the Dragons was stunned. The black-robed old man immediately said, "Your Highness, this person is full of tricks, don't be deceived by him." "I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying to you. After these few battles with you dragons, I deeply realized that with the ability of us ordinary people, it's impossible for us to be a match for you dragons. That's why I've decided to turn over a new leaf and join the dragon race. As long as you don't deprive me of my bloodline power." Qin Feiyang sighed and said so seriously that even Hui almost believed him. Chapter 23:18. Really? Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "More real than real gold?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Okay." Princess Dragon smiled. The black-robed old man said again, "Your Highness, this is definitely his scheme, don't fall for it." Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." "You are a gentleman?" The black-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. "I don't dare to say that I am a gentleman, but at least I won't be as despicable as you," Qin Feiyang said calmly. The black-robed old man blew his beard and said angrily, "How am I despicable?" Qin Feiyang said, "You used the people of Sky Dragon City to threaten me, isn't that despicable? That's because they deserve to die." The black-robed old man sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "Then in my opinion, you deserve to die too." The black-robed old man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. But without Princess Dragons saying anything, he didn't dare to do anything. Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "It's not hard for me to believe you. I have a divine technique. If you obediently let me control you, I will let bygones be bygones and bring you to divine prefecture." "Control?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "That won't do. If I am controlled by you, do I still have a choice? Even if you want to kill me, I can only stare. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been finished in the Heaven Immortal Tower." Princess Dragons said. "This," Qin Feiyang hesitated. Princess Dragons said, "This is my only condition, and also my last patience for you. Think about it carefully." Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "What kind of divine technique is it?" Princess Dragons said, "Just controlling your soul, nothing else." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course. Is there a need to lie to you?" Princess Dragons said. "Let's take a gamble." Qin Feiyang hardened his heart. He looked at Princess Dragons and said, "I also have a condition. As long as you agree, I will immediately let you control me." "What conditions?" Princess Dragons asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui, then looked at Princess Dragons and said, "You can only control me." Sure. Princess Dragons nodded without hesitation. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at Hui Yi and said with a smile, "You go to the castle first." "What are you trying to do?" Well, he didn't dare to send a sound transmission, nor did he dare to ask. He only suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang, hoping that Qin Feiyang would understand what he meant. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent Hui Yi to the castle. Then he looked at Princess Dragons and said, "I hope you keep your word." Come. Princess Dragons formed a seal with both hands. In just an instant, a milky white mark appeared. "Princess, are you really going to let him go?" The black-robed old man and the other three looked at her. "What are you guys in such a hurry for?" "After I control him, I'll have the final say on how to deal with him," Princess Dragons secretly said, her tone carrying a trace of displeasure. "Princess is wise." The four of them suddenly realized and laughed secretly. "You dare to lie to me? I will definitely make him pay the price." Princess Dragons secretly sneered. The mark immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed into the top of Qin Feiyang's head. A tearing pain suddenly swept out. However, Qin Feiyang didn't even frown. So, the pain disappeared. Qin Feiyang also immediately felt that there was an additional shackle on his soul. Pow! Without saying a word, Princess Dragons directly stepped forward and slapped Qin Feiyang's face. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Princess Dragons sneered. 2 days ago, you lied to me in the Tianluo Sea, you should be punished." With that, another slap was sent towards Qin Feiyang's face. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, he raised his arm like lightning and grabbed Princess Dragon's wrist. But before he could grab it, the milky white light reappeared, preventing Qin Feiyang from approaching. Pow! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Qin Feiyang's face was burning with pain, his face gloomy to the extreme. "Don't move again. Now, as long as I want to, I can erase your soul, understand?" Princess Dragons looked at him contemptuously. "All right. Hit me as you wish, as long as you can calm down." Qin Feiyang simply put his face forward. Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. Almost everyone had a common problem: the more the other party resisted, the more excited they were. Just like Qin Feiyang right now. If he showed that he was not convinced, or would rather die than submit, Princess Dragons would definitely continue to torture him. On the contrary, if the other party were to resign himself to it, then it would become boring. "Not going to hit me? I see that you still haven't calmed down. Come on, I'm thick-skinned anyway." Qin Feiyang said. "You're really thick-skinned." Princess Dragons coldly snorted, looked at the black-robed old man and the other three, and shouted, "Return to the dragons." The four of them respectfully replied. After being controlled by Princess Dragons, the four of them heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, there was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Do you think that by doing this, the dragons will really let you go? Ridiculous. When you see Longzuan, you will know how naive this idea is." Princess Dragons took a step forward, crossed the stone door, and appeared in the sky above the sea on the other side. "Greetings, Your Highness." The two burly men immediately knelt in the air and saluted. Princess Dragons nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "Let's go." The black-robed old man pushed Qin Feiyang from behind. "How do I get in?" Qin Feiyang said. The black-robed old man said, "Just walk in." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, "Are you sure I can walk in now?" "Nonsense. Do you know what Her Highness controlled you just now? That's the destiny contract," the black-robed old man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So this is the so-called destiny contract. Originally, he thought that this was just a simple contract that could sense the other party's life and death, but he didn't expect that it could also control the soul. It seems that even Shangguanqiu's master didn't know much about dragons. But thinking about it, this dragon's people were really pitiful. They were controlled from birth. No wonder they were so united. If they weren't united, they would die. Who wants to die? No one wants to. Qin Feiyang shook his head and dispelled these messy thoughts. He took a step forward and stepped through the stone door. The light screen didn't appear again. He had successfully stepped into the border of divine land. This place was also the border of divine land. The black-robed old man and the other 3 followed closely behind. I'm finally in. Looking at the sea in front of him and the bright moon and stars in the sky, Qin Feiyang was very excited. Although his ancestors repeatedly told him to break through to the 9th heaven's realm before entering divine land, his desire and yearning for divine land couldn't wait until then. Don't be like a country bumpkin. Divine land is similar to other places. There are strong and weak. Of course. In divine land, no matter how strong someone is, he wouldn't dare to provoke us dragons. We dragons are the masters of divine land. Princess Dragon said proudly. Masters? Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at Princess Dragons and smiled. What about my ancestors? A cold light flashed in Princess Dragon's eyes. The black-robed old man and the others also had a trace of anger on their faces. Qin Feiyang laughed. It seems that my ancestors are an exception. Princess Dragon sneered. Don't think too highly of your ancestors. He can only hide in the dark and jump a few times. But at least he dares to jump under your nose, and you can't do anything about it. Qin Feiyang joked. Do you want to die? The dragon princess seemed to have been hit in her vitals. She looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then shut up. Princess Dragon said. I'll shut up. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and again, but there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. Slave seal, don't let me down. With a thought, the slave seal was activated and went straight to his divine soul. Boom. Immediately, there was a loud explosion in his sea of consciousness. The invisible shackles on his divine soul shattered on the spot. At the same time, Princess Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. What's going on? Princess Dragons was surprised. Qin Feiyang took a step and instantly appeared dozens of miles away. He then turned to look at Princess Dragons and laughed. Do you think I can really control me? You? Princess Dragon stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Your Highness, what happened? The black-robed old man and the other 3, as well as the 2 burly men guarding the stone door, were also surprised. Princess Dragon said, he forcefully broke the control of the fate contract. What? The 6 of them were stunned. Slave seal, thank you so much, Qin Feiyang muttered, and with a wave of his hand, Hui immediately appeared and shouted, let's go. Little beauty, thank you for bringing us into divine land, see you later. Hui laughed out loud. Then, he brought Qin Feiyang along and casually found a direction. Without even looking back, they flew into the sky. You lied to me again. This is unforgivable. Kill them for me. Princess Dragons was so angry that she gritted her teeth, her face ferocious. This was not the first time he lied to her. With her shout, the black-robed old man and the other 3 looked at each other and immediately teleported, chasing after Qin Feiyang. Their speed was countless times faster than Hui's. Hui was proud, but when he sensed the aura of the 4 people, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Still laughing? Qin Feiyang glanced at him. Hui was quite embarrassed. Previously, when he saw Princess Dragons being played by Qin Feiyang, he was so proud that he forgot about the cultivation of the 4 ancestral dragons. The cultivation of these 4 people was far beyond him. Even if he successfully entered divine land, it would be difficult for him to escape safely. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 4 and said in a deep voice, you stay outside. After saying that, he left the Azure Phoenix sword and disappeared without waiting for Hui's response. Why am I so useless? Hui was furious. These were the 4 ancestral dragons. Moreover, each of them had a heaven-defying artifact. Leaving him outside was the same as sending him to his death. Before he could complain, he took the Azure Phoenix sword and fled frantically. Don't chase him. Break Qin Feiyang's spatial artifact for me. Princess Dragon saw this and shouted at the 4. The 4 originally wanted to chase after Hui, but when they heard this, they immediately stopped and scanned the void. Chapter 23:19. At the same time, Princess Dragons rushed to the side of the four, her eyes emitting a milky white light. At this moment, her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She immediately pointed to a spot on the left and shouted, "The spatial divine object is there." "You can really see it?" Hui was shocked and immediately turned around, shouting, "Let that young man go, come at me." Accompanied by a clanging sound, the azure phoenix sword recovered and slashed towards the five people. The sharp edge tore through the sky, setting off huge waves. The black-robed old man turned to look at Hui, his old face full of contempt. With a wave of his old hand, a wave of divine power emerged and pounced towards Hui. "You are the trash, your entire clan is trash." Hui was furious. Holding the azure phoenix sword with both hands, he slashed at the divine power. Boom! Clang! The two met, and a destructive wave immediately rolled out. Hui spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out. The azure phoenix sword in his hand also flew out. "Do you see that? This is the gap between you and me. If this sovereign wants to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand," the black-robed old man said disdainfully. Hui stabilized his body, recalled the azure phoenix sword, and provoked, "Then come if you have the guts." Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows and said, "Annoying, send him directly to hell." The black-robed old man respectfully responded, a cruel smile on his face, and swept towards Hui. Princess Dragons looked at the burly man and the other two and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and do it for me." Yes. The three of them responded and urged their divine power. What kind of scene was it when the three great ancestral dragons attacked together? The world suddenly trembled. The sea surged, covering the sky and the moon. The three of them shouted. The power of the three divine dragons, carrying the power to destroy the world, blasted towards the ancient castle. With a loud bang, the ancient castle was blasted away. However, there was no damage. Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows and shouted at the three of them, "Revive the heaven-defying artifact for me." What? Revive the heaven-defying artifact. When Hui heard this voice, his face couldn't help but turn pale. "You still have time to worry about him?" The black-robed old man sneered. His speed reached the limit as he instantly appeared in front of Hui and slapped out with his palm. Hui hurriedly placed the azure phoenix sword in front of him. Clang! The black-robed old man's palm landed on the azure phoenix sword, and the azure phoenix sword actually broke on the spot. Hui's body also violently shook. Blood gushed out from his body as he crashed into the sea below like a meteor. "You're worse than trash," the black-robed old man sneered. At the same time, a series of destructive auras suddenly appeared, causing the ocean and the sky to tremble. A crimson divine bow suddenly appeared in the burly man's hand. This was the sunset divine bow that Qin Fiang had broken. At the same time, the golden-haired young man and the silver-haired young man both had a god weapon floating in front of them. The divine weapon in front of the golden-haired young man was a golden battle sword. It was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It looked like it was made of gold, and it emitted a dazzling divine light. In front of the silver-haired young man was a silver iron hammer. The round iron hammer was covered with sharp blades, and its sharpness was bone-piercing. The aura emitted by these 2 divine weapons was not any weaker than the sunset divine bow. 3 heaven-defying divine weapons. Inside the ancient castle, the devil ancestor and the others couldn't help but panic. Although they couldn't see the situation outside, they could hear the voice of the princess dragons. And from the aura emitted by the 3 divine weapons, they could also tell. Could the ancient castle withstand 3 heaven-defying divine weapons? The princess dragons shouted, "Smash it for me!" The 3 nodded, and their eyes flashed. The 3 heaven-defying divine weapons bombarded the ancient castle at the same time. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the ancient castle was once again blasted away. The devil ancestor and the others inside the ancient castle suddenly felt the world spinning, and their blood surged. In the end, they all spurted out blood. What should we do? Zhang Xiaoyang's face was pale. He really shouldn't have followed these people to the divine land. 3 heaven-defying divine weapons, 4 great dragons, and a terrifying princess dragons. The most important thing was that they were now in the divine land, the territory of the dragons. Was there any way to survive? The white-eyed wolf also ran out of the cultivation room and shouted, "Little Qin, quickly let us go to the black tortoise realm to hide. If this goes on, we will be shaken to death." Clang. Before he finished speaking, the 3 heaven-defying divine weapons attacked again. The ancient castle, which had not yet calmed down, once again shook violently. The deafening noise directly tore the eardrums of the white-eyed wolf, the devil ancestor, and the others. Arrows of blood spurted out. Inside the black tortoise realm, in the devil's land, Qin Feiyang floated above a sea of blood, and his body was full of murderous intent. This was the blood that had accumulated in the Tianluo Sea yesterday. The thick smell of blood shrouded the world. At this moment, all the beasts in the devil's land were lying on the ground, trembling. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's voice, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the white-eyed wolf, the devil ancestor, and a group of people immediately appeared beside him. This murderous intent. Zhang Xiaoyang's face changed again, and he looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. Dong Jingyang, the devil ancestor, and the demonic dragon. Although he had seen them in the Great Qin Empire and other continents before, this was the first time he had seen the process of opening the slaughter zone. He was quite shocked in his heart. He actually needed to absorb so much blood. Qin Feiyang said, "Stay away from me." The group of people heard this and immediately retreated. But there was one person who did not look at Qin Feiyang from beginning to end. This person was Fire Lotus. She lowered her head, and her eyes were full of worry and a trace of struggle. She was naturally worried about Hui. Hui was fighting alone outside, and his opponents were the 4 great dragon ancestors. He was definitely in danger. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Dage, let me go out and help Hui." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "I can do it," Fire Lotus said with a firm gaze. "You stay here and don't distract me. The slaughter zone will be completed soon." Qin Feiyang rejected Fire Lotus's request without hesitation. What a joke! 4 great dragon ancestors, 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, going out to die? Aside, the burly man and the other 2 wielded the heaven-defying divine artifacts and crazily bombarded the ancient castle. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. The 2 burly men guarding the entrance had already retreated to the Sky Dragon Sea. Because the aura of the heaven-defying divine artifacts was too terrifying. With their cultivation base, they couldn't withstand it at all. As for Princess Dragons, that milky white divine power reappeared, covering her entire body, protecting her from any harm. The black-robed old man stood high in the sky, scanning the sea below. The sea was surging. But this wasn't caused by Hui, but by the power of the heaven-defying divine artifacts. Seeing that Hui didn't appear, the black-robed old man couldn't help but frown. Although the previous palm had injured Hui, it was impossible for him to die like this. After all, he was a half-step undying. Was he hiding? But it made sense. Facing the 4 great dragon ancestors, only a fool would run out and risk his life. But if he wanted to hide, he had to get his permission. His divine consciousness surged out and flooded into the sea below. As expected, Hui was squatting at the bottom of the sea, looking at the sea above as if it had nothing to do with him. So many dragon ancestors, so many heaven-defying divine artifacts, how could he withstand it? Only by hiding could he be on the right path. As for the ancient castle, it was up to the heavens. It wasn't his anyway, so he wouldn't feel bad if it was broken. But suddenly, sensing the black-robed old man's divine will, Hui Yi's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly turned into a stream of light, activating escape mode. "Why don't you go find Qin Feiyang? Why do you keep looking for me? I'm not familiar with you. Don't be like a mad dog, okay?" He was already anxious in his heart. He was also full of resentment towards Qin Feiyang. It wasn't impossible to leave him outside, but he had to at least give him a useful divine artifact. Of course, it was undeniable that the Azure Phoenix Sword was still good. A legendary divine artifact. But the problem now was that the other party was not an ordinary small fry, but a dragon ancestor, a heaven-defying divine artifact. Facing a heaven-defying divine artifact, what use could the Azure Phoenix sword be? It was not enough to fill the gap between the other party's teeth. Swish. After a few breaths, the black-robed old man chased into the sea and blocked in front of Hui. Big brother, I have no enmity with you. Can't you let me go? Hui said with a bitter face. A few days ago in the northern region, you played me like a monkey, and you still dare to say that you have no enmity with me? If you hadn't helped Qin Feiyang, I would have killed him long ago. So in my eyes, you deserve to die more than Qin Feiyang. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and the power of the divine dragon roared out, overflowing with murderous intent. If I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat? Hui said angrily. He was so aggressive that he really thought he would fight with his life on the line. The black-robed old man couldn't help but admire his courage. But immediately after, then a shocking scene appeared. Hui suddenly turned around and fled in panic like a rabbit. The black-robed old man was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. This was too funny. Sure enough, he was just a lowly rat. With a wave of his hand, divine power surged out and immediately drowned Hui. Ah! Hui's scream suddenly sounded. Die! The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and punched Hui's head. Just you wait, I'll skin you old things sooner or later. Hui roared in panic, and a bloody light suddenly rose from his body. His whole person instantly disappeared from the black-robed old man's sight, as if he had evaporated from the world. The black-robed old man's eyes widened, and he looked around in surprise, full of disbelief. How did he disappear? Above the sea, the burly man and the other two were still bombarding the ancient world, and the clanging sounds were endless, resounding through the night sky. And every collision would produce dazzling sparks, like fireworks exploding. The black-robed old man returned to the side of Princess Dragons, and the surprise on his face hadn't disappeared. What's wrong? Princess Dragons raised her eyebrows. The black-robed old man said, he disappeared. What? He's a half-step Undying Realm expert, and you actually let him escape. Princess Dragons said angrily. Hui escaped. The burly man and the other two heard this and stopped, looking at the black-robed old man in surprise. Your Highness, please forgive us. Seeing Princess Dragons angry, the black-robed old man hurriedly half-knelt in the void, his old face full of panic. What are you looking at? If you don't blow up that spatial divine object for me, I'll make you all die here. Princess Dragons looked at the burly man and the other two and shouted. Chapter 23:20. Hearing this, the burly man and the other two hurriedly attacked the castle again. Princess Dragons looked at the black-robed old man and said, how did he escape? I don't know. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The black-robed old man shook his head, his eyes full of confusion. I really didn't expect this person to have such a life-saving method. A cold light flashed in Princess Dragon's eyes. Gotcha! A loud shattering sound was heard all of a sudden. Princess Dragons and the black-robed old man's eyes lit up and immediately looked at the castle. The black-robed old man couldn't see it, because he didn't have this ability. But Princess Dragons could clearly see that a crack the width of a finger had appeared on the castle. You also quickly go and help. Immediately. She was shocked and shouted at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man nodded. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, a black iron fan appeared, like the feathers of a crow, woven out, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. This was his heaven-defying artifact. 4 great ancestral dragons, for heaven-defying artifacts, constantly bombarded the castle. Clang! Gotcha! The cracks on the castle were getting bigger and bigger, and there were more and more. At first, there was only one, but slowly, the second, third, and fourth cracks continued to appear. The cold light on Princess Dragon's face became more and more intense. The existence of a heaven-defying artifact had actually surpassed the category of artifact. Even if it was also a heaven-defying artifact, it would be difficult to destroy the other party. But this kind of situation was usually one-on-one. In other words, in a one-on-one situation, the two heaven-defying artifacts were basically equal, and no one could do anything to the other. But now it was 1 against 4. So, as long as she was given enough time, Princess Dragons had the confidence to completely crush the castle. At the same time, Qin Feiyong also heard the sound of the castle breaking, and his heart sank. Ever since Uncle Yuan gave the castle to him, so many years had passed, and this was the first time the castle had been damaged. This made his heart ache. Although the castle was only an artifact, in his eyes, it had long become an inseparable family. Every time that shattering sound entered his mind, his heart would ache along with it. Clang. At this moment, the blood sword in Qin Feiyong's hand suddenly trembled, releasing a world-destroying aura. Under this presence, whether it was Demon Alpha, Demon Dragon, Dong Xingyang, or Zhang Xiaoyang, they all felt a sense of fear and despair. This is the slaughter domain? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Zhang Xiaoyang muttered. This was the first time he had seen the slaughter zone, and it had left a shadow in his heart that he could not get rid of for the rest of his life. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and led everyone out of the Black Tortoise world. There was still half of the blood in the blood sea below, enough for him to activate the slaughter domain again. As for the demon ancestor and the others, he did not trust them. Hence, he did not feel at ease letting them continue to stay in the Black Tortoise realm. As soon as he appeared in the ancient castle, the sound of the collision resounded like thunder in his ears. He looked at the 4 walls of the hall. Under the constant attacks of the 4 heaven-defying weapons, countless cracks appeared. It looked like a layer of spiderwebs. If this continued, the castle would definitely shatter. Thank you. Leave the rest to me, Qin Feiyong murmured. Fire Lotus said in surprise, I didn't hear Hui Yi's voice. Could something have happened to him? Don't worry. This guy is more slippery than a loach, he will definitely be fine. Qin Feiyong comforted her, then took the blood sword and the slaughter domain and instantly appeared outside. Seeing this, the eyes of the black-robed old man and the other 3 surged with cold light. They immediately raised their heaven-defying weapons and attacked Qin Feiyong. Destroy for me, Qin Feiyong roared. The blood sword was like a graceful swan, tearing through the sky. Accompanied by a few loud clangs, the heaven-defying weapons in the hands of the 4 were immediately cut in half. What? The Dragon Princess was dumbfounded. She had heard of the slaughter domain, but she did not expect it to be so terrifying. A heaven-defying weapon was like cutting vegetables? Was she dreaming? The black-robed old man and the other 3 were also aghast. They hurriedly took the heaven-defying weapons and retreated. Qin Feiyong did not chase after them. He glanced at the sea, then suddenly looked at Princess Dragons and said, Where's Hui? He's dead. Princess Dragons sneered. Dead? Qin Feiyong was stunned. Immediately after, a terrifying cold light burst out from his eyes. Then you'll be buried with him. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyong raised the blood sword in his hand and slashed at Princess Dragons. Princess, quickly retreat. The black-robed old man and the other 3 were shocked and quickly stood in front of Princess Dragons. Ants dare to block the way. Qin Feiyong roared, and the blood sword mercilessly slashed. The 4 screamed, and blood splashed into the sky. There were several deep wounds on their bodies. Too terrifying. Looking at this scene, Princess Dragons couldn't help but be moved. A sword that seriously injured 4 great ancestral dragons, and a sword that cut off 4 heaven-defying weapons, this power can be said to be shocking. I never thought of provoking your dragons, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Qin Feiyong looked at Princess Dragons, his expression incomparably cold. His big hand firmly grasped the blood sword and slashed out angrily. Sword chi shattered the void. Blood light dyed the sky. This sword contained all the anger and killing intent in Qin Feiyong's heart. Your Highness, the black-robed old man and the other 3 exclaimed. Suddenly, the milky white divine power emerged again, forming a large barrier to protect Princess Dragons. Boom! The blood sword carried a sharp edge that could destroy the world as it slashed on the barrier. As a result, The blood sword that had always been successful was actually blocked by the barrier. The black-robed old man and the other three immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the four looked at each other and retreated at the same time, standing in the north, south, east, and west directions. Clang! As the divine power surged, the four heaven-defying weapons that were cut off immediately emitted a magnificent aura. Qin Feiyang was shocked and turned his head to look at the four people. Not good. It's the power of law. You know what? You're stupid. If you can completely destroy those four heaven-defying weapons in the first place, then now, they won't be able to activate the power of law. But you came to kill me. The point is, you can't kill me. Princess Dragons revealed a mocking look. Yes, I admit I was a little careless. But so what? As long as you fall into my hands, even if Long Zun personally descends, he will have to hold back. Qin Feiyang said. Princess Dragons said contemptuously, I don't deny it, but do you have the ability? Do you really think this divine power can protect you? Break for me. Qin Feiyang roared hysterically. The blue veins and blood vessels on his forehead and hands burst out, making him look exceptionally ferocious. The blood-colored long sword in his hand was constantly trembling, exuding a sharp aura that could destroy the world. Qin Feiyang roared. Finally, the milky white barrier, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, cracked open a crack. Princess Dragons's beautiful face immediately turned pale. No one can stop my will and belief. Qin Feiyang roared again. He grabbed the blood sword with his other hand and suddenly pressed it down. Gotcha! The barrier finally shattered completely and collapsed. This? Princess Dragons's face was filled with disbelief. Damn it. Quick! The black-robed old man and the other three were also burning with anxiety. The power of the four laws rushed towards Qin Feiyang murderously. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and the blood-colored long sword clanged against Princess Dragon's neck. He turned his head to look at the four people and sneered, Do you want to try and see if you're faster than me? Hearing this, the four people's faces changed, and they hurriedly dispersed the power of the law. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Princess Dragons, saying, Rivers and mountains rotate, you didn't expect that it would fall into my hands so quickly. Then why don't you try and kill me? Princess Dragons was not afraid at all. Instead, she was full of provocation. Slap. Qin Feiyang raised his other hand and directly slapped Princess Dragon's face. You dare to hit me? Princess Dragons said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, You just slapped me, I have to return it to you. Princess Dragons touched her cheek and said gloomily, Do you know that from the time I was born until now, no one has dared to hit me? That's good, I'll let you experience the feeling of being bullied. At the same time, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. As Qin Feiyang spoke, another slap landed on the dragon race's princess's face without warning. You bastard! Are you still a man? Why are you so calculative? Princess Dragons shouted angrily. When you dealt with me, I didn't see you show any mercy. Qin Feiyang sneered and suddenly raised his arm. Seeing this, Princess Dragon's tears flowed out, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't this too fragile? But thinking about it, it makes sense. As the daughter of Long Zun, she has always been high and mighty. It's normal that she can't bear to be wronged. But this doesn't make people sympathize with her. He didn't have that much sympathy. Qin Feiyang grabbed Princess Dragon's neck and looked at the four people in black robe, saying, Put down the heaven-defying artifact in your hands. Qin Feiyang, you better not mess around, otherwise, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes down, he won't be able to save you. The four of them warned. Do you need me to say it again? Qin Feiyang shouted. The big hand that was grabbing Princess Dragon's neck exerted a little force, and Princess Dragon's face immediately flushed red. The sound of something breaking could be heard from his neck. The four of them quickly let go of the heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang waved his blood-red sword, and waves of sword chi swept out like lightning, cutting the four heaven-defying artifact into pieces on the spot. This way, it was impossible to activate the power of the ancient code. Ha! It was also at this moment. Accompanied by a wild laughter, Hui rushed out from the sea below in a sorry state. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Hui and said, "You're not dead." "I'm joking. Will I die?" Hui said. Then Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Dragons. Hui pursed his lips and said, "You still don't understand? She's lying to you." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Hui laughed. "Are you sad to hear that I'm dead?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Chapter 23-21. Still stubborn? I saw it when I was hiding down there. Hui smiled. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he coldly snorted, "You're really something. You're still complaining? Leaving me alone outside, I haven't settled the score with you yet. If it weren't for my life-saving means, I would have died long ago." Hui said in dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang smiled. "I'll settle the score with you later." Hui stared at Qin Feiyang, looked up at Princess Dragons, and said with a smile, "Little beauty, what did I say in the western desert yesterday? Do you still remember?" Princess Dragons's face was as cold as frost. "Didn't I say that the next time we meet, it might not be us who will fall into your hands, and it might be you who will fall into our hands? Didn't it come true now?" Hui grinned. "What are you so proud of?" Princess Dragons said angrily. "I'm proud of it, what about it? Also, don't look at me like that, I'm a thin-skinned person, and I will be shy." Hui said. "Shameless." Princess Dragons angrily rebuked. "You don't understand, do you? Being shameless is my strength. Also, what I like the most is to take advantage of people and hit them when they are down." After Hui finished speaking, he turned around and angrily ran in front of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes were cold. Hui pointed at the black-robed old man's nose and shouted, "Don't move, your princess is in our hands." The black-robed old man looked at Princess Dragons, and the anger and killing intent in his heart were suppressed. "Your grandmother, you dare to chase me, see how I will kill you." When he thought of the scene of being chased by the black-robed old man not long ago, his heart couldn't help but burn with anger. "I'll let you chase. Chase again if you have the ability. Who do you think you are?" Hui shouted angrily while raising his big hand and constantly slapping the black-robed old man's face. One by one, the loud slaps were endless. In less than 10 breaths, the black-robed old man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. This was also the first time he had been humiliated in such a manner. As the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan, he was an existence that stood above tens of thousands of people. When had he ever encountered such an encounter? His hands were tightly clenched together. His eyes were filled with a bone-piercing sharpness, as if he wanted nothing more than to cut Hui into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones to dust. "Still glaring? What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" Hui became more and more spirited, not showing any mercy in his attacks. Gradually, the black-robed old man's face was lacerated and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang said, "That's enough. Kill them quickly." "All right." Hui chuckled, killing intent surging in his eyes. "I've let you guys mess around for so long. It's time for this farce to end." But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Hui were startled. They quickly looked up into the sky and saw a woman with a hazy face standing high in the sky. "Greetings, Lord Dragon Sovereign." The black-robed old man and the other 3 immediately knelt down in the air with reverence. "I'll go." Hui came back to his senses and immediately ran to Qin Feiyang's side anxiously. With a face full of regret, he muttered, "If I had known earlier, I would have continued to hide." "Do you think that by hiding, you can escape her eyes and ears?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. As the ruler of the divine land, as the strongest person in the ancient world, even if she hid in a crack in the ground, she would still be able to find her. "Then what should we do now?" Hui asked. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "What else can we do other than fight with her? Even if you want to fight with your lives on the line, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so." Princess Dragon sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, then looked up at Dragon Sovereign. He still couldn't see her face clearly. It was filled with a sense of mystery. He asked, "When did you come?" Dragon Sovereign said faintly, "When you stepped into the divine land, this sovereign came." Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't you make a move?" "This sovereign wanted to see how capable you are. But the result has disappointed this sovereign. Your strongest means is only that slaughter domain." Dragon Sovereign shook his head. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Don't forget, your daughter is still in my hands." Dragon Sovereign turned a deaf ear and looked at Princess Dragons. His tone was still very calm as he said, "Do you know your mistake?" Princess Dragons avoided his gaze. "I have repeatedly told you to cultivate well and not to care about these trivial matters. But not only did you not listen, you even sneaked to the northern region. Tell me, if something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to your father?" Dragon Sovereign shouted, with a trace of anger in his tone. "I'm sorry," Princess Dragons murmured, her face full of apology. "Father?" Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at each other. That's right. Since Princess Dragons was Dragon Sovereign's daughter, then Dragon Sovereign must have a husband. Who was Dragon Sovereign's husband? If Dragon Sovereign's strength was so powerful, then wouldn't her husband be even stronger? It seemed that the strength of Princess Dragons was far from as simple as they thought. Dragon Sovereign glared at Princess Dragons, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to let her go." "What if I don't let her go?" Qin Feiyang said. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate. A mere slaughter domain, I can crush it with a wave of my hand." Dragon Sovereign took a step forward, and a vast aura rolled out. Qin Feiyang's face changed. He did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly led Hui Yi and Princess Dragons into the castle. He did not dare to doubt these words. The last time in the Heavenly Dragon Sea, Long Zun had crushed the slaughter domain as easily as crushing dry weeds. What to do, what to do? As soon as he entered the castle, Hui Yi roared at Qin Feiyang. "You have no way out. Because this castle can't stop Mother at all. Taking the initiative to surrender is your only way now." Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Princess Dragons, then looked at White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Hui Yi, watch her for me." "What are you going to do?" Hui Yi was surprised. "Fight to the death." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he disappeared in an instant. Black Tortoise Realm. Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood sea below, and a terrifying suction force suddenly emerged from his body. The blood in the blood sea suddenly rose into the air, frantically rushing into the slaughter domain, and was absorbed by the blood sword. Boom! The power of the blood sword began to soar again. Originally, he wanted to save the remaining blood for the next time he opened the slaughter domain. But the appearance of Dragon Sovereign made him change this idea. Because it was impossible to defeat Dragon Sovereign with the current slaughter domain. "Lord Dragon Sovereign, it's all because of our carelessness that Her Highness fell into their hands. We are willing to accept the punishment." Outside, the black-robed old man and the other three knelt in the void, looking at Dragon Sovereign. "You really deserve to be punished. 4 great ancestral dragons, for heaven-defying artifacts, and still can't do anything to 2 brats." Dragon Sovereign shouted. The 4 lowered their heads, ashamed to show their faces. Dragon Sovereign waved her hand, and the 4 broken heaven-defying artifacts immediately turned into streams of light and flew in front of her. Following closely, a milky white power emerged. Clang! The 4 artifacts immediately began to repair, and in a moment, they were restored to their original state. Dragon Sovereign looked at the 4 heaven-defying artifacts and said with a commanding tone, "Unlock the seal for this sovereign." "What? Unlock the seal?" "Lord Dragon Sovereign, you must not. We are now in Divine Prefecture, not the 4 major domains. If they unlock the seal, half of Divine Prefecture will be affected. At that time, it will be a scene of misery and suffering. You know the power of the heaven-defying artifacts better than us." "Lord, Please reconsider. The black-robed old man and the other three's faces changed and hurriedly said. Dragon Sovereign raised her eyebrows. The burly man said carefully, Why don't you activate the power of law, and we will directly enter the castle? This castle is Qin Fei Yang's only support. This sovereign wants to destroy it for him. Dragon Sovereign said. The burly man said, As long as we kill him, won't the castle belong to us dragons? Makes sense. Instead of destroying it, it is better for us dragons to use it. This way, the strength of us dragons can increase by another level. The black-robed old man, the blonde young man, and the silver-haired young man all nodded in agreement. Dragon Sovereign looked at the four, and with a wave of her hand, the four heaven-defying artifacts immediately flew to the four. The four hurriedly kept them. For us dragons to use. The dragons murmured, raised their arms, and a mysterious force emerged from their fingertips. Then they drew in the void. Immediately, a crack appeared in the void. At the same time, inside the castle, a crack also appeared in the void above the hall. Could this be? Hui Yi and the others looked at the crack. That's right. This is the power of the law of space and time. I know this kind of power of law very well, because my heaven-defying artifact has mastered the power of the law of space and time. The demon ancestor said in a deep voice. She actually also mastered the power of law. What should we do now? The group of people panicked. Little Qin Zi, quickly. The white-eyed wolf roared. The princess of the dragons sneered. It's useless. You all have to die today. I'll kill you first. Hui Yi was furious. Divine power surged and cut off one of the princess of the dragon's arms on the spot. Blood spurted out like an arrow. The intense pain caused the princess of the dragon's face to distort. At the same time, 5 figures walked out of the crack and landed in the sky above the hall. It was Dragon Sovereign, the black-robed old man, and the other 3. What? You guys really dare to hurt Her Highness. You're simply courting death. When they saw the situation of the princess of the dragons, the black-robed old man and the other 3 suddenly changed their expressions. A monstrous murderous aura also emerged from Dragon Sovereign's body, filling every corner of the castle. Hui Yi and the others suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a sea of murderous aura, and their bodies turned cold. Hui Yi stared at Dragon Sovereign, his eyes flashing with madness, and said gloomily, If you dare to take a step, I'll really kill her. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and cut off the other arm of the princess of the dragons. Mother! The princess of the dragon's face was pale. Now she was really afraid. This group of people was completely different from the people she had met before. Those people she had met before, facing the dragons, did not dare to resist at all. But this group of people, the more they were forced, the crazier they became. They could do anything. Chapter 23-22. And Hui Yi's action had undoubtedly angered Long Zun. In front of this sovereign, even if she's in your hands, you can't kill her. Before his voice faded, a terrifying aura burst out and instantly covered the entire ancient castle. Whether it was Hui Yi and Fire Lotus or White-Eyed Wolf and Demon Ancestor, they were all imprisoned on the ground, unable to move. I'm not willing. Hui Yi roared in his heart, desperately struggling, but to no avail. Under that majesty, he couldn't even move a finger. Princess Dragons was clearly in front of him, but he could only watch helplessly. This feeling of powerlessness made him extremely depressed. Long Zun took a step forward and landed in front of Princess Dragons. Then, with a wave of his hand, an invisible force emerged and blasted Hui Yi away. Bang! Hui Yi was like a meteorite as he slammed into the wall behind him, blood spurting out of his mouth. Immediately after, Long Zun waved his hand again, and a milky white light poured into Princess Dragon's wound. The broken arm immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Dragon Princess's pale face finally regained a bit of color. Long Zun glanced at Hui Yi lying on the ground, then looked at Princess Dragons and said, Now you know what a vicious creature humans are. Princess Dragons nodded. Humans shouldn't exist in this world at all, and can't be compared to us noble divine dragons. If it weren't for your father, this sovereign would have already wiped them out. Long Zun said coldly, with deep disgust in his words. During the conversation, Princess Dragon's hands seemed to have been reborn. This healing ability could be said to be abnormal. Even the divine life pill couldn't be so fast. Long Zun looked at Princess Dragons and said, "Do you know what to do now?" "I know." Princess Dragons nodded, with a trace of hatred in her eyes. She turned around and walked towards Hui step by step. "Humans are vicious? Old witch, can you be more shameless? If it weren't for you dragons forcing us, would we humans have come to this point today?" Although his body was imprisoned, he could still transmit his voice. "Force? We dragons are nobler than you humans. Isn't it natural for humans to be ruled by us dragons?" Long Zun said. "Noble? I really don't know where you find your sense of superiority. Since we humans are so lowly, why did you all transform into our human form? I think you dragons are simply jealous of us humans." Hui sneered. "At this point, you still dare to look down on us dragons? You're really not afraid of death." Princess Dragon stepped forward and kicked Hui's body. "What is there to fear about death? I only hate that I don't have the chance to personally deal with you bastards and send you to hell. But don't worry, the dragons will perish sooner or later. Not a single one will be left." Hui laughed. "You deserve to die." Princess Dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a white dagger appeared. It was a legendary artifact. "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to stop the destruction of the dragons. Because there are tens of thousands of humans who will be like me. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for the sins you've committed in the past." Hui laughed wildly. "If you're not afraid of death, then come." Princess Dragon sneered, raised the dagger in her hand, and stabbed towards Hui's head. Boom! But at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly appeared in the castle. Following closely, a blood-colored sword light emerged out of thin air and charged towards Princess Dragons. In an instant, Princess Dragons couldn't help but tremble and fall into despair. She felt as if a death god had arrived. Long Zun was also shocked. He quickly stood in front of Princess Dragons and slapped the blood-colored sword light with his palm. Boom! The two collided. The blood-colored sword light was annihilated on the spot. But Long Zun's hand was also dripping with blood. What? Lord Long Zun was actually injured? The black-robed old man and the other three stared angrily. They couldn't believe it. Princess Dragons was also shocked. Looking at Long Zun again, he lowered his head and looked at his palm. On his palm, there was a finger-long wound that was bleeding non-stop. Obviously, this was caused by the blood-colored sword light from before. "Noble dragons? Are you guys joking?" Accompanied by a sarcastic voice, a blood-colored youth appeared in front of Hui. That's right. He was Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, whether it was his eyes, hair, or skin, they were all blood-red. His entire body was emitting an unprecedented murderous aura. At first glance, it was as if a demon had been born. Merely his gaze was enough to make one feel fear and despair. Especially the blood sword in his hand, which was surrounded by blood-red flames, as if it had just slaughtered hundreds of millions of creatures. Its murderous aura and sharpness were incomparable. Looking at the blood-colored sword, the black-robed old man and the other three had a look of disbelief. They could clearly feel that the power of this blood sword was on a completely different level from before. Even just the sharpness of the blood sword made them feel a great crisis. This kind of crisis, even when facing Qin Badian, had never appeared. I don't know if the dragons are noble or not. But I know that the taste of dragon meat is really good, especially when roasted. It's simply a delicacy. Qin Feiyang suddenly grinned and looked at Long Zun. "You're courting death." Long Zun said word by word, his tone was bone-chilling. "I really do want to die. Unfortunately, even the heavens can't take my life." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his eyes burst out with a dazzling blood-red light, and the blood-colored sword in his hand shook. A terrifying aura suddenly surged out. The pressure that was imprisoning Hui and the others immediately collapsed. "What? Longzuan was also shocked. It could actually defeat her pressure? Could it be that the power of this blood-colored sword was already comparable to hers? Little Qin Zi, Qin Dage, White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the demon ancestor immediately ran behind Qin Feiyang after regaining their freedom. "Don't worry, I'm here," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's heart immediately calmed down. But to be honest, the current Qin Feiyang even made them afraid. That terrifying murderous aura was like that of an Azura. "You risked your life twice to buy time for me. It's really hard on you. Leave the rest to me." Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the embarrassed Hui and said with a smile, "The key is that I didn't die twice. It seems that the heavens aren't willing to take away my rotten life." Hui climbed up and grinned. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Longzuan, Princess Dragons, and the black-robed old man immediately disappeared. While they were not paying attention, they were forcefully sent out. Fire Lotus took out the rusty axe and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Qin Dage, this is for you. It can help you at a critical moment." Qin Feiyang glanced at the axe and kept it in his Qi Si. Since Fire Lotus said so, then this axe might really be useful. Because he didn't know Fire Lotus's true identity, he thought that this axe was just a little strange. But it was different now. Fire Lotus was the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. Her divine weapon was definitely not ordinary. Shua. Without saying anything, Qin Feiyang disappeared from the ancient castle with a flicker. The calm sea became turbulent because of the previous battle. Huge waves covered the sky, wave after wave. Longzuan, Princess Dragons, and the 4 ancestor dragons stood in the sky above the sea. Their faces were still filled with shock. The blonde youth suddenly looked at Longzuan and asked, "Lord Longzuan, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of divine technique this slaughter domain is?" "I don't know. Never heard of it." Longzuan shook his head. The 4 ancestor dragons looked at each other in disbelief. Even someone like Longzuan had never heard of it. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice, "Lord Longzuan, there's something I don't know if I should say." Longzuan said impatiently, "Just say what you want to say." The black-robed elder said, "This kid is a bigger threat than Qin Badin." The burly man and the other 2 were shocked when they heard this. They turned to look at the black-robed elder. "Think about it carefully. You fought Qin Badian so many times. When didn't he run away?" Qin Baishan's talent is indeed terrifying, but Qin Baishan's means are far inferior to Qin Feiyang's. Look at Qin Feiyang now. He's only an early-stage divine lord, but he's already able to fight with us. Plus, if we don't unlock the seal of the divine weapon, we won't be his match. You can imagine. When he breaks through to the imperishable realm, how strong will he be? The black-robed elder said in a serious tone. Hearing this, the burly man and the other 2 nodded. "That's true. Looks like we have to get rid of this kid no matter what." Longzuan whispered. In the blink of an eye. Just as Longzuan finished speaking, Qin Feiyang came out of the castle and said coldly, "That's what I'm thinking. Today, I'll get rid of you here." Clang. Qin Feiyang gripped his blood sword, his blood hair fluttering in the wind. His killing intent overflowed to the heavens as he slashed his sword at Longzuan. But Longzuan shouted. A milky white divine power appeared in her palm and covered her hand like a glove. She looked at Qin Feiyang. Killing intent flashed in her eyes and she slapped at the blood sword. The black-robed elder and the other 3 took Princess Dragons and retreated like lightning. Boom! The tip of the blood sword stabbed at Longzuan's palm. The blood sword was blocked. The tip of the sword couldn't pierce through the divine power. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Didn't he just hurt Longzuan? Wait, Longzuan didn't seem to use any divine power. But this was too terrifying. He just released his divine power and the blood sword couldn't do anything? What a pity. Although it's very strong, it's not to the extent that it can threaten my life. The outcome is already decided. Today, you're going to die, not me. Longzuan said coldly. His arms suddenly shook. A terrifying force suddenly rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying on the spot. The blood-colored sword was fine, but his arm was bleeding profusely from the lacerations. You really hid your bloodline power. However, your bloodline power is no longer important. Longzuan looked at the blood at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth and took a step forward. That terrifying speed was not something Qin Feiyang could compare with. Before Qin Feiyang could react, Longzuan appeared behind him. Divine power gushed out of his palm and he slapped at Qin Feiyang's back. Chapter 23:23. Longzuan's palm was merciless. As the black-robed old man said, Qin Feiyang's threat to the dragons had surpassed Qin Baishan's. So once there was a chance, he had to kill him in one blow to prevent any undue delay. This was a sure-death situation. Even if Qin Feiyang opened the slaughter domain, even if Qin Feiyang had the battle, attainment, and return secret arts, he still couldn't block Longzuan's palm. Because the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. No matter how heaven-defying the 6-word secret arts were, it couldn't make up for this gap. How great would it be if our dragon race was able to obtain this slaughter domain? The blonde youth whispered, full of desire. The silver-haired youth and the burly man also nodded, their eyes full of greed. Once such a heaven-defying method fell into the hands of the dragons, who would have the guts to resist the dragons in the future? Then do you think he will give it to us? Obviously not. So killing him in the cradle is the best choice. The black-robed old man smiled coldly. The burly man and the other two nodded. There is a way to live but you don't want to take it. Serves you right. The princess of the dragons looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold smile on her face. She had always been curious about Qin Feiyang. What kind of person was this that even the ancestral dragon was so afraid of? She was helpless. So when she was in Dongling, she approached Qin Feiyang to get to know him better. But she didn't expect. It didn't take long for Qin Feiyang to see through her identity. However, even if he saw through her identity, she didn't want to kill Qin Feiyang. Of course. Sooner or later, she still had to kill him. After all, Qin Feiyang's existence was a threat to the dragons. As the princess of the dragons and the daughter of Longzuan, she naturally had to think for the dragons. Although the ending was death, if they were willing to listen to her, they could at least live a little longer. Unfortunately, these people were too insensible. Not only did they lie to her repeatedly, they even used her to threaten Longzuan. She had even cut off 2 of her arms. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? In short, there was no sympathy in her heart. This kind of person deserved to die. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, whether it was the 4 ancestor dragons or the dragon princess, all of them believed that Qin Feiyang was dead for sure. Even Qin Feiyang himself thought so. Because he had no time to react at all. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to die at Longzuan's hands, a resounding sound suddenly rang out from within his body. This sound was like a peerless divine weapon awakening from its slumber. Following closely, pieces of rust flowed out of Qin Feiyang's body like tidewater. Although they were rusty, every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. What is it? The princess and the 4 ancestral dragons were bewildered. Not to mention them, even Qin Feiyang looked doubtful. He had never seen such a thing before. Clang! Not only did the rust exude a terrifying aura, but it also made a harsh metallic sound. As soon as it appeared, it quickly gathered behind Qin Feiyang and condensed into a shield. Boom! Longzuan slapped with his palm, and the shield immediately disintegrated and turned back into a piece of rust. Although it failed to block Longzuan, it gave Qin Feiyang time to react. Swish! Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to take a step forward and instantly appeared hundreds of miles away. That dense mass of rust followed him from beginning to end. Longzuan raised his eyebrows, glancing at the rust floating around Qin Feiyang's body, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What the hell is this? Qin Feiyang was also confused. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. Could it be the rust on the axe? He hurriedly looked inside his qi and immediately saw that the axe floating in his qi had changed greatly at this time. The entire axe was colorful, as if it was made of colorful stones. There wasn't even a piece of rust on it. Is this the true face of the axe? Qin Feiyang murmured. And now it was obvious. The rust floating around him was the rust on the axe. Just the rust on the axe actually possessed such terrifying power? Although it didn't block Longzuan, one had to know that Longzuan was the strongest person in the ancient world. The fact that it could go against her was enough to show that the axe was extraordinary. No matter what it is, it can't help you. Longzuan came back to his senses and raised his hand. A bright divine power gushed out from his fingertips, carrying a destructive aura, and attacked Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang held the blood sword with both hands and slashed. Sword chi surged and covered the sky. Boom! The instant the two collided, the divine power came crashing down with an unstoppable momentum. The sword chi kept shattering. In the end, that divine power rushed in front of Qin Feiyang aggressively, seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to be drowned. Clang! At this time, the rust changed again. All of a sudden, the originally dim and lusterless rust began to glow with multicolored divine light. A mighty aura rolled out and spread between heaven and earth. At this time, the pieces of rust were like colorful butterflies, extremely beautiful. Qin Feiyang's face was dull. Was this thing in front of him the rust he was familiar with? Just as he was in a daze, all the rust flew in front of him and condensed into a colorful shield again. Boom! The divine power blasted the shield. The shield collapsed again. Qin Feiyang also took the opportunity to turn around and escape. He was extremely shocked. What level of divine weapon was this axe? It's so familiar. In the distance, the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan looked at the rust surrounding Qin Feiyang and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his body shook, and he shouted, "Lord Longzun, that's a heaven-defying divine weapon of 9th Heaven Palace." What? Longzun was shocked. Qin Feiyang's body also trembled slightly. This axe was actually a heaven-defying divine weapon. And it was a heaven-defying divine weapon of 9th Heaven Palace. 9th Heaven Palace? Princess Dragons murmured, frowning. Could it be that 9th Heaven Palace is Qin Feiyang's accomplice? The black-robed old man shook his head. What do you mean? Princess Dragons was puzzled. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Where did you get this divine weapon? Qin Feiyang said, Land of the Undead. Land of the Undead. The black-robed old man whispered, looking at Princess Dragons. 9th Heaven Palace should have nothing to do with this matter. The more Princess Dragons listened, the more puzzled she became. Since it was a divine weapon of 9th Heaven Palace, why didn't it have anything to do with 9th Heaven Palace? Back then, because of Qin Beishan's matter, I led the dragons to 9th Heaven Palace to force them to hand him over. But the palace master of 9th Heaven Palace overestimated himself and wanted to go to war with us dragons. And the battlefield was in the land of the undead. I believe Lord Longzun still remembers that when I went to the northern region, I brought 4 heaven-defying divine weapons. The black-robed old man looked at Longzun and said, When I sent you to the northern region, I considered that both Qin Batian and 9th Heaven Palace had heaven-defying divine weapons, so I asked you to bring a few more. Longzun nodded. At that time, I didn't think that 9th Heaven Palace would resist. I even felt that Lord Longzun's consideration was a little unnecessary. But I didn't dare to disobey Lord's order, so I brought 4 divine weapons. When I reached 9th Heaven Palace, I realized that it was fortunate that Lord had foresight. Otherwise, the one who suffered would have been me. In the end, after a fierce battle, 9th Heaven Palace was defeated. The palace master of 9th Heaven Palace died in the land of the undead, and the heaven-defying divine weapon was also destroyed, leaving only fragments. But I didn't expect that after thousands of years, this divine weapon would reappear in the world. And Qin Feiyang found this divine weapon in the land of the undead, so I concluded that it had nothing to do with 9th Heaven Palace. The black-robed old man said in disbelief. So you didn't destroy the weapon spirit back then? For a divine weapon of this level, as long as the weapon spirit is still there, even if only the last fragment is left, it can be slowly repaired. Longzun said with a cold tone. The black-robed old man said, But I checked at that time, and the weapon spirit was indeed gone. Is there a need to say that? It must have hidden itself and you didn't notice, Long Zun said angrily. The black-robed old man's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lord, I was careless. Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. What's the point of saying sorry now? Long Zun snorted and turned to Qin Feiyang, sneering, even if you have a heaven-defying divine weapon, you won't be able to escape death today. Then we'll wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He didn't even look back as he plunged down into the sea below. As long as it didn't implicate Ninth Heaven Palace. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang entered the sea and disappeared. Long Zun snorted in disdain, and his divine sense surged into the sea. Shua. The next moment, her figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 23-24. What should we do? The black-robed old man looked at Princess Dragons and the others. You better pray that nothing unexpected will happen today. Otherwise, with my mother's temper, she will definitely not let you off easily. After Princess Dragons finished speaking, she also rushed into the sea. The black-robed old man's body stiffened. Old Black, you're such a smart person. How could you make such a low-level mistake? Your Highness, I'm not joking with you. If something unexpected happens today because of that artifact, Lord Long Zun will definitely not let you off. The burly man and the other two patted the black-robed old man's shoulder and immediately chased after Princess Dragons. How would I know that an artifact spirit is so cunning? Besides, this is something that happened thousands of years ago. It has nothing to do with now. The black-robed old man was quite depressed. At the bottom of the sea, Qin Feiyang was like a sharp arrow, breaking through layers of giant waves as fast as lightning. His gaze constantly swept all around him. He was looking for traces of sea beasts. Because now, he still needed blood to increase the power of Slaughter Domain. He had far underestimated Long Zun's strength. With just this level, it was impossible to defeat her. However, after the previous battle, the sea beasts in this area had long fled in fear. Now, not even half a ghost shadow could be seen. Shua. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front. It was Long Zun. You have no way out, Long Zun said coldly. Her divine power roared out, and the sea within tens of millions of miles was suddenly set off huge waves. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank. With such a big movement, the nearby sea beasts would definitely flee further. It seemed that it was no longer realistic to look for sea beasts here. What should I do? Am I really going to die here? Qin Feiyang muttered. It's not over yet. I will buy you some time. You must come back quickly. But at this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's me. With a clang, an axe appeared. Can you do it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. In my current state, I definitely can't. But if I release the seal on myself, then there will be no problem at all. A crazy voice came from the axe. Unseal myself, Qin Feiyang murmured. Go! Fu Tu suddenly let out an explosive shout, and an invisible mighty force emerged and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly flew out uncontrollably and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're courting death. Seeing this, Long Zun was enraged. I've long heard of the great name of the Dragon Sovereign. Today, allow me to experience it. Seal release. The artifact spirit growled. Clang. The axe trembled violently. A terrifying divine might immediately roared out. Bastard, you're really going to undo the seal. Long Zun was shocked. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you don't want the people of the Divine Land to suffer, then open the barrier and follow me to the galaxy. I will fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, the axe immediately rushed out of the sea and into the sky. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Long Zun clenched his fists and rushed out of the sea like lightning, shouting, Black Dragon God, Fire Dragon God, give me the divine artifacts. Whoosh! At that moment, 2 divine artifacts rushed out of the sea and landed in front of Long Zun. They were the burly man's sunset bow and the black-robed old man's iron fan. Princess Long Zun and the 4 ancestral dragons also rushed out of the sea. Looking at the axe rushing into the galaxy, their eyes were full of horror. He actually released the seal. These guys were indeed crazier than the other. Go find Qin Feiyang immediately. You must find him for me. If Qin Feiyang continues to resist, then I'll release the seal on the divine artifacts. After Long Zun finished speaking, he took the two heaven-defying divine artifacts and charged towards the axe with murderous intent. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a light curtain appeared above the clouds, and a crack quickly appeared. That was a small part of the barrier of the divine land. This barrier enveloped the entire divine land and naturally cut off the galaxy. In other words, if you want to enter the galaxy, you must first leave this barrier. Whoosh! Axe and Long Zun were like two bolts of lightning. They rushed out of the crack one after another and rushed into the galaxy without looking back. Release the seal. At the same time, when the four ancestral dragons heard Long Zun's words, their eyes trembled slightly. It seemed that Long Zun was really angry. Hundreds of millions of miles away, Qin Feiyang stood above the sea, looking at the two figures rushing into the sky, his eyes full of worry. The two figures were Long Zun and Axe. You must hold on, Qin Feiyang murmured and then glanced at the sea below. Below this sea, he could clearly sense the aura of the sea beasts. After all, it was hundreds of millions of miles away from the battlefield just now. Clang. Immediately, he raised the blood-colored sword and slashed at the sea. Crash. The sea within a radius of tens of millions of miles suddenly surged up huge waves, covering the sky and the moon. Roar. With a series of screams, the corpses of the sea beasts appeared on the surface of the sea. Blood spurted out and instantly dyed the sea red. Become stronger for me, become stronger than Long Zun, Qin Feiyang shouted. The blood-colored sword in his hand immediately trembled. In this world, a gust of wind stirred up. A terrifying suction force was unleashed. The blood in the sea below was like a tide, pouring into the killing field and being absorbed by the blood-colored sword. Clang! The blood-colored sword kept trembling, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin Feiyang's murderous aura and bloodthirsty aura became more and more terrifying. He could feel it from afar. Over there! The black-robed old man glanced at the surrounding sea. When he sensed the murderous aura from afar, he immediately shouted. The burly man looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you can't continue to stay here. Quickly return to the clan." That's right. The current situation has developed to the point where it's out of control. If you stay here and something happens, we won't be able to explain it to Lord Long Zun. The black-robed old man, the golden-haired young man, and the silver-haired young man all spoke. The princess of the dragons raised her eyebrows and nodded. All right, I'll return to the clan. If possible, capture him alive for me. Yes. The four nodded. The princess of the dragons immediately activated a teleportation altar and quickly disappeared. The burly man looked at the black-robed old man and asked, "Do you really want to capture him alive?" Capture him alive? What a joke! The three sneered. The burly man couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go!" The four ancestral dragons immediately flew towards Qin Feiyang with extreme speed. They're here? Qin Feiyang also sensed the aura of the four. Looking in their direction, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Clang. He decisively turned around and used the walk formula. In a few breaths, he appeared tens of millions of miles away and slashed at the sea. Flash. Rumble. Countless sea beasts appeared on the sea surface. The killing field was madly absorbing. The power of the blood-red sword suddenly soared to another level. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood floating in the sea. At this moment, he was a living god of death. In the sea, no matter how powerful the sea beasts were, they all fled in fear. Qin Feiyang, I thought you were a sensible young man, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Facing us dragons, your struggle is useless. Accompanied by a cold shout, the four ancestral dragons cut through the sky and instantly arrived. Divine power surged, annihilating the sky. A destructive aura shrouded all directions. It's not up to you to decide whether it's useful or not. Qin Feiyang waved the blood-red sword, and a blood-red sword qi immediately attacked the four. Rumble. The divine power of the four instantly dissipated. What? The four's expression changed and hurriedly dodged. The blood-red sword qi was like a destructive force that blasted into the sea behind the four. The sea there immediately dried up. The sea water was evaporated by this sword. Looking at this scene, the four ancestral dragons couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The power of this blood-red sword was obviously much stronger than before. If it were to hit them, they didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Long Zun isn't here, what can you few small fries do to me? Qin Feiyang slashed out again. The four hurriedly dodged. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess and shouted, "Old gold, old silver." The golden-haired youth and the silver-haired youth looked at each other. Clang. Accompanied by two loud sounds, a golden battle sword and a silver hammer immediately appeared. "If you don't release the seal, you're nothing in front of me." Qin Feiyang directly charged at the two. The golden-haired youth let out a long breath and said indifferently, "Then release the seal." What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. "This is Long Zun's order. If you continue to resist, release the seal." After the golden-haired youth finished speaking, he looked at the golden battle sword in front of him and shouted, "Release the seal." Clang. The golden battle sword suddenly trembled. A terrifying aura emanated from it. "I really want to release the seal," Qin Feiyang muttered. To kill him without hesitation, how much did these dragons hate him? Boom. All of a sudden, the golden battle sword burst out with an unprecedented aura. This aura was enough to make anyone despair. This piece of heaven and earth also began to crack and shatter. Even the sky was collapsing. The destructive aura, with this place as the center, turned into an invisible giant wave and rolled out in all directions. The surrounding sea area was overturned. Even the bottom of the sea was shaking violently and sinking. It was like a prehistoric earthquake. At the same time, one by one, the sea beasts, under the impact of this air wave, accompanied by desperate wails, kept losing their lives. Billions of miles away from here, there was a huge island, and a group of humans lived on the island. Men, women, old and young, about tens of thousands of them. Originally, everything was very calm and peaceful. Those who hunted, those who cultivated. However, just as the air wave crazily surged, in just a blink of an eye, along with a loud noise, the island disappeared. The people on the island, before they could react, turned into ashes. There was another island. This island was even bigger. The population was as many as hundreds of thousands. But it was only for a moment, and everything disappeared. Similar things were happening everywhere at this moment. In short, wherever this wave of air went, not a single living being could survive. This scene was definitely a scene of suffering, a scene of doomsday.